Chapter 126 Fairy Tale Recognition Meeting. August, you are the only one called Flame Demon and? Natsu, meow meow meow. Oh Gast, this guy is actually Ian's son. Hehe, I didn't realize it all along. And taught him dragon-slaying magic. But in this case, all the things that were incomprehensible or inconsistent before can be explained now. Whether it is August's extraordinary talent, or long before he found me, he had learned the high-level attachment technique from an unknown high-level attachment magician. So all of this was taught to him by Ian. After Irene lay on the bed and changed to a comfortable position, the doubts in her heart were immediately solved. Well, with Irene's eyesight, she had seen the details of August's 3 guards, who were also 3 of the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit, Asuna, Amelia, and Tifa, since August saw her for the first time. They were the products of August's personality concept attachment using high-level attachment magic. Since Ian disappeared, the person who provided magic power for Asuna and the other 2 has changed from Ian too. At that time, Irene felt strange. It turned out that in this world, besides her, there were other high-level additional magicians that she had never even heard of. It turned out that this so-called high-level additional magician who taught Augusta the additional technique was her beloved husband Ian himself. Well, it's not strange in this case, everything is not strange. So, Augusta's child. Which coquettish bitch was born to Ian again? After a brief anger, the most troublesome problem for Irene was Augusta's origin. It was obvious that Augusta's origin was definitely not simple, which could be seen from Augusta's unparalleled powerful talent. But no matter who the opponent is, don't think of shaking my position. At this moment, Irene's aura as the wife was fully open. She personally eliminated all those coquettish bitches who dared to approach Ian. On the other side, in the fairy tale of the Magician Guild. So, Father. Lord August, I mean Brother August, who did you and your father give birth to? Does Mother know about this? Iluza grabbed the corners of her armor with both hands. She pursed her lips and looked at Ian with displeasure. Although my father doted on me, he was a complete scumbag. What should I do? Ah! You misunderstood your father again. I didn't do anything to let your mother down. Oh Gast, this child is my adopted son. But it's not an exaggeration to say that he is my biological son. After all, although he didn't inherit my blood, he inherited my will and spirit. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is my spiritual continuation. Ian knew that Urza had misunderstood him again. He rubbed Urza's soft face vigorously while answering. Hey? Is that so? Urza's face was rubbed red by Ian's big hands, and she answered weakly. Puff. On the other side, Natsu and Grey couldn't help but show a mocking smile when they saw Urza's face being rubbed hard by Ian. They covered their mouths and laughed loudly and unscrupulously. Urza, you have this day too? Haha, the violent queen will also be punished one day. Noisy. When Urza heard this, she turned her head silently, her eyes flashing with ferocious lightning. In just a flash, she came to Natsu and Grey, and then punched each of them in the stomach. Puff. We surrender. Just a face-to-face. Grey and Natsu collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Well, the fairy queen is still the queen. Only in front of Ian will Urza change from a queen to a princess. Who are these 2? August looked at Natsu and Grey who were defeated by Urza and asked in confusion. The pink-haired one is called Natsu Dragneel, and the black-haired one is called Grey Fulp Asta. He is a famous troublemaker in the guild. After Urza heard this, she looked at August and explained. Well, after Urza knew that August was Ian's adopted son, she completely accepted that August was her brother. Although, even if August was really Ian's child with another woman, she would accept August's identity. But Urza might not accept Ian's other women. On the other side, Western Continent, Albaraz Empire. So he is an adopted son? I'm relieved. Really, you should have said it earlier. I knew Ian would not betray me. Irene slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Ian, that's not what you said just now. Ahem. Since Augusta is Ian's adopted son, there is nothing to worry about. She said that she can completely accept Augusta as a good son. At the same time, Irene was looking forward to Augusta, who always looked indifferent and seemed to care nothing about the world, calling her mother. Things are getting interesting. Irene raised her red lips slightly and thought to herself. Back to the fairy tale guild. Natsu Dragneel. Dragneel? In that case, this person should be my uncle in name, right? This is really unfortunate. I actually encountered the ultimate weapon made by Ziref in the fairy tale guild, the legendary flame demon that can burn the world end. August looked at Natsu, who was knocked to the ground by Urza's punch, and his eyelids twitched slightly. As a super genius who knew everything from the moment he was in the womb, he naturally recognized Natsu's identity the moment he saw Natsu. The other party should be his biological father Ziref Dragneel, and his younger brother Etrius Natsu Dragneel, who was resurrected using the R system, that is, the flame demon that is said to be able to destroy the world end. Why did August use should instead of definitely? It's not because of anything else, just because Natsu is too weak, so weak that August began to doubt the contents recorded in the ancient books. Can this little brat destroy the world? August looked at Natsu, who was subdued by Urza, his brows twisted into a ball, his eyes flashing with 100 disbeliefs. If he had known that the flame demon end was at this level, he would not have practiced any useless demon-killing techniques. With Natsu's current level, he could crush him to death with just one finger, just as easily as crushing an ant on the ground. But I can feel that Natsu has an extremely powerful force in his body, which is the power of the dragon and the demon seed that has not grown up. Then August was silent again. He could feel that Natsu had a dragon sealed in his body that was no weaker than his. The power of the blazing flame can burn even the soul. But it is most likely not Natsu's, but a certain Dragon King's. The Dragon King seems to have only soul power left because of self-sealing. This is the price he paid to keep himself in his prime. Therefore, there is no need to worry at all. In addition, there is a demon seed in Natsu's body that has not sprouted at all, but how weak is that demon seed? To be honest, the demon seed born in August's body before practicing the demon-killing method is strong. Compared to Natsu, I seem to be more like the end in the records. August muttered to himself. He seemed to have accidentally become the strongest demon in the world of Eslanden. No, he should be called the demon god. August, oh no, I have become the strongest demon. Well, if we use the title of a light novel to summarize what Augustus has done over the years, it would be, I wanted to destroy the strongest devil, but accidentally became the strongest devil. Acknowledge praised this. When he first started practicing dragon-slaying magic, he only intended to destroy the dragons. He was forced to become the Dragon King in the end, and he should blame the dragons for being too weak. Could it be that Natsu hid his strength? Thinking so, Augustus frowned. August really couldn't accept the fact that the devil who destroyed the world was so weak. Pa. However, when Augustus saw that Natsu was almost powerless to fight back under Urza's beating, he couldn't help but remain silent. This weak boy didn't look like an act at all. This kid was just a waste. It seems that Flame Demon End can be crossed out in my diary. Next, the only ones who need to be eliminated are the Black Mage Ziref and the Black Dragon King Aknalaja. August muttered to himself. As for why Augusta was obsessed with eliminating Ziref, he was actually giving his biological father a break. After all, it was Ziref who started to want to die. The most important thing is that if Ziref doesn't die, he will start to do nothing. For Ziref's reputation, he can only fulfill his wish and grant him death. Although Augusta has not found a way to completely eliminate the curse of the god Angselram so far. I heard that there is a new member in the guild. Just when August was watching his sister Urza beating up his uncle Natsu, there was a loud sound of a door being pushed open. Since Presito returned to the Fairy Tale Guild and temporarily stepped down from the position of Fairy Tale Guild president, he seemed to have experienced a second spring in his life. Within a year, he easily broke through the threshold of the inhuman level and reached the realm of the king. After stepping down from the position of president, he became at least 20 years younger at a visible speed because he had less things to worry about, and even his hair began to turn black. Makarov pushed open the door of the guild and walked into the hall on the first floor of the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, Makarov really worried too much about fairy tale, and this guild became a burden on him. When the shackles were untied, it was the moment when Makarov's accumulation of decades blossomed and soared into the sky. You are. When Makarov swaggered into the guild hall and saw August's appearance clearly, his eyes first flashed with disbelief, and then suddenly became moist. Makarov, really it's been a long time since we last met. August looked at the newcomer and smiled helplessly. August. You are Augusta, there is no doubt about it. Makarov rushed to Augusta in one step, his rough hands tightly grasped Augusta's shoulders, as if Makarov was extremely afraid that Augusta would run away again. He said loudly, I know that you are real. You are not my imagination. It was you who saved the ghost and healed his wounds. I said that I, Makarov, will not forget everyone in the guild. Even if one day I forget everything, I will never forget the appearance and names of my family. Makarov really has no words to say. More than 60 years ago, since August recognized Fairy Tale and left Fairy Tale, the only person in the entire Fairy Tale Guild who still remembered August was Makarov, who defeated magic with his mind. Even Presito had forgotten August. Everyone said that Makarov had hysteria, which made Makarov angry. Now, after more than 60 years, when August finally appeared in the Fairy Tale Guild again, it was enough to prove that Makarov did not have hysteria. Well, at this moment Makarov really wanted to call back all the partners of the guild back then, and then shouted loudly, August is real. August looked at Makarov, who was crying and laughing while hugging him, and suddenly felt a little guilty in his heart. To be honest, he didn't expect. It was just a little joke that he played on Makarov when he was a teenager more than 60 years ago, but it would have such a big psychological impact on Makarov. If he had known this, he would not have done it at the beginning. Sure enough, he was too immature at the time. August? Makarov. Just when Makarov revealed August's identity, Presito's memory sealed by August suddenly recovered, and everything about August came back to him. For a moment, Presito's face changed. He had never expected that he and August had met countless times more than 60 years ago. However, what Presito imagined, August would seek revenge on him, did not happen. Could it be? Presito's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Could it be that August forgave him for what he did in the past? If so, there is still a chance for things to turn around. Can he still make up for the mistakes he made before? Is there still a possibility that he can stand closest to Mavis? Presito, don't fantasize. I haven't forgiven you. Of course I don't hate you either. I don't have any feelings for you. Ian raised me. He is my father. It was Makarov who taught me what family relationships are. And you'd better shut up and don't tell me about my life story, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Just when Presito thought that a turning point had appeared, he had a chance to get Augusta's forgiveness and successfully stand beside Mavis. August's voice slowly rang in his mind, like a big bell, shaking Presito's heart. Presito looked over and saw Augusta, who was crying and hugging Makarov, staring at him on the second floor of the guild with a pair of cold eyes, with ruthlessness and warning flashing in his eyes. No, I. At this moment, Presito was autistic again. It was obviously Presito who came first. It was obviously Presito who found Augusta and delivered Augusta. Why? But why? Why is he always the one who gets hurt? Presito, What's wrong with you? Presito. At this time, Yuri, who was watching everything in the lobby on the first floor with a smile and eating melons quietly, seemed to have discovered something. He looked at Presito, who was shaky beside him, and asked nervously. No, it's okay. I'm fine. I've never been so good. Presito's smile was a little forced. He seemed to be answering Yuri, and also seemed to be talking to himself. No. I absolutely can't give up like this. I still have a chance. By the way, I can call back all the members who left the Fairy Tale Guild that year and hold a grand fairy tale feast. By then, both Augusta and Mavis will forgive me. Just when Presito was about to break, he suddenly thought of something, and as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he resurrected on the spot again. Well, what is the most powerful thing about a liquor? Is it the persistence of the liquor? No, not really. It is the incomparable self-healing power of the liquor. Just like Wolverine and Deadpool. Cannot be killed at all. No matter how many times the goddess hurts him, he still treats the goddess like his first love. At this moment, Presito decided that he would contact Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus, Goldman, the president of the Four Hounds, Rob, who temporarily led the Devil's Heart Guild, rescued from the dungeon when old Pu destroyed Brian's territory, and Race, who traveled to the North Continent, Ghost, call them all back. Hold a grand fairy tale parade. Let Mavis and August see how much Presito Gelberg has paid over the years to protect the world's best Mavis. Also let the world see how powerful the current Mage Guild fairy tale is. Chapter 127 Showdown. Fairy Tale's identity as the world's #1 Dark Mage Guild. Since it is a grand parade to promote the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild, of course it should be as big as possible. Not only should all the former guild members be summoned, we should also invite the Magic Council era to come here, so that these annoying troublemakers can clearly understand the gap in strength between them and Fairy Tale. Presito frowned. For the development of the Fairy Tale Guild, he was really worried about it. First of all, if you want to make the Fairy Tale Guild stronger, you have to make the troublesome Magic Council understand the gap in strength. The time is set 3 months later, in Magnolia Town, this year's Harvest Festival. Presito raised his lips slightly and decided the time for this year's military parade. In response, the townspeople of Magnolia Town shouted, 666. On the other side, after Presito sent out the summons and invitations, in the Blue Pegasus of the Magician Guild, President Bob, your invitation. A man with an orange-red spiky haircut, who is definitely no taller than 1.5 meters, exudes strong male hormones all over his body, looks extremely gentlemanly, has a magnetic voice, and wears a neat white suit. At this moment, he is holding a white invitation with the Fairy Tale logo in his hand, and walks towards the president of their guild. Well, a bald fat man, note, male, wearing a pink dress, red high heels, and a little angel wings on his back. Hey, Yi, who sent this? The fat man named Bob looked at the invitation in Yi's hand, held his round cheeks with both hands, made a blooming gesture, and said with a smile. Puff puff. The dwarf named Yi took out the perfume he carried with him and sprayed the envelope in his hand twice. Then he handed the invitation letter to the fat man and said softly, it was sent by the troublemakers of Fairy Tale, the Magician Guild. But the sender is not Makarov, but a man named Presito Gelberg. I think it's probably about borrowing money again. You don't need to care about it at all. What? The fat man, who had originally shown a lack of interest when he heard that the letter was from Fairy Tale, flashed a gleam in his eyes after hearing that the sender's name was Presito. Before Yi finished speaking, Bob took the envelope containing the invitation letter from Yi's hand at lightning speed. After opening the envelope, he carefully read the contents of the invitation letter. I saw that fat guy. He is also a former member of the Fairy Tale of the Mage Guild, the most handsome guy of Fairy Tale, the founder of the Blue Pegasus of the Mage Guild, and the current president. Mr. Bob, who is growing towards a regretful direction, opened the letter in his hand, and his face turned green and white. After a while, when Bob finished reading the whole letter, he whispered softly, "It seems that I can't not go this time." Ichia quickly gathered all the people in the mission, and started special training in the last 3 months. I must not let Fairy Tale underestimate me in the October gathering. Okay, President. Just leave it to me. Men. The man named Ichia, posed in an unclear but self-proclaimed extremely handsome posture, and spoke with the first male god of bleach, Aizen, and said so. On the other side, 4 hounds. Young men, go wild. Don't embarrass your guild leader at the gathering in 3 months. Goldman, the guild leader of the 4 hounds of the Magister Guild, held the invitation letter and an old photo in one hand, and the microphone in the other, shouting loudly, "Wild! 4. For a moment, other members of the guild echoed. Ha ha ha! 4. Among these guild members who looked as enthusiastic as cowboys, a drunk guy wearing blue armor and holding a bottle of wine shouted in a slightly out of place with the surrounding members. At the same time, the Magic Council era. Haha! We haven't bothered Fairy Tale yet. These Fairy Tale magicians can't wait to challenge us. Then go. We can't let others look down on us. Urafohaim looked at the invitation in his hand, crushed it, and said angrily. We really have to go and see it with our own eyes. This is a guild with a giant dragon in the legend. Habarian had never seen a giant dragon in person, so he thought that this invitation from Fairy Tale was for him. It was a rare opportunity. 1 month later. Kiltana, the northern continent. Diabolos, the Dragon Eater Guild. President Yerglesson, it seems I must return to the Ishgar continent. My former guild leader, Lord Preshedo Gelberg, is calling us. After a month, Race, Ghost, received the invitation letter from Preshedo. After seeing the content of the letter, he was shocked and went to the president of the Mage Guild, Diabolos, known as the Dragon Eater, Yerglesson, where he currently serves, to apply for a temporary leave of absence. Well, after being treated by August, after experiencing the great terror between life and death, Race unexpectedly awakened the magic that best matched him, the soul. And finally, after Bob and others left the Fairy Tale Guild, he also chose to temporarily leave Fairy Tale. He embarked on a long and difficult journey to study, just to further learn soul magic. When he traveled to the northern continent of Kiltana, he accidentally obtained part of the dragon's soul and successfully learned the soul dragon killing magic. Finally, during a trip, he joined the Dragon Devourer Guild of Yerglesson, who was eager for talent, and served as the vice president here. I have heard about your story. You are planning to return to your previous guild, right? In that case, take that kid Kylan with you. Ha ha ha. Let the magicians of Ishgar continent take a good look at how powerful the magicians of our northern continent of Kiltana are. Yerglesson yawned first, and then spoke ambitiously. Okay. Rice nodded gently after hearing this. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Time came to October in X780. In the town of Magnolia, in the Fairy Tale Guild. All members of the Fairy Tale Guild seem to be busy. Everyone is mobilizing for the upcoming Harvest Festival. In fact, starting from October every year, all members of the Fairy Tale Guild will enter a state of preparation. After all, in the next 3 months, the Harvest Festival, October 6th every year, the 24-hour endurance race, November 1st, originally in September, because it will affect the Harvest Festival, it was adjusted to early November, and the S-level Magician Assessment, December 8th, will be held in succession. It is a month with a large number of collective activities in the Fairy Tale Guild. Especially, this year is the first harvest season personally held by the second-generation Fairy Tale President Preshedo after his return, so everyone pays special attention to it. At the same time, in order to show the strength of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, Presidente specially invited the editor-in-chief of Weekly Sosura, the largest magic magazine newspaper in the Kingdom of Fiori, to conduct all-round coverage and publicity for Fairy Tale. Is this the town of Magnolia? The legendary city where the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale is located? Cool. 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 It seems that I can write an interesting report today. The person who spoke had short light yellow hair and a notebook in his hand. He stood at the entrance of Magnolia Town with excitement and shouted loudly. Jason, please be quiet. Beside the young man, there stood an uncle with fluffy silver short hair and a cigarette in his mouth. The uncle's pair of dead fish eyes showed a bit of listlessness. He kept yawning, as if he had not woken up at all. Senior, you are too listless. As reporters of the weekly magazine Sosura, we must be 100 times more energetic. At present, Jason, who is a trainee editor and trainee reporter of the newspaper, turned his head to look at his senior beside him, who is also his editor-in-chief, and spoke energetically. You kid! Grow up quickly. When you can be independent, I can retire behind the scenes. The uncle still looked depressed. When he was young, there was a period of time when he was as energetic as Jason, and he was full of energy no matter what he did. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. In a blink of an eye, he ran out of energy and became a mediocre person. In his early years, he looked down on the kind of people who always wrote mediocre reports, middle-aged hard-working workers. Hurry up! Hurry up! There's no time. Anyway, have we bought all the tickets we need? If we can't get the train tickets, then we'll leave by boat. Anyway, wait until the Harvest Festival is over before coming back. Just when Jason and his predecessors were invited to the town of Magnolia, intending to experience the local customs of the town where the strongest Wizard Guild fairy tale in the Kingdom of Fiori is located, they were greeted by a group of townspeople who seemed to be fleeing from the town with their families. The expressions of these townspeople were very panicked, as if something terrifying was happening in the town. What's going on? Jason noticed this keenly. He stopped several townspeople who were fleeing with a microphone and asked, "Excuse me, are you the townspeople of Magnolia? I saw that quite a few townspeople just now were all panicked and ran out of the town. The way they are running away, is there something happening in the town that scares you? If possible, please tell me in detail. Please. Are you outsiders?" The townspeople who were stopped by Jason first glanced at the camera Jason was carrying. After confirming Jason's identity as an outsider reporter, he first looked at the watch on his wrist and found that he had plenty of time, so he asked. "Yes, we are reporters from the magic magazine Sosura Weekly." Jason stated his identity. "No matter where you are from. Or what is your identity? Now, really listen to my advice. If you have the ability to leave, run away as soon as possible. No matter where you run to, just leave Magnolia Town." That's coming. The townspeople looked at Jason deeply, then without looking back, they dragged their families and ran towards the train station outside the city. "Excuse me, what is that?" Jason looked at the townspeople who ran away and asked loudly. "That is the Harvest Festival held by the Magician Guild Fairy Tale." The townsman did not look back, but walked away resolutely. He seemed to have made up his mind and never looked at Jason again, fearing that he would miss the last train of the day if he turned around. For outsiders, it was just an ordinary train. But for the townspeople of Magnolia, it was the hope of escaping the town. Last year, in order to hold a 24-hour fighting meeting, the Fairy Tale Guild moved Magnolia to the depths of the snow-capped mountains hundreds of kilometers away. He was still in autumn, but in an instant he seemed to have crossed the seasons and almost froze to death. This year, the group of people from the Fairy Tale of the Mage Guild even declared that their harvest festival this time would be unprecedented. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, the group of fairy tale mages will probably move the entire town to the moon or another world. For the sake of their lives, they decided to leave first. Is it that exaggerated? Jason looked at the townspeople of Magnolia who were running for their lives. He scratched his cheek lightly and asked in confusion. Haha! What did you say? You actually said that the harvest festival held by the Fairy Tale Guild is so exaggerated? It's really easy to talk without any pain in your waist. As Jason's words reached the ears of the crowd, the townspeople who were still desperately running away all stopped their steps, turned around one by one, looked at Jason with almost desperate eyes, and sneered, "Ha ha, ha 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 ha. In that case, go ahead. Go to the Fairy Tale Guild and take a good look. Then I wish you good luck, and I hope we can see you again this time next year." Then, with one cold laugh after another, the townspeople of Magnolia went to the dock to take a boat, or used the train tickets they had bought in advance to go to other cities far away from Magnolia. Even the mayor of Magnolia and the lord, escorted by bodyguards and knights, rode the magic four-wheel drive and private flying vehicles to leave this troubled place. Not long after, when Jason looked at what was in front of him, in a very short time, the originally bustling town became completely quiet, the flowing crowd suddenly disappeared, and the whole Magnolia seemed to have turned into a ghost town. He looked at the abnormal scenes in front of him, and his originally calm demeanor finally stiffened, and his forehead was slowly filled with nervous sweat. Gudong! Jason swallowed stiffly, looked at the senior beside him, and asked, "Senior, I suddenly seem to remember that I have some urgent matters to deal with in the capital Crocus. Can you come back next time? Stop talking nonsense. Since you are here, do you think you can still run away? If I could, I would have taken you away long ago. Since you are here, just accompany me to the end." Jason Sr. seemed to have seen through everything. He stretched out his hand and turned Jason's head to look at the train station they came from. He saw the train station in the distance, and the roof of the train that was about to depart seemed to be full of people. This scene was like the green train opened by India, a certain self-proclaimed Eastern power in Ian's previous life, which drank too much Ganges water. At this moment, in order to escape from Magnolia Town before the harvest festival, the townspeople have begun to do whatever it takes. Don't ask, asking is completely crazy. Let the elderly, women, and children go first. From time to time, Jason seemed to hear bursts of crying and shouting from the train station, as if the world was about to end. At the same time, after seeing this scene, Jason finally gave up the idea of escaping. Even the standing tickets on the roof of the train had been sold out. In the dock at the pier, even the fishing boats were driven out for refuge, and the magic four-wheel drive vehicles, flying vehicles, and magic beast vehicles were all cleared out. All the vehicles that could carry people and take people out of the city had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Jason was sure that he could not easily leave this place of trouble. Alas! Okay, let's go. Just as Jason looked at the scenes in front of him at the moment of being completely dumbfounded, the senior standing beside him sighed first, then silently patted Jason's shoulder and spoke softly. Okay, senior." Jason was stunned, and looked at the senior who walked towards the empty street of Magnolia Town before him, and hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, in front of the gate of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, accompanied by the autumn wind and falling leaves, the chairman and vice-chairman of the Magic Council era. At the same time, the second and third seats of the Holy 10 Mages, known as the two of the four heavenly kings of Ishgar, the first seat of the Holy 10 was taken by Uru at the beginning of the year. The two powerful men, Habarian and Urifohaim, were standing in front of this simple gate, silently staring at the words on the top of the gate, full of a sense of time, with their brows twisted into a ball. Is this the Fairy Tale Guild? Habarian muttered to himself. This was the first time he was invited to the enemy's headquarters. Humph! What on earth is that old guy Vlad doing? Urifohaim hunched his back and put his hands behind his back. He looked at the Magister Guild in front of him, which had been renovated and rebuilt countless times but still had a sense of age. He snorted with a little dissatisfaction. Well, in Urifohaim's opinion, whether it was because he was the vice-chairman of the Magic Council era or because he was the third strongest magician in the Ishgar continent, it was worth it for the old guy Vlad to come out and greet him in person. Wait here for a while. Maybe Vlad is busy. Habarian looked calm. Although he was used to being arrogant on weekdays, he still had the proper etiquette. In any case, they are guests today. Since guests must follow the rules of the host, this is the etiquette that guests should have. Click. Just as Habarian and Eurofame were waiting patiently outside the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, the gate was slowly pushed open. I only saw 3 old guys, Vlad, Yuri, and Preshito, walking out of the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild at the same time, smiling and walking towards Habarian and Eurofame. Hey, isn't this the speaker and the vice speaker? I'm sorry to have come in. Please come in quickly. Among the 4 founding members of Fairy Tale, Yuri, who is the most capable, immediately smiled when he saw Habarian and the others, and quickly walked in front of them, speaking loudly as if he was treating his old friends. This man is very powerful, not inferior to you and me. As for Habarian and Eurofame, when they saw Yuri, several beads of sweat immediately squeezed out of their foreheads. They looked at each other subconsciously and saw shock in each other's pupils. Haha, I've never heard of it. There are masters as powerful as you in the Fairy Tale of the Magician Guild. Vorld, this is your fault. How can you hide such a strong man without announcing it to the world? Isn't this making a fool of myself and Eurov? Based on the principle of not hitting a smiling person, Habarian, the chairman of the Magic Council era, imitated Yuri's posture, showed a hearty smile, and first praised Yuri's powerful magic skills. Then he turned his head to look at Vlad beside Yuri, complaining that Vlad did not tell them about Yuri's identity in advance, making them laugh at this moment. Then he turned his head and looked at Yuri and asked tentatively, I don't know your name, can you tell me something? Let us learn from you. Haha, what master? How dare I call you a master in front of you? After all, I'm not even one of the 10 holy mages. As for the name, it's not something that can't be told to others. I'm Yuri Dolia. I'm one of the founders of the Mages Guild Fairy Tale. I'm honored to meet you too. Yuri laughed and said his name modestly. Yuri Dolia. Hearing this, Habarian's eyes lit up slightly. He was familiar with the surname Dolia. After all, the current president of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale is named Dolia, and looking at the entire Fairy Tale Guild, the only founder of Fairy Tale who is also named Yuri Dolia is the current president Makarov Dolia, the old father who has died for many years. Excuse me, haven't you been dead for many years? Habarian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuri tentatively. Hee. I just went on a trip. It's just that this trip took a little longer. As a result, that bastard Makarov mistakenly thought that I was dead. He also spread it everywhere, which really pissed me off. But fortunately, after I came back this time, I have dealt with that kid severely, so you can rest assured about this. Yuri's answer was flawless. Did he have to admit that he had been hiding his identity and constantly is it about collecting magic books for that bastard Preshito? Yes, is that so? Habarian looked at Yuri deeply after hearing this. He could tell that Yuri was definitely lying to him, but he did not expose him. Okay, are you guys done talking? If you are, follow me into the guild. Just when Habarian was suspicious of Yuri, Preshito, who had been silent all the time, suddenly walked in front of everyone and spoke with a slightly unhappy look. You, who are you? When Habarian and Eurofame saw Preshito's face clearly, they all took a breath of cold air. Hades, the president of the Demon Heart, the strongest dark magician guild in Ishgar? Why is he also in Fairy Tale? For a moment, Habarian and Eurofame felt cold all over, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At the same time, they burst out amazing magic power and prepared for the battle. Boom! Be quiet for a while. When Preshito felt the powerful magic power entangled around Habarian and Eurofame, his expression suddenly revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. For a moment, the magic power in Prishido's body kept shaking, and it seemed that he was ready to fight Habarian and Eurofilhame at any time. Vorad, what are you waiting for? Why don't you join forces with us quickly and capture this evil guy from the Dark Mage Guild who is listed as the most wanted criminal by the Magic Council era? Habarian looked at Volrod beside him and urged him. Habarian and Eurofilhame, did you make a mistake? Where are the members of the Dark Mage Guild here? Why don't I see anything? Vorad heard this and looked at Habarian, his expression full of confusion. Vorad, are you old and blind? Don't you see that the man standing next to you is the only SSS-level wanted criminal on the Ishgar continent, the president of the strongest Dark Mage Guild on the continent, the Devil's Heart, Hades, the Dark Mage, listed by the Magic Council era. Eurofilhame even directly exposed Prishido's vest, which was also because Prishido did not disguise himself when he acted in his early years. Hee. So that's what it is. I was saying that you two must have made a mistake. This isn't the president of the Dark Mage Guild, Devil's Heart. This is one of the 4 founders of our Light Mage Guild, Fairy Tail. He is also the 2nd-generation president of Fairy Tail, Prishido Gelborg. But maybe because Prishido has a serious personality, and he does have a gloomy face, he is always mistaken. Vorad stroked his beard gently, with a peaceful smile on his face. However, when Volod said this, he suddenly changed the subject and said in an extremely cold voice, "You two, do you think what I said is right?" As Volod's voice fell, whether it was Habarian or Eurofilhame, their faces changed. Deep in their hearts, they said with fear, "It's bad. We seem to have accidentally fallen into the trap of the Dark Mage Guild. This damn Fairy Tail is a family with the continent's #1 Dark Mage, Devil's Heart, from beginning to end. What is the purpose of a Dark Magician Guild to trick our 2 presidents and vice presidents of the council? It is a well-known fact. I say, you two. Who did you say I looked like?" Without waiting for Habarian and the others to answer Volod's question, Prishido, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. He just looked at Euruf and the others quietly. His expression was full of indifference and murderous intent, as if he would kill them if Euruf and the others' answers did not satisfy Prishido. Boom! At the same time, whether it was Yuri or Volod, they all looked at Euruf and the others without saying a word like Prishido, and the 3 king-level magic powers directly overwhelmed Euruf and the others. After feeling the magic power of Prishido, Yuri, and Volod, Habarian and Eurofilhame's faces suddenly changed. Although Habarian and Euruf were both strong, Volod and the other 2 seemed to be stronger. Especially Prishido's profound magic power, which gave them a feeling that he was slightly above them. It was incredible. It's over. This made Euruf secretly groan in his heart. It seemed that if the answers of Euruf and Habarian from the Magic Council era could not satisfy the Fairy Tail Guild at this moment, then the Fairy Tail Guild could make the people of the entire Ishgar continent dissatisfied. The huge pressure fell on the 2 of them in an instant. Not only was it the pressure brought to them by the strength of the 2 strong men in front of them, but also the psychological and moral pressure. Boom! For a moment, there was a faint thunder flashing in the sky of Magnolia Town. Eurofo and Habarian looking towards the direction of the Fairy Tail Guild. How can this be the legendary Wizard Guild Fairy Tail? This is simply a man-eating devil's den. When Prishido Gelborg appeared, it was confirmed that the Fairy Tail continent's first Dark Wizard Guild was the first. Make up for yesterday's 8,000 word Super Invincible Ultimate Chapter. It will not affect tonight's Chapter 128. Which normal Wizard Guild can gather the lineup of the Mother of Dragons, the Dragon, and the Devil? Ha ha ha. It's just a joke. Habarian, who has a high emotional intelligence, keen insight, and is the chairman of the council, just glanced at Volod, Yuri, and Prishido. He was sure that the 3 people in front of him were not joking with them, but were really ready to fight with them if they disagreed with them. The three of you from the Fairy Tale Guild, don't be so serious. By the way, Vlad, aren't you the one who likes to joke the most? This made Habarian change his previous seriousness, imitated Vlad's joking before, laughed, and tried to cover up the matter. After all, now is not the time to completely turn against the Magician Guild fairy tale, so he and Yurifhaim must continue to endure. Ha ha ha. Vlad's expression paused, and he accepted Habarian's goodwill with a smile. Vlad has lived for more than 100 years and is also an old hand. He knew clearly in his heart that Habarian was trying to save face for himself. Obviously, Habarian has clearly realized the overwhelming gap in strength between the Fairy Tale Guild and the Council, and chose to take a step back to show respect. In this regard, Vlad is also willing to give Habarian this face. Yes. Yes. I was just joking with you too. After all, I love joking the most. Vlad continued. To be honest, Vlad still admires Habarian. The other party's indirect blood-sucking magic, which can be performed directly without contacting anyone, is indeed unique. If it weren't for the fairy tale, the Magician Guild to which Vlad belonged, being born on the opposite side of the Magic Council era, Vlad really wanted to make friends with Habarian. Hee, Yurifhaim. After that, after Vlad understood Habarian's thoughts, he turned his head and looked at Yurifhaim, who was standing next to Habarian but had not spoken. Vlad didn't believe that the old man Yurifhaim didn't understand that Habarian was going to reconcile with Fairy Tale after such a long time. Since Habarian, the chairman of the council, has temporarily bowed to the Fairy Tale Guild, what is Yurav, the vice-chairman, pretending to be here? So, Vlad raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes, and looked at Yurifhaim with a slightly playful expression, repeating Yurifhaim's name in his mouth, Yurifhaim. Tisk tisk tisk, and making bursts of smacking sounds, as if expressing his disdain. Vlad, what do you mean by this? As expected, Yurav couldn't help it as Vlad had guessed, he glared at Vlad and asked coldly. Hee. Vlad didn't seem to give Yurifhaim any face when he heard this. He used his name in front of everyone and said, Oh. Yurifhaim, your name is still as weird as ever. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm just kidding. Then, Vlad laughed to himself. You old guy. Vlad looked at Vlad with his beard glaring when he heard this. Of course, Yurifhaim knew in his heart that Vlad was using his name to embarrass him, but he had no way to do anything about it. To be honest, Yurifhaim should thank Vlad. After all, he was used to being tough, and couldn't say words of self-mockery and humorous peace-seeking like Habarian just now. Yurifhaim could only stare blankly, but he had no way to do anything. And Yuri and Presheto obviously wouldn't give him the chance to stare blankly. If the stalemate continued like this, the final result would be that Yuri and Presheto would regard Yurifhaim's silence as a provocation to the Fairy Tale Guild, and therefore attack Yurav. At the moment, with Vlad's interruption, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Ha ha ha, stop arguing, both of you. Today is the day when the fairy tale mages and the townspeople of Magnolia celebrate the harvest. If you still want to argue, after the harvest festival is over, I'll let you two argue to your heart's content when we return to the Magic Council. Habarian stepped out to smooth things over. He didn't side with Yurifhaim, nor did he side with instead of hitting Vlad Sinkin, they each gave him 50 lashes, trying to just brush off today's events. At the same time, Habarian was also warning Yurifhaim that this was not the Magic Council, this was the Magician Guild, and if you quarreled here, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? No matter what grievances or problems Yurifhaim had at the moment, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the harvest season was completely over and return to the Magic Council era to make plans. As for what they said before, Presheto is the president of the Devil's Heart, the strongest dark magician guild on the continent, now no one mentioned it. Go. 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 Just as Speaker Habarian said. Today is a big day for the Fairy Tale Guild. What are we old guys doing blocking the door here? Let's go back to the guild quickly. The magicians of Fairy Tale and other guilds are getting impatient now. At this time, Yuri also stood up and made peace for everyone. He pushed Vlad with one hand and pulled Habarian's shoulder with the other hand. After a while of pulling and tugging, they entered the Fairy Tale Guild, the lobby on the first floor. For a while, outside the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, only Eurifheim and Preshedo were left, two stubborn people who were not good at beating around the bush. Hades, don't think that our business is over. Eurifheim raised his head and looked at the unfathomable Preshedo, warning him coldly. Hee. Boy, it's not easy for you to advance in the magic way to this point. I will only teach you two things today. The first thing is, don't change other people's names casually. I will never change my name, and I have always been called Preshedo Gelborg. I don't know the Hades you are talking about. The second thing is, before you have absolute strength, or before you have a stronger power than your enemy, don't provoke those who you can't afford to provoke. After Preshedo finished speaking, he looked at Eurifheim deeply, and entered the Fairy Tale Guild without looking back, as if he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Eurifheim. In fact, Preshedo had already figured out the extent of Eurifheim's strength with just one glance. If we simply calculate it based on the amount of magic power, the magic power in Eurifheim's body is not even as strong as that of Vlad Sinkin, the weakest of the original four. But Vlad's magic is really not good at fighting. So, in terms of actual combat power, Eurifheim is still stronger. But he is only slightly stronger than Vlad, and it can only be said that his strength is very limited. He is not a match for Preshedo at all. And his potential has been almost exhausted. He is just a small character who is not worth worrying about. Damn it! Eurifheim, looking at Preshedo who was leaving, clenched his teeth and roared angrily, but unfortunately he was powerless to change everything in front of him. Eurifheim seemed to have long forgotten what it felt like to be powerless. The last time he could only stand there helplessly and furious was when he was 5 years old, when the neighbor's brother, who was 3 years older than him, snatched the lollipop from him. At the same time, inside the Fairy Tale Guild, under the dim light, Makarov, the current president of Fairy Tale, was standing on the podium in the deepest part of the guild. He held the microphone and read loudly the script he had memorized in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, and the members of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, let us warmly welcome the guests from the Mage Guild Blue Pegasus, the Mage Guild Four Hounds, the Mage Guild Lumen Guardian, and the Mage Guild Diabolos with applause. Makarov smiled and loudly welcomed his old friends in the Fairy Tale Guild, who had founded the major mage guilds after leaving Fairy Tale. Pa 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 pa. As Makarov finished speaking, the entire Fairy Tale Guild immediately gave a warm and intensive applause. Oh, you're talking about me. Everyone from the Blue Pegasus, show your face. Then, the plump Bob, with the Blue Pegasus members behind him, who were wearing black suits and beautiful dresses, appeared in the lobby of the Fairy Tale Guild. So handsome! The Blue Pegasus magician is as dazzling as ever. For a moment, all the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild opened their eyes wide. It must be said that the Blue Pegasus magicians are still very good in terms of appearance. Until this group of people saw Yiye standing in the middle of the Blue Pegasus group of handsome men and beautiful women. Ah! I'm blind. For a moment, many Fairy Tale magicians covered their eyes. Men! I am Yiye Wangdalei Shao. The fragrance of you all is really refreshing. Yiye, with his plump beer belly, stood in the middle of this group of handsome men and beautiful women, holding a bright red rose in his mouth, posing confidently, thinking he was handsome.se, and introduced himself loudly. I am Hyakia Hibiki Letties. I am Kuroyalien Akatsuki. I am Colin Lilica. The fragrance of everyone is really refreshing. As Yiye finished speaking, Hibiki, Lien and Colin imitated Yiye, made the previous posture, and introduced themselves to the people of the Fairy Tale Guild with a smile. Are they mentally ill? Gray and Leon frowned when they saw this. How should I put it? Because the president of the Blue Pegasus used to be a member of our fairy tale, so strictly speaking, they are actually separated from our fairy tale guild. Ian sat at the bar, holding the water of life in his hand, and said helplessly. That's fine. Gray and Leon, upon hearing that Aoki Pegasus was a branch of their fairy tale guild, immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Since it is a branch of their fairy tale, it is normal to be a little crazy. Gray, Leon, Clothes Kana, who was originally admiring the handsome guys of Aoki Pegasus Guild, saw the basketball of Kuriko under the crotch of Gray and Leon, and called them miracle doctors who cured her love brain in a second, so she reminded them. What? Where are our clothes? Did you, Natsu, steal them? Gray and Leon looked at Natsu almost at the same time. Bullshit, you two didn't wear them when you came. Natsu didn't take the blame at all and angrily said. These two obviously look like handsome guys like me. To be honest, with this level of appearance, I originally wanted to recruit them into Blue Pegasus, but unfortunately they seem to have a big problem with their brains. But the two of them may be able to open up the market for stripping for Blue Pegasus. Nowadays, those rich women like to play something wild. In response, Yi looked at Leon and Gray and said with disgust. Please, only you, don't despise us. I feel like I've been insulted. It's not clean all of a sudden. Lion and Gray, who were despised by Yi, shouted that they were insulted. They rushed to Yi and roared. Hee hee. I seem to have heard the word wild. Little ones, it's time to let them know what real wildness is. Wild. Just when Ye said the word wild, the leader of the Four Hounds of the Magister Guild, Goodman, stood up and shouted the slogan of his guild. 4. After Goodman finished speaking, the mages of the Four Hounds Guild, led by Drunken Eagle Pakas, made the gesture of the Four Hounds and shouted. Next up is the Lumen Guardian Guild led by Rob. Goodman, no. The rough guys don't deserve much introduction, right? The answer is, yes. Ha 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 ha. Even after so long, everyone is still very energetic. In that case, I feel relieved. Even at his age, Rob is still energetic, with his arms around him, looking at his long-lost fairy tale companions in front of him, and laughing. Well, the Devil's Heart has been secretly disbanded by Presheto and merged into the Lumen Guardian Guild. Rob, who originally stayed in the Devil's Heart Guild, replaced Joseph Pola and became the nominal president of the Lumen Guardian. As for Pola, he is now the vice president. Behind Rob are the four elements of the original Phantom, Aaliyah, Juvia, Thor, Rabbit Maru, and the Iron Dragon Gidger who is gnawing with a wrench. In addition, there is the original Devil's Heart, all the 10 followers of Purgatory. They are Jalal, the leader of the 10 followers, and the 5 people who were supposed to become the 6 demon generals, Macbeth, Sawyer, Sono, Eric, and Richard, and the 4 people of the original 7 followers of Purgatory, Lastyros, Zankro, Hwayuan, and Azuma. And Joseph Pola, who was unhappy because he was forced to work as a part-time job even though his guild had been taken away by someone. At present, these 16 magicians are the guardians of Lumen, all the high-end combat power. The last Diabolos, only 2 people. One is Race, Ghost, with white hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The other is a gloomy young man who carries a huge coffin on his back and wears a slightly gorgeous dress, giving people a dark feeling. The young man's name is Kiran, who claims to be a majestic dragon-slaying magic user. In fact, the dragon-slaying magic in his body seems to be slightly related to Lacheus's dragon-slaying magic. As for the Fairy Tale Guild, Iluza, Ellie, Lacheus's, Altair, Myra Jane, Gray, Natsu, Leon, Kana, and others have been eager to try. Their eyes wandered on Pegasus, Lumen, Hound, Diabolos, and the magicians of the 4 major guilds, as if looking forward to the next. Well, no matter what the next game is. In the eyes of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, there is only one thing, that is the fighting competition. Next, let us invite the 4 founders of the Magicians Guild Fairy Tale, and the chairman of the Magic Council era, Irene, who is ranked at the top of the Holy 10 and is known as the 4 Heavenly Kings of Ishgar, and the deputy chairman Mr. Urafhaim, to give a speech to everyone. After introducing the 4 major guilds including Pegasus, Makarov continued to cue the process and invited Preshedo and others to the podium to give a speech to the young magicians present. For a while, Preshedo, Vlad, Yuri, Mavis, Irene, and Urafhaim all stood on the podium of the guild. Very strong. But he is only on par with me. Not as strong as President Yurg. No, I am stronger after all. The gloomy young man standing beside Race raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing Yuri and others speaking on the stage. He vaguely realized that these people in front of him were strong people in the inhuman realm like him, but he was only 27 years old this year and still had the potential to continue to improve, while these people in front of him seemed to have reached the limit of what they could achieve. These are the 10 strongest magicians on the Ishgar continent with the title of the 10 Holy Magicians. To be honest, I am really disappointed. Kylan yawned. He originally had no interest in the action on the Ishgar continent. Now, after seeing the strongest magicians on the Ishgar continent, he felt more and more bored. Everyone. I have set up various spells and traps in the town of Magnolia behind you. I put medals with the logos of the 5 major guilds, Fairy Tale, Pegasus, Lumen, Hound, and Diabolos, in the town. If you want to prove to me here that the guild you represent is the most powerful in the kingdom of Fiori and even in the world of Eslanden, then go to the town and collect the medals for me. The winner will receive a generous reward. Preshedo summoned Irene, Urafhaim, and reporters from Magic Magazine to come here just to show off his muscles. At the same time, it was also to give Mavis a pure gift, so that Mavis could intuitively feel how powerful the Fairy Tale Guild is right now. For this reason, he paid out of his own pocket to give subsidies to everyone in the town, so that everyone could go out for a trip and relax in the next few days. Of course, those who are not afraid of death can also take the money and stay. Oh! As Preshedo finished speaking, all the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall cheered. In short, the situation is very clear. That is the joint fight of the 5 major magician guilds, including the Fairy Tale Guild, the Blue Pegasus Guild, the 4 Hounds Guild, the Lumen Guardian Guild, and the Diabolos Guild. Stop talking nonsense and just do it. It's burning! Natsu shouted excitedly, releasing blazing flames all over his body. I seem to smell the scent of a dragon. The Kirin's eyes swept through the people in the Fairy Tale Guild and finally landed on Natsu. No, there is not only one dragon here. Then, Kirin's eyes fell on Iron Dragon Gajeel, then Sky Dragon Wendy, Poison Dragon Eric, and finally Thunder Dragon Lacuses. Is this the breath of the Thunder Dragon King election? God is really helping me. This is exactly the Holy Land I have always dreamed of. The moment Kirin saw Lacuses, his breathing began to quicken, and his eyes flickered with the desire to devour Lacuses. Ah! After a year of training, Lacuses, who was separated from the non-human realm by a wall, had successfully stabilized the magic power in his body to the level of Jura during the martial arts performance. After feeling Kirin's gaze, he frowned and thought to himself, the way that guy looks at me seems strange. It's time to show my true strength. On the other side, Jalal, the head of the Purgatory volume, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were firm and fierce. Hey! Urza, do you still remember me? I must seek revenge on you today. Lasteros looked at Urza not far away with a gloomy face and spoke loudly. Who are you? Urza looked over and saw Rastylos shouting at her. She was puzzled. You forgot about me. Rastylos looked at Urza's fake attitude and almost fainted. Is this me in the Eslanden world? Let me defeat him on the other side. Mr. Ergen stood in the corner, his eyes fixed on Jalal. Well, there was only one reason why Mr. Ergen wanted to beat Jalal up, that is, He had heard Ian say that Ian hated people with short blue hair, tattoos on their faces, and named Jalal the most. First of all, he was from another world and had never provoked Ian. Then the one who provoked Ian could only be Jalal in this world. He was completely harmed by Jalal in this world. This bastard who harmed him must be eliminated. Hey! Everyone, calm down a little. We never said that the three of us would not join the war. In response to this, just when the fairy tale guild was in chaos, Gildarts, Ian, and you were looking at the group of eager little brats with a smile. How could the three adults not participate in such an interesting activity? These three people. Kiran, who originally planned to take action directly, saw Gildarts, Ian and you, and his pupils trembled suddenly. The strength of each of the three people in front of him was almost above him. Especially the uncle with orange short hair and the guy with black short hair who seemed to be the same age as him, their strength was even more unfathomable, giving him the feeling of facing the president of their guild, Jörg Lesson. It seems that I underestimated this continent. For a moment, Kiran slowly immersed himself, and he secretly waited for the opportunity to take action. Gildarts, Ian, and you. You three are also going to participate in this event. Isn't this a foul? As Ian and Gildarts announced their participation in the battle, the originally lively fairy tale guild suddenly became quiet. Perhaps, the magicians of other guilds don't know what will happen? But the magicians of the fairy tale guild have begun to tremble. Well, I want to join the battle too. This is my first time to participate in a collective activity of the guild. Just thinking about it makes me feel very interesting. At this time, Auguste raised his right hand weakly, facing everyone in the guild, indicating that he would also participate in the battle. If you say so, I also want to participate. The next second after Auguste announced his participation in the battle, accompanied by the tearing of space, Irene, whose pregnant belly was just beginning to emerge, appeared in the fairy tale guild with the sacred glow of motherhood on her face. Aaron, don't make trouble. Ian looked at Aaron's belly and said worriedly. Mother, calm down. Iluza and Elle approached Aaron and persuaded her. How can you not invite me to such an interesting activity? Just then, with endless waves flowing, Selene, far away in the world of Valencia, walked into the hall of the fairy tale guild with her long white legs. Moon, moon, moon. Kylan, who originally didn't take the magicians of the fairy tale guild or even the magicians of the Ishgar continent seriously, fell to his knees on the ground with a thump when he saw the long white legs of the moon dragon Selene, with a look of confusion on his face. Well, Kylan couldn't understand why he saw the legendary dragon with power comparable to that of God on the northern continent of Kiltana on the Ishgar continent. However, compared to Kylan, the more desperate ones are Habarian and Eurifilheim. Habarian, who has always maintained his elegance and remained calm and composed even in the face of pressure from Vlad, Yuri, and Presheto, showed a look of despair about the magic path the moment he saw Auguste. He said puzzledly, what is going on with this abnormally huge magic power? Is this really a power that humans can possess? It is almost the same as the power of magic elves. No, it is even greater than the power of magic elves? How is this possible? I can't understand it at all. If there is someone in this world who can control such a huge power, then what is my magic path? The demon god in the abyss recorded in the legendary ancient books is probably just like this. This is no longer a field that the human species can reach. It is completely not in the same dimension as us, and it is an essential difference. Habarian looked up at the sky, and he finally understood it now. The magic spirit power that he originally regarded as a secret weapon, how ridiculous is it in front of the real strong in this world? Irene, the mother of Urza and Elle. Elle is a dragon, her last name is Belzarian. When combined with the name of Aaron, it is Aaron Belzarian. Legend has it that the world-destroying black dragon Acknowledge recorded in the Book of Revelation was originally a human, but he practiced dragon-slaying magic to the extreme and turned himself into a dragon. That is to say, people who practice dragon-slaying magic to the extreme will turn into dragons. At this moment, Eurofame has figured everything out. Haha! I told you so! Why does Fairy Tail have so many dragon slayers? It turns out that the mother of dragon slayer magic that I've been looking for, who can teach me how to deal with dragons, is in Fairy Tail. On the other side, Eurofame was talking to himself, and suddenly he laughed out loud, madly, as if no one was around. Well, if you want to deal with Fairy Tail, you have to kill the dragon. If you want to kill the dragon, you have to learn Dragon Slayer magic. If you want to learn Dragon Slayer magic, if you want to join Fairy Tail, you have to join Fairy Tail. Very good, a perfect closed loop. The Magician Guild Fairy Tail is already invincible. Eurofame plans to resign from the position of Vice President of the Council after returning. It is meaningless to continue to fight Fairy Tail. As for the Magician Guild Fairy Tail, it has gathered the demon god, Auguste, the mother of Dragon Slayer magic, Irene, and the dragon, Selene. What do these three forces that can destroy the world want to do? Eurofame is too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it's nothing more than world conquest. What else can it be? That President Preshedo, do we really not need to disband the Kingdom of Fiori and even all the people living on the Ishgar continent now? Makarov looked at the lineup gathered in the Fairy Tail Guild in front of him, and his eyes twitched. To be honest, if these people fight, they can really destroy the world. Sorry, it's a little late, let's continue with an 8,000 word super chapter. Well, and it's completely burned out. The oil is exhausted, it belongs to. Chapter 129. What? You said that the Moon Dragon, the mother of Dragon Slayer, and the Magic King are a family? Are you crazy? You guys, stop it quickly. After listening to Makarov's words, Preshedo frowned tightly. He knew clearly in his heart that he must stand up, otherwise the Kingdom of Fiori would be destroyed. Well, even in the original book, the old Pu who was forced to blacken by Zeref and the Albarez Empire in the West never wanted to destroy the world. He just planned to recast this weak world that could not perfectly exert the full power of the lost magic, and create a large magic world that can use any magic in theory. Then travel through time and space to save his beloved. What's wrong with him? Even though his beloved doesn't love him, it doesn't prevent him from saving her. What does salvation have to do with her? Irene, Augusta, Selene. You three are fighting here. Are you planning to attract the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia? Then, Preshedo told everyone the reason why they had to stop. Yes, until the very end. The one who can save this world from Fairy Tail. It still has to be the brave Dragon Slayer 400 years ago, the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia. Aknologia, every time a giant dragon in this world starts to go crazy, I am whitewashed. The value of what I said at the beginning is still rising. I said, if you want peace in this world, you have to destroy all dragons, but you don't believe it. Now you understand my wisdom, right? Alas! Those who have not experienced that era will never understand the harm that giant dragons have brought to this world. Only by destroying all the dragons in the world can the world achieve true peace. In response, passers-by in the Eslanden world shouted frantically, Invincible Master Aknologia, go and stop the crazy goblins from destroying the world. Come on! Ahem! At the same time, are Irene and the others unable to participate in the event? This is really a pity. I really hope that they will participate in the event. After all, the guild finally got so lively once. If they can't participate, wouldn't it be a pity? As Preshedo finished speaking, Mavis opened her big watery eyes and spoke in disappointment. He. Mavis is so cute. I mean, Irene, Selene, and Augusta, please fight harder. As long as Mavis is happy, the world is destroyed, so what? Preshedo looked at Mavis with an excited face. He changed his previous greatness and praised Augusta, Selene, and Irene. As long as Mavis is happy, the world is destroyed, so what? A world that cannot make Mavis happy will have no meaning. So, in order to make Mavis happy, Augusta, Irene and Selene, you can make as much noise as you want. Hey, Lao Pu, what are you doing? Lao Pu! Have you forgotten the words you taught me? Makarov was numb when he heard this. The good news is that the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Preshito, has returned and took over the work of the president from him, which made him relax for a rare time. The bad news is that the second-generation president Preshito seems to be a dead liquor. If the Fairy Tale Guild is completely handed over to the first-generation president Mavis and the second-generation president Preshito, the world will be doomed sooner or later. There is no way out. Preshito is no longer reliable, so I have to do it myself. Ian. I'll leave the matter of Irene, Selene, and Augusta to you. In response, Makarov took the microphone from Preshito's hand. He once again took on the responsibility of the fairy tale president and gave orders to Ian, who was eating melons on the side. Me. Ian looked at Makarov with a confused face when he heard this, eating melons and eating them on yourself? For a moment, his big eyes were full of doubts. Are you really asking him to deal with Irene, Selene, and August? What can he rely on to deal with them? Is it his identity? Isn't he the husband of Irene and Selene, and the father of August? What's so special about this identity? Well, how should I put it? It seems that relying on his identity is not impossible. Nonsense, who else can I give it to if not you? Irene and Moondragon Selene are both your wives. August is your son. Why don't you take action at this time? Are you going to stand aside and watch us die quietly? Makarov pushed Ian in front of Selene and Irene without saying anything. Okay. Ian said. He decided to sacrifice himself. He stopped Irene and Selene by himself. Of course, Ian was also thinking about Irene and the baby in her belly. Originally, Ian had not planned to let Irene participate in this year's event. Wait, what did I just hear? Irene bells Arian, the legendary mother of dragon-slaying magic. Moon god dragon Selene, the dragon that ravaged the northern continent of Kurtana, was praised by the people of the northern continent as having the power to rival the true gods. And that one, who seemed to have reached the end of the magic path and turned into the abyss itself, is the king of all magic. Is it related to the man in front of you? Urifohame and Habarian were stunned after hearing what Makarov said. They looked at Ian in disbelief, their pupils trembling violently. No, who is this man? How can he marry the mother of Dragon Slayer magic and the dragon that ravaged the northern continent at the same time? Also, the man who releases infinite magic power all over his body, like the source of magic, is actually the son of the person in front of me. Did he save the world or the universe in his previous life? Only then can he be qualified to have such a strong family. For a moment, Urifohame, whose heart had already collapsed, widened his eyes. When he looked at Ian, there were three things in his eyes. That is, admiration, admiration, and admiration. It's simply unimaginable. How powerful is Ian to be favored by the mother of Dragon Slayer magic and the Moon Dragon at the same time? And give birth to a powerful offspring like August? For ordinary people, any one of these three things is completely impossible, right? Anyway, you go and get it done. After Makarov sacrificed Ian and calmed the anger of the Dragon Slayer magic mother, the Moon Dragon, and the Magic King, he looked at the mages in the guild hall and announced loudly, anyway. Guys. The Mage Guild Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lumen Guardian, Four Hounds, and Diabolos. In X780, the Harvest Festival officially begins. Don't hesitate. Go to Magnolia Town and collect the emblems of the major guilds. Don't let other guilds get ahead of you. Let's not talk about the winner's reward for now, just to maintain the mystery. But the loser will be named the bottom of the 5 major mage guilds. Makarov knows how to fan the flames. Perhaps, if you tell everyone about the winner's reward, everyone will be dismissive. But if you tell everyone about the loser's punishment, everyone will panic. Oh! As Makarov finished speaking, the magicians of the 5 major guilds, who had been shocked by the incomprehensible magic power of Selene, Irene, and August, had forgotten everything. At this moment, they once again burst into unprecedented passion. Don't think too much, the battle is over. At this moment, there is only one thing in everyone's mind, in short, we must not be the last. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the ordinary magicians in this group of magician guilds cannot feel the gap between them and Irene and others. In their opinion, the gap between them and Irene is not much different from the gap between them and the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. According to Ian's words, it is. Before reaching the king level and shield level, seeing Irene, Selene, and others is like a frog in a well seeing the moon. After reaching the king level and shield level, seeing Irene, Selene, and others is like a mayfly seeing the sky. People with weak strength, on the contrary, cannot perceive the real gap in strength between them and Irene and others. Therefore, the truly autistic people. In fact, there are only 3 people, Eurofhame, Habarian, and Kiran. As for the new generation of S-class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild whose strength is close to the king level, they have already broken through the defense. Breaking defense is something that you get used to after breaking through it. Therefore, when the mages of Blue Pegasus, Luminous Guardian, Fairy Tale, and 4 Hounds came out of the Fairy Tale Guild one after another, only Kiran, who represented the Dragon Eater Guild Diabolos, knelt on one knee on the ground at this moment, and kept muttering, "How could this happen? No, it should be like this. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible to happen." Well, after Kiran saw Irene and August, 2 people who were far more powerful than him and the strongest human beings in his eyes. That is, the president of the Dragon Eater Guild Diabolos, Yerglesson, who had defeated dragons many times, Kiran became panic-stricken and showed a panic-stricken look. Everything in front of him was beyond Kiran's previous cognition. At this moment, Kiran still had the arrogant attitude when he first entered the Fairy Tale Guild. Boom! Just when Kiran was in a panic, accompanied by a sharp thunder, Lachusis came to Kiran at some point and punched him in the face. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Kiran was punched out by Lachusis and smashed the ceiling of the Fairy Tale Guild at the same time. Lachusis, you guy, get out and fight! When Makarov saw his beloved guild destroyed, he immediately said angrily to Lachusis with a beard and eyes wide open. "I know, old man," Lachusis said, and turned into a golden lightning and disappeared in the guild. "Old Ma, I know your grandson, Lachusis, is very powerful. But Kiran is 5 or 6 years older than Lachusis in terms of strength, he is much stronger than Lachusis. In addition, Kiran has always been reckless when he attacks. I'm worried that Lachusis will be in danger." After Race, Ghost, saw Lachusis take the initiative to challenge Kiran, his face changed slightly, and he looked up at Makarov with a worried look on his face. "Ha ha ha, don't worry about this. Lachusis will definitely be fine. After all, I have taught him my strongest magic." As Race finished speaking, before Makarov could answer, Lachusis's great-grandfather Yuri gave Race the answer. "The strongest magic." Race was stunned for a moment, looking confused. Well, it's a pity. Race didn't know Yuri. He joined the Fairy Tale Guild many years after Yuri left. Boom! On the other side, accompanied by thunder, Lachusis and the Kiran that was knocked out by him were facing each other faintly, and the atmosphere between them was extremely solemn. "I feel a familiar taste in your body. You should also be a thunder-attributed dragon slayer magician, right? The expression of a weak person really doesn't suit you. The thunder attribute is a power that only the strong can use." Lachusis raised his neck and looked at Kiran, speaking indifferently. What do you know? You don't understand my pain at all. Can you understand the distance where the gap in strength is so big that no matter how hard you chase, you can't catch up? Hehe, guys like you can't understand me at all. Kiran looked at Lachesis coldly, a young master who grew up in the Fairy Tale Guild, an organization with the protection of the world's top combat power. How can he understand the pain of him who was born at the bottom of Kurtana in the North Continent, struggled hard to move up, and made countless efforts to have such strength now? Okay, it seems lucky to say more. Men only speak with their fists. Lachesis stopped Kiran's whining. He clenched his fists, signaling Kiran to speak with his fists like a man. Then I will give you a defeat. Kylan's eyes twitched slightly. He looked at Lachesis with a cold face, and had already made a decision in his heart. Since Lachesis likes to speak with fists, then he will use Lachesis's way to let him understand what failure tastes like. Haha, that's right. Watch out, Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Lachesis said, turning into a golden lightning, directly came in front of Kylan, and released a powerful collapse fist. Huanglong's collapse fist. Accompanied by endless roars. The two strongest magicians with a single thunder attribute in the world of Eslanden fought together at this moment. This is not only a contest of dragon-slaying magic between Lachesis and Kiran, but also a competition between two strong men who inherited the Thunder Dragon King election. They will decide who is the real heir of the Thunder Dragon King. Thunder Dragon King election, no, one of you dug out my heart and the other ate my flesh alive. How dare you say you want to inherit my name? All of you die. Already turned into a soul and sealed in a coffin by race. Because of his strong magic power, Election could not be reincarnated. He was constantly hiding in a dark corner, drawing circles and cursing Lachesis and Kiran, the two children who divided him. On the other side. Are you Urza? The strongest magician of the younger generation of the Fairy Tale Guild? Currently, Gerard, the guardian of Lumina and the strongest magician, stopped the people who were about to go to Magnolia Town. Urza, who was looking for the guild logo, asked indifferently. Yes. Who are you? Urza looked at Jalal, who had short blue hair and tattoos on his face, and felt extremely annoyed. She hated the little hooligans who had blue hair and tattoos on their faces with unknown meanings and no artistic pursuits. My name is Jalal Fernandez, the strongest magician of the younger generation of luminous guardians, and a strong contender for the title of the next Holy 10 Magicians. I will defeat you here to prove my strength as the strongest of the younger generation. Jalal said, posing a celestial magic posture. Hey! How could you, a little hooligans who are unknown, challenge our Fairy Tale Guild, the queen of the younger generation? Just as Jalal was about to take action, Mist Gang, who was always unknown and seriously underestimated by everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild, stood up and blocked Urza and Jalal. Who are you? Jellard looked at the person in front of him and frowned slightly. The one who defeated you. Mr. Gang said, turned his head and looked at Urza behind him, and whispered, Urza, leave this to me. Got it, Mr. Gang. Urza heard this, she looked at Mr. Gang deeply, and said with a smile. How could I let you leave? Jellard frowned when he saw this, he would never let Urza escape from him like this. Jalal was seen posing as a meteor in celestial magic while speaking. 5-layer magic circle, Mikage. Unfortunately, before Jalal could move. With the 5 magic wands that suddenly fell from the sky and inserted into his side, several magic circles were superimposed together, controlling him in place. What is this? For a moment, Jalal's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Mr. Gang deeply. I said, I won't let you leave. Mr. Gong's eyes were fierce and cold. In fact, the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild seriously underestimated Mr. Gang. Indeed, because he is from the world of Edlas, it is true that he cannot use magic. But on the contrary, he has obtained a physique far beyond that of normal people in the world of Eslanden. It's like Urza in the world of Edlas in the original book, who obviously has no magic in her body, but can still fight Urza in the world of Eslanden to a draw through force. In order to keep up with the magicians of the fairy tale guild whose strength is rising rapidly. His most powerful place is also like Urza in the world of Edlas, with a well-trained body and excellent martial arts. On the other side, Lachesis has been held back. Arisa is looking for the guild emblem in the town. If you look at it this way, I'm invincible, right? No, it's better to be cautious. It's not the time for revenge yet, I'd better take advantage of the chaos to escape. Joseph Pola, one of the current 10 holy mages, rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, his mind began to become active. You are Joseph Pola. One of the 10 holy mages who is as famous as President Makarov, the president of the Mages Guild Phantom ruler who once competed with our fairy tale guild. Just when Joseph was about to take the opportunity to escape, a faint female voice suddenly sounded beside Joseph. Who? Joseph turned his head and saw a white field when he heard the words. Hey! Scared me to death. I thought it was you, the number 1 of the Holy 10. After seeing the person clearly, Joseph slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, the person was none other than Myra Jane Strauss, who had been unable to pass the S-Class Magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild, and therefore planned to defeat a holder of the title of the Holy 10 Magician to prove his strength. Ah! Myra Jane looked at Joseph's relieved look, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Well, at this moment, Marajana's anger value reached 10%. As long as it's not Urza Belzarian, or Uru Merkovich, or the monsters that Makarov and his friends restricted to the guild, especially Irene and Selene, your fairy tale guild, other female magicians, in my opinion, are totally insignificant. Listen to my advice, little girl, be sensible and leave quickly. Don't ask for trouble. Joseph said proudly. You said I'm not as good as Urza. Maraja heard this, and her eyes twitched slightly. The magic power of the Holy 10 level was released from her body. Well, Joseph Splabla said such a long paragraph, but to Maraja's ears, there were only a few simple words, that is, Maraja is not as good as Urza. How is this magic possible? When Joseph felt the magic in Marajana's body, he was completely sick. This white-haired girl in the fairy tale guild, who was unknown, actually had the strength to match him. What a joke! You know, the other party is only 15 years old. But I'm still stronger. Joseph comforted himself. Well, Joseph's magic power is in the hands of the senior Saint 10. Level. And Mileage has just stepped over the threshold of the Holy 10, so he is still slightly stronger. Completely accept. Deliara's soul. Without waiting for Joseph to think more, Myra accepted Deliara's soul directly. At this moment, the magic power that rivaled Jura during the great martial arts performance period flowed out of Mileage's body. Well, at this moment, Mileage's strength has completely surpassed Joseph himself. Ah, this! Joseph looked at Mileage, whose strength surpassed his in all aspects, and his whole body was numb. Have you thought about how to die? At this moment, Mileage, who had transformed into a demon, tilted his head and looked at Joseph Pola, who was stunned in front of him, and asked indifferently. Chapter 130 Everyone is sadistic, beating the husband of the fairy tale. What a joke! Joseph Pola couldn't imagine being defeated by a 15-year-old kid. Veins popped up on his forehead and he roared, Who do you think I am? I'm one of the 10 holy magisters. Joseph Pola, the leader of the strongest magister guild in the kingdom of Fiori, the ruler of ghosts. How could I be defeated by a kid like you here? Let me show you the gap between us. Death Storm. Joseph Pola didn't hesitate at all. He put his hands together, gathered all the magic power in his body, and then released it in the direction of Mileage. The terrifying magic power destroyed the streets of Magnolia Town in just a moment. Boom! In response, Milage just crossed his arms in front of him and resisted Joseph Pola's full-strength attack. Hwalala! When Joseph's death storm collided with Myra Jane, an endless roar broke out, and the whole street was blown up into the sky and fell like rain. Who? After Joseph finished all this, he gasped for breath. He looked up at the endless smoke and dust in front of him, and murmured softly, "Is it solved?" This level of magic, even if it is a strong man at the level of the 10 holy mages, if he takes it head-on, he will be blown to ashes, right? Don't blame me for being too ruthless, the little girl of the fairy tale guild. The world of mages is the law of the jungle. Boom! However, just when Joseph finished all this and took a rest, as a gust of wind rolled up, in the dispersing smoke and dust, Myra Jane, who had completely received the soul of Deliara, stood firm and looked at Joseph indifferently. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes, as if she was mocking Joseph's weakness. She said disdainfully, "Joseph Pola, one of the 10 great magisters of the Holy Land, your full-strength attack is only at this level. How dare you claim to be as famous as our guild leader, Mr. Makarov? Impossible!" Joseph Pola was dumbfounded when he saw Myra Jane, who was unscathed. That was all his magic power. A full-strength attack from a 10th great magister of the Holy Land, even a King of Heaven-level warrior, would not be unscathed if he took his move head-on. Nothing is impossible in this world. Well, the battle should end. From today on, I will remove you from the title of Holy 10. Mirage said. She gently moved her wrists and ankles, making a crackling sound. Damn! Joseph said, his eyes turned red. He couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated. At this moment, I don't know if it was Joseph's illusion, but he seemed to hear a girl's cry for help in his ears. "Uncle, the ruler of the Phantom. For the world of Eslanden, go and defeat the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild." That's right. I can't fall here. I'm a phantom who specializes in hunting fairies. As the last hope of the phantom, I must fight to the end. As Joseph said, he walked to Myra Jane step by step and said angrily, "If I fall here, who else can defeat Fairy Tale? Take my fatal blow, Soul Destroyer." Although I don't know what happened, but accompanied by Joseph Pola's roar. For a moment, the whole scene was on fire. Deliara's excitement. Unfortunately, before Joseph could show his power, Miraja's excitement directly crushed Joseph's dream of carrying the banner of the Phantom and defeating the fairies. Boom! In the explosion, like a nuclear explosion, Joseph was like a ball kicked away, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. I can't beat him at all. Joseph lay on the ground. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Well, in this world, the only magician of the Fairy Tale Guild who can shout the name of his own guild, then cross several weight levels and kill the opponent in seconds can do it. Joseph will never understand the value of the worldview of the world he lives in, which is called fairy tale. Tisk, trash. Indistinctly, Joseph seemed to see the soul of the world of Eslanden. Standing in front of him, he looked at him with disdain. Boom! On the other side, Leon was fighting with the strongest magician of the Blue Pegasus Guild, Yi. Let me show you my secret. Zero distance inhalation. Yi said, using space magic, he took out 2 bottles of perfume, inserted them directly into his nostrils, and then suddenly inhaled them into his abdominal cavity. This guy is incredible. Is he a pervert? Leon looked at Yi, who inserted the perfume into his nostrils. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the whole person seemed to be in bad condition. After inhaling the fragrance, the power surged out. At the moment when the power voice fell, Yi, who inhaled the fragrance, suddenly turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular man. The suit on his body was stretched open by his steel-like muscles and turned into strips of cloth and fragments. He only had a pair of underwear on his body, covering the privacy that could not be seen even if he took it off. The whole person exuded a strong breath. This guy is taking off his clothes so fast. This guy is really not simple, he is a strong man. For a moment, Gray and Leon seemed to be shocked by Yi Yet. It seemed that in their cognition, those who could take off their clothes in 1 second were all strong among the strong. You two's cognition seems to be wrong, right? Kana, who was beside Leon and Gray, couldn't help but complain loudly. Leon, we can't let this guy look down on us. Gray ignored Kana beside him, he looked at Leon beside him and said seriously. Yes. Gray, let's take off too. Leon nodded slightly, and took off his clothes with Gray in an instant. Hello. For a moment, Leon, Gray, and Yi Yat, 3 naked men, met each other frankly. Damn. I didn't expect you guys to be so good. When Yi Yat saw this, a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he spoke to Gray and Leon with great admiration. What are you admiring? Is this a stripping contest? Kana couldn't help but continue to complain. Come on, Mr. Yi Yat. As expected of Mr. Yi Yat. Hee, if it's Mr. Yi Yat, I can do it. Behind Yi Yat, the world-famous bar model group was still posing and making meaningless sounds, but in short, they admired Yi Yat very much. Are these guys really magicians? This is not a nightclub. The gigolos are all magicians. Our profession of magicians is really finished. Kana covered her face and spoke speechlessly. Gather. The river of light that guides the fairies. Shine on. To destroy the minions of evil. All of you disappear. Fairies' glory. In response, Kana raised her right hand and chanted loudly. No. Wait. Kana, what are you doing? Calm down, we are still standing with these guys. When Gray and Leon heard Kana's chant, they were not feeling well. They looked at Kana anxiously and begged for mercy. Disappear together. Unfortunately, Kana had no intention of showing mercy. She directly activated the fairy's glory, one of the 3 major magics of fairy tale, and in a burst of explosions, Yi, Gray, Leon, and the bar model group were blown up into the sky. Men. In the sky, Yi crossed his hands, posed his famous pose, and shouted the slogan loudly, which was also his catchphrase. Well, Yi is a real man. Boom. After a while, when Gray's ice-shaped magic, the sky ladder, fell from the sky, he couldn't help but complain, Kana, that guy, actually attacked his own people, it's too much. As Gray finished speaking, it suddenly started to rain. A girl with blue curly hair holding an umbrella walked towards Gray silently, whispering softly, dripping. So, you are my opponent this time. Ah. Gray stood up slowly after hearing this, and looked in the direction of the girl calmly. Well, Gray was serious about the girl in front of him. The other party was Juvia, one of the 4S-level magicians of the former Phantom Dominator Guild, a super genius of water magic. However, compared to Gray's calmness, Juvia's pretty face was heating up at a visible speed after seeing the Kuroko basketball under Gray. Soon, Juvia's pretty face was as red as a kettle of boiling water. Juvia looked at Gray and said in a panic, disrespectful. Even if you are the type of handsome guy Juvia likes, you can't be so proactive. Juvia is not a woman who messes around. Ah. When Gray heard this, he subconsciously looked down and then his face was confused. Oh no. My underwear was blown to pieces by Kana's fairy light. Now, I can't show it to anyone. But it doesn't matter, fortunately I have a trick. Thinking so, Gray picked up a few leaves from the bushes beside him and blocked the Kuroko basketball in front of him. This is okay, you can fight with confidence. Gray said, looking at Juvia and whispered. Ah. Juvia was numb looking at Gray's posture. Is this the problem with the leaves? Juvia muttered to herself looking at Gray's posture at the moment. On the other side. The roar of the Iron Dragon. Iron Dragon Gajeel was caught in a rare and difficult battle. Wooden modeling magic taught by Senior Vlad. Infinite green plants. Speed magic super home run. Text magic wall. Well, the people who blocked Gajeel were not Natsu, Leon, Gray, and others. The people who blocked Gajeel at this moment were the lane engine team composed of Troy, Jet, and Levy. Boom! Gajeel's roar was easily blocked by the green plants released by Troy, and Jet accelerated to the back of Gajeel, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and directly hit Gajeel into the sky. At the moment when Gajeel flew up, he slammed into the air wall with magic words specially prepared by Rebbe. A set of silky combos made Gajeel lose his temper. How can these three guys be so strong? Gajeel looked at Rebbe and the other two in shock. His original target was Natsu Dragneel, known as the Fire Dragon, but he was beaten half to death by three unknown little characters without even seeing Natsu. Rebbe did a good job. Jet and Troy, you are also good. On the other side, Rebbe and the other two were high-fiving each other, celebrating that they had knocked Gajeel and the others to the ground. Well, although the three of them are nothing in the Fairy Tale Guild, but they can stand firm in Fairy Tale, a guild full of monsters, and have not been eliminated, which has proved their strength. In addition, with the guidance of the guild's king-level strongmen such as Presheto, Vlad, and Yuri, and the blessing of Ian's magic developer, the strength of the three of them has already reached the level of Thor and Rabbit Maru among the four elements of the Phantom's ruler guild. Gajeel's strength is indeed very strong. But he still can't beat three masters of the four elements alone, and they are masters with extremely tacit cooperation. This guy seems very cute. At the same time, Levy looked at Gajeel in a punk outfit. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Gajeel inexplicably touched her cute spot. Especially, Gajer is really weak. Under the strong appearance, he is a weak person. This strong contrast is also very cute. Libby looked at Gajer with a playful look. She seemed to have awakened some strange attributes at this moment, and the sadistic soul hidden in her body seemed to finally burn up. Damn it! Can't I even beat these small characters? At this moment, Gajer looked at Libby with despair. Libby, I like beating my husband the most. On the other side. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, Elfman, who turned into the Beast King, punched away the strongest magician Pakas of the four hounds. Is this your level? Elfman looked at Pakas and asked coldly. Ha ha ha! Pakas laughed wildly upon hearing this, and then sighed, is that so? With my strength, can I only be ranked outside the top 3 in the Fairy Tale Guild? Yes, Pakas finally understood his level in Fairy Tale. At this moment, Gray and Juvia, Levy and Gajeel and Elfman and Pakas, they were all beating up their CPS. Elfman, ah! My CP is Pakas. Chapter 131. Do you like our fairy tale, which is full of monsters? At the same time, as Kana, unable to bear it any longer, went to a naked night with the Trimens who were gigolos. The Fairy Tale Guild, one of the 3 great magics, released the Fairy's Glory, and all members of the entire Mage Guild, Blue Pegasus, were successfully eliminated. On the other side, after the ace wizard Pakas of the Four Hounds was defeated by the Fairy Tale Guild, Elfman, who ranked in the T3 sequence, the remaining wizards of the Four Hounds were also easily defeated by Lysina one by one. Thus, the second guild eliminated by Fairy Tale was born. So far, Pegasus and Hounds, the presidents of the 2 wizard guilds, Bob and Goldman, sat in the first floor hall of the Fairy Tale Guild, hugged each other and cried, saying loudly, "Damn it! We are obviously a family, why do you have to be so cruel? If the wizards of my family are left with psychological trauma because of this battle, Makarov, you bastard, will bear the primary responsibility." Goldman looked at Makarov and roared. Then, Goodman seemed to have thought of something and said embarrassedly, "But then again, Makarov, what kind of training method did you use to strengthen the magicians of your own guild? The strength of these children, no matter how you look at it, is it a little exaggerated?" Ha ha ha! Makarov laughed loudly upon hearing this. "So, you all saw it, right? This is the strength of the magician of our fairy tale guild," Makarov said proudly with his arms around his body. Well, there is nothing in this world that can make Makarov feel better than showing off in front of his former companions. However, in fact, for the real strong, both the Blue Pegasus and the Four Hounds are too weak. Just as Pakas said, as the ace of the Four Hounds of the Mage Guild and an S-level mage, he is definitely one of the top mages in the entire Fiori Kingdom in terms of experience, combat power, and faith. He has completed no less than 10 S-level missions alone. But in the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, he is even ranked below the S-level mage, T3 level. The next player, Beast King Elfman, can't beat him. In fact, he doesn't even have the strength to compete with Elfman. It's a completely one-sided battle. No matter how you look at it, it's too hurtful to people's self-esteem. Well, currently in the Fairy Tale Guild, after excluding Ian, Gildarts, L, Uru, Urza, Lacuses, who are S-class mages, as well as Augusta, Selene, and Irene who are outside the level, they still have a list below the S-class mages, also called the S-class mages assessment odds list. It was ranked by a group of gamblers in the Fairy Tale Guild for better betting. Whether a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle depends on this hand. Ahem. Currently ranked at the T1 level of the odds list is Uru, Tia Milkovich and Myra Jane Strauss. In fact, in the hearts of all the mages in the Fairy Tale Guild, they have already regarded Arusha and Myra Jane as S-class mages. According to the words of the majority of fairy tale people, this year's S-class assessment, whether it is Myra Jane or Arusha who passes, it will not make people feel the slightest surprise. In the eyes of all the fairy tale mages, the reason why Myra Jane and Arusha, two masters of the Holy 10 level, failed to pass the Fairy Tale S-class mage assessment is not because of their lack of strength, but because of their bad luck. They always encounter monsters to participate in the battle. By the way, the Fairy Tale Guild is the T1 sequence below the S-class, which is comparable to the senior masters on the Ishgar continent. The strong men of the Holy 10, namely Joseph Pola, who can fight against Lao Ma for a short time during the plot period, are still too immature and not mature enough in strength. Ranked in T1.5, there are also two magicians, namely Kana Albrona, who inherited the magic power of Gildarts and the magic experience of the first President Mavis, and successfully mastered the Fairy's Glory, one of the three major magics of fairy tale under the scientific and systematic training of Ian. And Mr. Gang, who always gives people a sense of mystery, can show strength close to the Holy 10 only by holding magic items that anyone can use. In the eyes of everyone in fairy tale, after Myra Jane and Arusha successfully pass the S-level magician assessment of the guild, it will be Kana's turn to compete with Mr. Gang. By the way, the T1.5 sequence magician of the Fairy Tale Guild below S-level is comparable to the strength of the goalkeeper of the Holy 10 on the Ishgar continent, that is, Jura during the Six Demons Crusade period in the original work. Well, Jura is the universal combat power measurement unit of fairy tale. Its status in the work fairy tale is roughly equivalent to Kakashi in the early stage of Naruto. The four people ranked in T2 are currently Natsu, Gray, Leon, and Freed. Each of them is very energetic and has great growth potential, but their strength is obviously not enough to impact the position of S-level magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, by the way, with the guidance of Irene, the mother of the Dragon Slayer magician, Natsu's attainments in Dragon Slayer magic have made great progress. Although there is still a gap of 4 years, he is already almost the same as Natsu in the plot period in terms of strength. Gray and Leon, under the guidance of Uru, the master of modeling magic, also showed extremely terrifying strength. The only one, Freed, who was supposed to grow naturally, met Preshito, the second-generation president of Fairy Tale, who was a master of dark magic, and received the cultivation he deserved. If the four were placed outside Fairy Tale, they would be equivalent to the level of senior S-class magicians in other guilds, and their hard power would be above the four elements of Spectre and Pakas of Hound. Ranked in T2.5, Alba Green and Bigusro are currently These two members of the Thunder Gods have two strong talents, especially Alba Green's petrifying mystic eyes, which is enough to threaten members of T2 or even T1.5. Currently, the strength of Alba Green and Begusro is about the same as that of Arya, the leader of the four elements of Spectre. They both have the combat power to kill each other in seconds. Ranked in T3, they are currently Elfman, the Beast King, and Lucky Oliata, a disciple of Vlad. Their magic power is above the general S-class and below the senior S-class magicians. In fact, if we only talk about magic power, Elfman and Pakas are almost the same in magic power, but who can let the receiving magician borrow money? Ranked in T3.5, there are Levi and Jet, Troy, the three members of the Lane Engine team, and Bisksa and Azak, the two members of the Osprey team. In addition, Valian, Mester, Marcus, and Lysina are also in this rank. The fairy tale mages at this rank of T3.5 are basically on par with the S-level mages of other guilds. In the case of Phantom, they are at the level of the four elements, above the earth element Thor and below Arya. But they all appear in a team. Every time they meet, they have to deal with 2 or 3 people at the same time. Coupled with the tacit cooperation, it will cause a huge test for the T3 level members. This is also why Gajer was beaten so badly after meeting the Lane Engine team. If it was a one-on-one fight, Gajer would have the upper hand no matter who he faced. But the fairy tale mages at this rank of T3.5 are wonderful because they will use group fights that symbolize justice, and they have no sense of guilt in their hearts. Fairy tale mages, tell me. Are you going to fight us alone, or will you fight us in a group? Ahem. The above is the S-class mages odds list selected by the gamblers of the Fairy Tale Guild. All the mages on the list have the opportunity to participate in the S-class mages assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild, and have the opportunity to pass the S-class mages assessment one day in the future. By the way, the strength of the two old guys, Makeo and Wakaba, is currently at the T3 level in the list. They are already S-class in strength, but because they need to take care of their families and the amount of tasks they complete each year is not enough, they are not considered. However, no magician in the guild would look down on Makeo and Wakaba. According to Makarov, it's cool to give up the S-class magician assessment for your loved ones, isn't it? Although you are not the S-class magicians of the guild, you are 100 times cooler than the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild in front of your wives and children. In short, this is the current strength list of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Then, the battle between Mistgang and Jalal has entered a white-hot stage. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Let me show you the real super magic, purgatory shattering. Look at me destroying the entire street. Jalal said, and directly used his strongest magic. He was completely red-hot at this moment. As long as he could defeat the annoying masked man in front of him, it didn't matter what happened. It seems there is no way I originally planned to use it during this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. After feeling the terrifying magic power released from Jalal's body, Mistgang sighed helplessly, then took out a cup of magic crystal from his arms and crushed it with force. Buzz! For a moment, accompanied by a shocking horn. A huge metal dragon appeared in the town of Magnolia. This is the pinnacle of magic props in the world of Edras. It can reduce more than 90% of any magic except dragon-killing magic. It is the ultimate magic tool. Its name is Dragon Knight. Mistgang's expression showed some regret. Originally, this mecha was his secret weapon for participating in this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. Now it was forced out by Jalal in this world. He really underestimated the other party. What? Gerald was stunned for a moment as he looked at the huge, technologically advanced metal dragon in front of him. After a brief moment of daze, Gerald's face turned furious. He shouted, "Everyone, disappear! Including your mecha, I'll blow it up!" Boom! Then, the terrifying purgatory shattered and fell. Boom! For a moment, the entire Magnolia town, the streets on the east side were blown up into the sky. Countless dust blocked everyone's eyes. Did you solve it successfully? Seeing this, Gerald spoke excitedly. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the huge mechanical dragon still stood, and its entire metal surface exuded a shiny luster. That's it. Mr. Gang looked at his Dragon Knight mecha, which was built for the purpose of hunting real dragons. After being hit by Jalal's strongest magic Purgatory Crusher, but the power was reduced by 1%, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes were filled with contempt. Damn monster! Seeing this, Jalal smiled helplessly. Boom! Before Gerald could think more, Mr. Gong's iron fist had already fallen from the sky, blasting Jalal into the sky. Swish! 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 After Mr. Gang knocked Jalal away, he had no intention of stopping. He was seen manipulating the Iron Dragon Knight to continuously release laser cannons at the masters of the Lumen Guardian of the Magister Guild, blasting everyone into the sky. Ha ha ha! Do you feel the power of the Iron Dragon Knight? Mr. Gang said excitedly with trembling hands. Mr. Gang, your taciturn personality has collapsed. Calm down, Kana, who was passing by, complained weakly. Sorry. Mr. Gang pursed his lips and apologized softly after hearing this. So far, the Guardian of the Mage Guild Lumen has been officially eliminated. For a while, in the entire Magnolia town. Except for the Fairy Tale Guild. Only Kiran of Diabolos was left, struggling to support. However, Kiran is the strongest mage guild in Kurdana, the northern continent, and the second strongest in the Dragon Eater Guild Diabolos after the President Jurg Lesson. Although his fragile heart seemed to be broken after seeing the unparalleled strength of Fairy Tale, the strongest mage guild in the Ishgar continent. But his king-level magic power is real. He once suppressed Lachesis, whose strength was equal to that of Jura, the strongest human during the Magic Fighting Great Martial Arts Festival. He even knocked Lachesis to the ground several times. However, after Lachesis shouted, "Don't underestimate me. I am the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild," the situation changed to a certain extent. Originally, Kiran, who was at the king level. Because he was not firm enough in his heart, he was weakened to the level of a weak king. As for Lachesis, after he shouted, he suddenly exploded, and his strength was raised to the level of a quasi-king. After Kiran was weakened and Lachesis was strengthened, the combat effectiveness of the two magically reached the same level, so that the two fought for half an hour, but could not tell the winner. Damn it! Let you feel my pain too. Disappear under the wrath of Thunder Dragon King Alexon. After Kylan failed to defeat Lachesis several times, he became furious and opened the coffin behind him, releasing the Dragon King's soul inside. Who do you think I am? How could you be afraid of a mere Dragon King's ghost? It's you, the dead guy, who should disappear. Lachesis was not afraid of the Dragon King's soul released by Kylan. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the soul of Thunder Dragon King Alexon into his stomach. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the magic power in Lachesis broke through the gate of non-human and reached the realm of King of Heaven. At this moment, all the active and inactive S-class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild, including Irene, Selene, Preshito, Yuri, Vlad, Makarov, Ian, Gildarts, Uru, L, Urza, and Lachesis, have reached the realm of non-human and all are above King. Chapter 132 Fairy Tale Camp first appeared. And the wailing of the lickers. You actually ate the soul of Thunder Dragon King Erection. Kylan looked at the scene in front of him, ignored Erection's resentment, and forcibly swallowed the Dragon King's soul to improve his own strength, allowing his magic power to be directly promoted from human strongest to king level, and even continued to grow upwards. Lachesis' eyes widened. Kylan never thought that the soul of Erection, which was his childhood nightmare and kept whispering in his ear, asking him to go to the southern continent of Ishgar to find the lost heart, was destroyed just like that. Hey, Kylan! You just told me that the reason why my power is so strong is entirely due to the Thunder Attribute Dragon-slaying magic crystal, the heart of the Thunder Dragon King election, in my chest. Don't be ridiculous. I never took this magic crystal seriously. Magic has always been the power of the mind. If you don't have a strong heart, no matter how powerful your magic is, you are still a weak person. As for me, I'm not strong. All the power in my body comes from the group behind me. No matter what decision I make, you will support me and love me unconditionally. Even if I have a bad personality, I will never give up my companions. Since you are so obsessed with this thunder-attributed Dragon Slayer magic crystal, let me give it to you. It is not a necessary thing anyway. Lachesis said, and he cut open his chest and forcibly pulled out the thunder-attributed Dragon Slayer magic crystal that had long been integrated with his heart. He ignored the bright red and internal organs on the crystal and threw it on the ground in front of Kylan. You just abandoned the source of your power? That is the heart of the Thunder Dragon King election. With his old age, he can still beat President Yerglesson into a seriously injured and dying monster. Kylan looked at Lachesis throwing away the chest and digging out the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, and was dumbfounded. At this moment, Kylan knew clearly that he would never be Lachesis' opponent, at least he was definitely not Lachesis' opponent now. The man in front of him was unfathomable. This Dragon Slayer magic crystal was forced upon me by someone else. Now it's just that the bad fate between me and that person has been severed. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. If you continue talking, it will seem a bit hypocritical. Next, I will show you my strongest magic. After Lachesis dug out the Dragon Slayer magic crystal from his chest and let the blood from his chest flow out at that moment, the golden lightning around him suddenly turned bright red. This is the power of the ultimate secret red thunder that Lachesis learned from his great-grandfather Yuri. Red thunder is lightning that carries the power of life, and the source of its power is blood. In other words, the more wounds a magician who uses red thunder has on his body, the more serious the injuries, the stronger the lightning he releases. Using red thunder in a dying state can even make one's power reach a large level. Coincidentally, Lachesis is on the verge of death at this moment. Although the biggest wound on Lachesis was stabbed by himself. Well, Katakuri of the world silently gave Lachesis a thumbs up. A real man needs no words. Kylan. Feel the power of the fairy tale wizard. Lachesis shouted, and once again revealed the ultimate secret of the fairy tale guild. We are all fairy tale wizards. When the Red Thunder Wizard's unique buff of near-death state enhancement, the fairy tale's unique buff of We Are All Fairy Tale Wizards, and the soul buff that resonated with the Thunder Dragon King election, the three buffs were given to one body. Lachesis's last punch had reached the level of shield level. Well, the external combat power increase of the fairy tale wizard is so unreasonable. Even if the Dragon Eater Diabolos will become a fairy tale branch sooner or later. Dragon Slayer Secret, Thunder Dragon King Boom. As the overwhelming red lightning swept across Kiran's body, he suddenly saw the Thunder Dragon King election at his peak roaring at him. So that's it, you are the successor chosen by election? At this moment, Kiran finally showed a relieved smile and let Lachesis's punch knock him out. Well, with Kiran's defeat, the four major magician guilds of Pegasus, Hound, Guardian, and Diabolos all retreated. Boom! After Lachesis defeated Kiran, he gasped for air, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole body was shaky. He had burned to the limit. You are really strong. Lachesis looked at Kiran who was lying on the ground and nodded gently. Well, at this moment, Lachesis acknowledged Kiran's strength. Hey! After Lachesis finished all this, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes were firm, and he secretly said, "It's not time to rest yet, the real battle has just begun." Well, when all the foreign enemies were defeated, the game before the Harvest Festival has just begun. Next, it's the civil war of the Fairy Tale Guild. On the other side, in the Fairy Tale Guild, is Lachesis so strong? Race, Ghost, looked at Lachusis, who completely defeated Kiran in the magic crystal with a shocked face, his mouth slightly opened, muttering to himself. Makarov. Your grandson's strength has reached the level of Holy 10, right? With his hands behind his back, Yajima looked at Lachusis, who had defeated Kiran in the magic crystal, with a gleam of relief in his eyes. In Yajima's opinion, Lachusis' performance at this moment had completely reached the standard of the 10 Holy Magisters. 10 Holy Magisters. Makarov was silent when he heard this. 10 Holy Magisters is really a niche term. Lachusis had already entered the threshold of the 10 Holy Magisters when he was 17 years old. Lachusis is now so powerful that he can't even see clearly. No. In response, before Makarov could speak, Yurafhaim, who is currently the third of the 10 Holy Magisters, shook his head and spoke. Hey! Vice Speaker Yurafhaim, do you mean that Lachusis has not yet reached the level of the 10 Holy Magisters? But it's true. Lachusis is only 19 years old this year. It's a bit exaggerated to say that the 19-year-old Saint 10 is too much. He still has a lot of room for growth. Ajima heard this. Because he was relatively weak, he had no idea about the strength of the Saint 10. He sighed helplessly. Senator Yajima, you misunderstood me. What I said just now was that the strength of Lachusis has long surpassed the standard of the Saint 10. Even surpassed the standard of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Even if I or Habarian, in a one-on-one situation, we will never be the opponent of Lachusis. Perhaps only you Merkovich, who ranks first among the 10 Holy Magisters, can defeat Lachusis. However, just when Yajima sighed, Yurafhaim suddenly shook his head and said helplessly. Hey? Ajima's eyes widened when he heard this. 19.5 years old, king level, such a niche word, is this really serious? Well, in fact, Lachusis' talent, as the leader of the southern continent Ishgar, is at the same level as the geniuses of the western continent Alakadasia, Brandish, and the war princess Demalia Yesta. If there is guidance from a famous master, he can reach the level of strong shield at the age of 25, which is a monster among monsters. In the Ishgar continent, due to the layout of the big guys from all sides, magic is seriously lacking in this continent, which has delayed many geniuses. This is indeed a fact. But the embarrassing situation in the original book is completely absent in the current fairy tale guild. What fairy tale lacks the most at the moment is top magic instructors. August, when I accept disciples, I never look at what type of magic they practice. Because, even if I start from scratch and learn a new kind of magic, even if this kind of magic is created by them and has never existed in the world before, when I see it, my understanding of this magic is already higher than theirs. Do you understand that I know all the magic in the world and am praised as the king of magic? What? At the age of 19.5, Lachusis has already reached the level of Ishgar's 4 heavenly kings, and even surpassed the current second of the 10 holy ones. On the side, Bob and Goldman listened very seriously. When they heard that the third of the 10 holy ones, Yurafhaim, who was always out of reach for them, actually said that Lachusis was already above the 10 holy ones in all aspects, they were shocked. Old Ma, this is what you did wrong. Tell us all your methods of educating children quickly. Yes. Old Ma, are we still a family? Don't forget that we are close friends. For a moment, Bob and Goldman immediately came to Makarov's side. They surrounded Makarov in the middle and kept asking questions. Ha ha ha. Makarov put his hands on his waist and laughed triumphantly. Well, today he is proud of himself and can finally be proud of himself. Makarov, do you want to know why the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild are so powerful? I put everything with Ian. If you want, go ask him. I don't know anything else. Ian. Bob and Goldman looked at each other after hearing this. They decided that when they have time, they must find Ian to ask him how Ian made the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild so powerful. At the same time, In order to calm the anger of Irene and Selene, Ian, who was forcibly abducted to the Alentia world by the two, cursed after learning that Makarov had tricked him. Hey! Old Ma! Old Ma! Just when Makarov was feeling proud, the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild, who had defeated the four major guilds of Pegasus, Hound, Guardian, and Diabolos, did not stop there. The battle continued and even intensified. Buzz! Just when the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild were looking for the logos of the 5 major guilds in the alleys and lanes of Magnolia Town, a gorgeous magic circle suddenly lit up under their feet, and countless dark words floated into the air, separating these mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. No, this is a spell. It's Fried. That's right, when the people of the Fairy Tale Guild were fighting with the other 4 magician guilds, Fried quietly disappeared. He was constantly wandering between towns and writing dark text spells in alleys. Spells are magic with mandatory rules. In this world, any magician who is hit by a spell must abide by it unless the difference in magic power between the two is too large. Fried, do you have the guts to let me out and compete with me? Kana accidentally fell into Fried's trap. She looked at the spells around her, her eyes twitched slightly, and she roared at Fried. Hee hee. I haven't experienced it directly, one of the 3 magics of the Fairy Tale Guild, the glorious spirit of the fairy. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. If you want to get out of my spell, complete the challenge. Fried's mouth corners slightly raised, saying proudly. You bastard! Although Kana cursed Fried, she was helpless. She really didn't have the ability to escape from Fried's spell. Now Kana could only hope that the spell she stepped on would be beneficial to her. Buzz. Rules. Please drink 50 barrels of red wine within half an hour. Winners can go out, losers will be imprisoned, and the game is over. When Kana saw the rules floating above her head, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This was a sure thing. Oops. Fried didn't seem to expect that Kana's luck was so good that she fell into the most favorable trap for Kana. 50 barrels of red wine in half an hour was absolutely impossible for ordinary people, but for Kana, even if Fried shortened the time by half and doubled the amount of red wine, he still felt unsafe. Tun tun tun. Just as Fried was stunned, there were 10 more empty barrels around Kana. What? Fried's eyes widened. No matter what, this speed was too fast, right? You're done if you get out. Kana made a gesture of wiping her neck to Fried, picked up other barrels, and poured them into her mouth frantically. Slip, slip. Seeing this, Fried wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and went into the alley. 15 minutes later. Hiccup. Kana hiccuped and staggered out of the untied spell. She had a drunken blush on her face and was in a trance. Hee hee hee. Gather. The river of light that guides the fairies. Shine. To destroy the minions of evil. The light of the fairies. Kana laughed softly and began to release the light of the fairies indiscriminately to everything she could see. Boom. 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 Accompanied by an earthquake-like roar. The entire street was destroyed by Kana and turned into countless ruins. During this period, the Lane Engine Squad, the Osprey Squad, and the Niancha Squad formed by Marcus and Wallian, which were affected by Kana, were instantly blown away. Damn! Kana is crazy! Who will stop him? The fairy's brilliance! Boom! Ah! For a while, the whole town was filled with shrill screams and the release of Kana's magic. Fried, the culprit of all this, was hiding in a corner, trembling and secretly observing everything. He silently said in his heart, "No. It's not my fault. Who knew Kana could drink so much?" On the other side, when the light of the fairy fell from the sky, Lei and others only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they were blown up into the sky. When Lei woke up, she vaguely saw a tall figure who rescued him from the air and threw him under the shade of a tree. Then, without waiting for her to wake up completely, he walked away alone with a staggering step and staggered towards the distance. Jeer. Li Bai looked at the lonely figure and raised her eyebrows slightly. In response, Jet and Troy fainted in the toilet, wiping their tears and angrily saying, "So love will disappear, right? Rebecca. Are childhood sweethearts really no match for the one who dropped from the sky? Rebecca. We want to create a world where childhood sweethearts will never lose." In response, Pres Hito, the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, said, "Jet, Troy, I understand your feelings. I understand you. From today on, you are my direct disciples, and I will teach you the way to care, lick, and protect dog girls." Well, Preshito's way of licking dogs can be regarded as having a successor. Ahem. Not far from Rebecca, Gajer, and others. "Hey! Are you okay?" When Juvia woke up, she was greeted by a dark basketball. Juvia was silent for a while, she thought she was still asleep. Well, this must be a nightmare. Juvia calmed down silently for a few minutes, and then she realized that she seemed to be saved by the pervert in front of her. When the light fell from the sky, Juvia mistakenly thought that she was going to die. It was the pervert in front of her who cast an ice wall to block the powerful magic of punishment. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't be in danger." Just when Juvia was silent, the handsome guy with short black hair, cold appearance, and naked body, who looked like a pervert, gave her a thumbs up and said proudly, "Although, Juvia still thinks it's more dangerous to be with you." Juvia said silently, "Well, no matter how you look at it, it's more dangerous for her to be with the pervert in front of her, right? But it seems that after staying for a long time, this guy is also quite pleasing to the eye." Juvia looked at Gray and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Gray, strong, good character, caring, handsome, just gathered all the elements that attracted her. Of course, it would be better if Gray could wear good clothes. God is fair, he will not create perfect people. For example, he gave all the good things to Gray and gave him a perverted personality. But Juvia still likes him. "Juvia, Lord Gray is really perverted, but I still love him." Other magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, "Juvia, wake up. This guy is really useless except for being handsome." Found the guild emblem of Blue Pegasus. Just when Kana was busy dismantling the town and others were busy with the civil war, Bigusro had already found the emblem of Blue Pegasus in the town. Well, first Fried provoked the civil war, and then Bigusro and Albagreen went to collect the emblems, and all the glory went to Lacuses. Well done, Bigusro. Just when Bigusro was proudly holding up the Pegasus badge in his hand, a cold female voice came from the sky and reached his ears. "What?" Bigusro looked up and saw a flash of silver light. Bigusro fell to the ground instantly. Iluza walked slowly and picked up the Pegasus badge on the ground. At this moment, in addition to the Pegasus badge, Urza also had the Hound and Lumen Guardian in her hands. Guild badges, that is to say, the badges of the 5 major guilds. Urza collected 3 of them by herself. 2 more missing. Most importantly, who has the badge of Fairy Tale? Urza frowned, looking puzzled. Swoosh! On the other side, accompanied by a blue light, the Diabolos Guild badge that Albagreen had just obtained was immediately snatched away. So fast! Albagreen looked up and saw that it was a blue cat. Well, it must be the harpy. Damn harpy! Give the badge back! Seeing this, Albagreen spread her fairy wings, flew into the sky, and roared loudly. Roar of the Fire Dragon! Unfortunately, just when Albagreen was about to catch up with Happy, a flame was released into the sky and hit Albagreen, who was taking off. So far, after Bigusro, Albagreen has finally retreated. Hey! On the ground, Natsu wiped the corner of his mouth, took Diabolos's guild badge from Happy's hand, and shouted to the sky, "Hey! Other magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild! At present, the badges of the Fairy Tale Guild and the Diabolos Guild badge are in my hands. Come and get them if you want them. Well, the next moment is the Fairy Tale Civil War. Has the badge finally appeared? Then I should act too. Originally, Gildarts, who had been sitting at the guild bar drinking, and you, who was quietly waiting for the result of the battle in the Cathedral of Cardea in Magnolia Town, stood up. Boom. Sorry, my dear junior. Accompanied by a roar, Altair successfully solved his junior brother Leon. Elfman, listen, you two should withdraw. The next battle is not something you can interfere with. I know, Sister Myra. And Myra Jane, who used her eyes to make her brother Elfman and sister Lysina withdraw from the battle. It seems it's time for the final battle. Including Lacuses, who sat in place to adjust his breath after defeating Kirin. They acted at the same time and gathered in the direction of Natsu. In addition, Urza, who held 3 guild badges, and Ellie, who had been standing in the sky and monitoring all the guild members, all began to gather in the direction of Natsu. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. When Makarov noticed the actions of the major S-class mages and S-class candidates in the guild, his face changed and he collapsed and said, "The battle is over." "What are you doing?" "Fairy Tale, you said the battle is over? The next step is the real battle." A 6,000 word chapter. Chapter 133 The banner of the Dragon Race's revival must be carried by Fairy Tale. I don't want to say more nonsense. Anyway, hand over all the guild badges in your hands. Almost at the same time. Gildarts, you, Urza, Myra Jane, Lacuses, Arusha and Ellie spoke at the same time, speaking in unison and loudly to the guys in front of them who were regarded as opponents by them. Well, one of the laws of the Fairy Tale Guild. Foreign wars depend on slogans. Civil wars depend on strength. After all, when both the enemy and us are all fairy tale mages, the super magic that can elevate the mind, we are all fairy tale mages, is useless after all, everyone knows it, and it will cancel each other out. I'm really burning. Natsu shouted excitedly. He threw the badge with the Fairy Tale Guild logo in his hand into the sky, handed it to Happy for safekeeping, and then laughed and rushed towards Gildarts. Sorry. I'm not in the mood to play with you now. Gildarts saw that Natsu had just dodged and was about to attack him. He sighed helplessly and stretched out his right hand. Buzz as he spoke, accompanied by a roar, the top-level destructive magic shattered and gathered at the fingertips of Gildarts. Crush! When Gildarts said the word crush, both the flames wrapped around Natsu and Natsu himself were instantly chopped into pieces. Even half of the town of Magnolia behind Natsu was turned into nothingness under this blow. You know, although the town of Magnolia is always called a town by the locals, it is actually one of the large first-tier coastal cities in the kingdom of Fiori, second only to the capital of Crocus. The population alone is more than 1 million, and its area is even more exaggerated, close to Brista. But at this moment, under this blow, almost half of it was turned into nothingness. You can imagine how powerful Gildarts is? Ah, I accidentally overdid it. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Happy. Can you give me the badge that Natsu gave you? After Gildarts did all this, he looked up at the sky. The harpy on the ground asked. Woo. Natsu is dead. Gildarts, you are really too much. I will never forgive you. With tears in his eyes, the harpy loudly criticized Gildarts for killing Natsu, but he still honestly threw the badge that Gildarts needed. Well, since Natsu is dead, then the harpy can't die. If even he dies? Who else can avenge Natsu? Thank you. Gildarts raised his hand to catch the badge thrown by the harpy, and then shook his head gently and said, as for Natsu, he should not be dead. After all, the magic I just used was not that kind of powerful magic. Just as Gildarts finished speaking, countless little Natsu suddenly appeared on the ground. What happened to me? I seem to have become more numerous. Although we would never be Gildart's opponent if we were alone, we have an absolute advantage in numbers right now. We can win. For a moment, the countless little Natsu on the ground released flames and rushed towards Gildarts. He. Gildarts, take it. Look at my fire dragon's iron fist. The fire dragon's roar. The fire dragon's claws. Ultimate, flame dragon blade. From the moment hundreds of little Natsu released the fire dragon's iron fist, even Gildarts felt his scalp tingling and his eyes twitching constantly. I have fought against at least 800 opponents, if not 1,000. You are the first guy who still maintains the desire to fight after taking my move. Gildarts looked helpless. He didn't know whether he should praise Natsu for his strong desire to fight. Or should he tell Natsu directly that it was really disgusting that he continued to pursue the enemy after being split into countless clones. Gildarts, take it. Just as Gildarts was thinking, Natsu had already jumped up and came in front of Gildarts, waving their fists and hitting Gildarts. Oh no! Gildarts saw this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he murmured. Boom! But fortunately, at the moment when these little Natsu were about to touch Gildarts, Ulu, who had not made a move, suddenly released a super strong freezing air, turning all the Natsu into ice sculptures and freezing them in place. Natsu, you are really disgusting. What Gildarts didn't have time to say was said by Ulu. Okay, the troublemaker has disappeared. Gildarts, hand over the badge in your hand, and I'll spare your life. After you froze all of Natsu, she looked at Gildarts not far away and threatened. Ah. It seems that since you became Irene's apprentice and learned the ice-attributed dragon-slaying magic a few years ago, your confidence has been rising. You don't think that you can beat me now as a dragon-slaying mage, do you? Gildarts looked at Uru, with a slight smile on his face. Dragon-slaying mage? Who isn't? I never said that I would fight you alone. Uru smiled, and her beautiful eyes were full of teasing as she looked at Gildarts. Boom! Just when Gildarts was stunned. Accompanied by a thunder, Lachesis had already rushed to Gildarts. The Thunder Dragon King's collapse fist. Without any hesitation, Lachesis immediately used the new power he gained in the battle with Kylan. That is, the Thunder Dragon King mode. At present, Lachesis's normal state is about the level of a weak Sky King. In the Thunder Dragon King mode, Lachesis's power will directly soar to a level close to the shield level. As for Lachesis, when dealing with Kylan, he used idealistic means to superimpose the Red Thunder mode and the Thunder Dragon King mode to open the strongest combat form. Because opening two forms at the same time puts too much load on the body, Lachesis cannot open it under normal circumstances. What? Gildarts didn't expect that Lachesis was so brave and used the strongest attack right away. He also didn't expect that Lachesis, who was originally only at the level of the strongest human, would be so much stronger after a battle. So, Gildarts was knocked back more than 10 meters by Lachesis's punch without paying attention, and left two deep grooves on the ground, which were the traces of Gildarts' feet sliding on the ground. Hey! After Lachesis punched Gildarts, his chest kept rising and falling, and he was breathing heavily. This punch had used up all the magic power in his body, but it still didn't cause much trouble to Gildarts. Lachesis was helpless and forced a bitter smile on his face. Uncle, are you a monster? I dare not call myself a monster in front of you. When I was 19, I just stepped into the threshold of the Holy 10. I reached the level you are at now when I was 25. Maybe, in a dozen years, you will catch up with me now, who knows? Just as Lachesis finished speaking in an instant, Gildarts had already stuck in front of Lachesis. He punched Lachesis on the back of his head and whispered, "You've done well. That punch just now is enough to make my forearm swollen for 3 or 4 days." Boom! Accompanied by a roar. Lachesis fell heavily to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Lachesis. In the Fairy Tale Guild, the 3 thunder gods who were eliminated by Urza and others were wrapped in bandages at the moment. They looked at Laxus, who was knocked down by Gildarts in the crystal ball, and exclaimed, "Laxus has done a good job. It's hard for him to deal with the 2 monsters, Kiran and Gildarts." Race, Ghost, put his hands behind his back and looked at Laxus, who was knocked down by Gildarts in the crystal ball, with a bit of shock in his expression. Originally, Lacheus's strength had already shocked Rice, but he didn't expect that this man named Gildarts was even stronger. In Rice's memory, the only person who could easily suppress Lacheus's, a magician of the level of Kiran, like Gildarts, was Jurg Rice, the president of their Dragon Eater Guild Diabolos. Boom! In the town, the battle continued. Urusha and Myra Jane were on the left and right, holding the ice chain and the dark chain respectively, and controlling Gildart's hands. "You two, do you think you can trap me like this?" Gildarts struggled hard, but the situation he imagined that the chains would be easily broken free did not happen. Whether it was Urusha or Myra Jane, their strength was already a world apart from before. "Gildarts, don't underestimate us. We are also constantly improving," Myra Jane and Urusha said, releasing magic at the same time. Ice Rose Garden. Soul Ripper. The 2 magics were instantly released towards Gildarts, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the entire street. "Come on!" Seeing this, Gildarts did not hesitate at all and directly activated the power of the dragon. Boom! With a roar, Gildart's body was covered with transparent dragon scales, dragon horns grew on his forehead, and dragon wings spread out behind him. The whole person seemed to have entered a semi-dragon state. Yes, Gildarts's current dragon-slaying magic has reached the level of semi-dragonization. It is only one step away from the perfection of dragon-slaying magic, that is, complete dragonization. This is in the Fairy Tale Guild. When Kiran, who was defeated by Lacheus's and began to doubt his life, saw the semi-dragonized Gildarts in the crystal ball, his pupils shrank slightly. Different from other generations of dragon-slaying magicians. The 5th generation of dragon slayers, that is, those dragon eaters who gain dragon slayer magic power by devouring dragon flesh and blood, cannot activate dragon power. That is to say, the 5th generation of dragon slayers will never be able to cultivate dragon slayer magic to the realm of great success in their lifetime. Because once they activate dragon power without authorization, their consciousness will be easily destroyed by the flesh and blood power of the dragon that they have devoured in their bodies, and they will become machines that only know how to kill. Even if they regain consciousness one day, they cannot be sure whether the restored consciousness belongs to them, the dragon slayers, or the dragon flesh and blood in their bodies. If the giant dragons that they have devoured take control of this body, then it is equivalent to those giant dragons being reborn through their bodies. Well, in this world, there is no magic that has shortcuts. Those who enhance their own strength by devouring dragon flesh and blood, although the speed of dragon slayer power improvement is extremely fast, far exceeding the 1st and 2nd generation of dragon slayers who need to practice silently to improve their strength. But they had already paid the price for obtaining these powerful powers that did not belong to them in advance. By the way, after Lacheus's dug out the Dragon Slayer magic crystal of the Thunder Dragon King election from his chest, he changed from the 2nd generation Dragon Slayer mage to the 1st generation Dragon Slayer mage. In other words, he also had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of Dragon Slayer magic. By the way, a Dragon Slayer mage, after practicing Dragon Slayer magic to perfection, that is, after becoming a dragon, will be tireless and unable to sleep, and eating anything without a sense of taste will be like chewing wax, which is actually wrong. However, when a Dragon Slayer mage transforms into a giant dragon, his sense of taste and mental power will change from that of a human, and he will follow the giant dragons. For example, Flame Dragon King Igneel, although he cannot distinguish the taste of human food, it is like a bird cannot taste the taste of pepper. But he can distinguish the taste of flame. For flame dragons and fire dragons, flame is the greatest delicacy in the world. For example, the wood dragon Alderon has been sleeping in the northern continent of Kiltana for 400 years. Dragons can sleep. It's just that the dragon's mental power is too huge. In order to consume this mental power and sleep, falling asleep requires some skills. These skills are innate to dragons, but for human dragon slayers, they need to be systematically learned. Otherwise, you will end up like Irene and Akunologia in the original book, unable to sleep all day, unable to eat delicious food, and eventually going crazy. In addition, you can also temporarily separate the dragon power from the body, as Irene thought of in 100 Years' Quest to obtain human senses. And these skills are not a problem for Fairy Tale now. After all, no one in the world knows dragons better than Ian. Boom! Just as Kieran was looking at the half-dragon Gildarts in silence, another dragon power rose up, and Yu's short hair suddenly turned snow-white, and the whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of frost-white clothes, releasing a strong cold air all over his body. Yu exhaled white breath from her mouth, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She looked at Gildarts in front of her and whispered, "You are not the only one who can use the power of dragon." Although Yu's dragon power has not reached the level of half-dragonization of Gildarts, she has also walked a long way on the road of dragon power and reached a level that is enough to compete with ordinary dragons. Half-dragonization and full dragonization are only a matter of time. Another dragon slayer mage who has mastered the power of dragon, Kylan, looked at Yu, and fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. There is no doubt that Yu's strength after opening the full dragon power is also above him. In the entire Dragon Devourer Guild, only Yurglesson can fight against Yu. However, in fact, since Yurglesson challenged the old Thunder Dragon King election, and the dragon fought to a draw, Yurglesson's injuries from election have not been completely healed until now. If Yurglesson were to face Yu, the first-generation dragon slayer who had fully unlocked the dragon power, what chance would he have of winning? Or after defeating Yu, how many people he could still deal with was a question. Boom! Just as Kieran was shocked, Urza, who had never shown the power of dragons in front of the Fairy Tale Guild, finally took action. The surging dragon power was released from her small body, and her cheeks and body were all covered with transparent scales at this moment. If you look closely, Urza's dragon power is even more complete than Yu. You are not the only ones who can use Dragon Slayer magic. Urza moved her wrists and said with a smile. Moreover, unlike the regular dragon slayers, I was already endowed with dragon power before I was born, so the semicircular canals were not destroyed, the reason why dragon slayers are dizzy in transportation. At the same time, my body, because it received dragon power before I was born, has evolved into two systems, retaining both the human sense of taste and the dragon's physique. I can be said to be the only one in the world who has inherited the perfect dragon power. Urza is as beautiful as a dragon girl in a myth. Her body releases a huge dragon power, and she quietly introduces her identity. Yes, Urza is the highest masterpiece created by Irene and Ian. She is the first and only dragon slayer in the world who has obtained the perfect dragon power. Boom! As expected of you, Sister Urza. But Sister forgot one thing. Sister is the most perfect heir of dragon power in the world, and I am the most perfect dragon in the world. Just when Urza, Yu and Gildarts opened the dragon power one after another, Ellie summoned her dragon body and transformed into a dragon with a body length of 100 meters and 6 beautiful and snow-white tails behind it, like a six-tailed demon fox. Yes, Ellie, as the child of the moon dragon Selene and the dragon slayer mage who controls the dragon power, is the first existence in the world to inherit the blood of dragons and humans. She has obtained both the power of dragons and the infinite possibilities of humans. Normally, dragons are wary of each other, and they will not fight each other unless they have to. This is why the 6 dragons of Kurtana in the northern continent restrain each other and have not fought for hundreds of years, because the damage caused by dragons to dragons cannot be recovered. But Ellie is different. No matter what kind of injuries she suffers, no matter whether these injuries are caused by dragons, she can recover with the powerful recovery power of the dragon race. Just as Aliai's nickname is Dragon of Hades, she is the ruler of the underworld and a perfect dragon that will not die no matter what kind of attack she receives. Ha ha ha. In addition to the 3 dragon slayers who have mastered the power of dragon slayers, another dragon has appeared. This fairy tale is really surprising. Kylan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Kylan finally realized. As long as the fairy tale guild is still there, their Diabolo's idea of destroying all dragons in the world will always be just a dream. Some people say that the banner of the revival of the dragon race should be handed over to the son of Flame Dragon King Igneal, Flame Dragon Ignea. After all, Ignea has been planning for the revival of the dragon race for more than 400 years. But this is pure bullshit. Real-life revival of the dragon race still has to be left to Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is determined to carry the banner of the revival of the dragon race. Roar. Accompanied by roars one after another. The original civil war of the Fairy Tale Guild seems to have turned into a feast for the dragons. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Slayer Mage? Iron Dragon Gajur stayed in the hall of the Fairy Tale Guild, looking at the Dragon Slayer Mage and the dragons fighting fiercely through the magic crystal. He opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of shock. At this moment, he seemed to have dreamed that his future self, like the Dragon Slayer Mage in the crystal in front of him, mastered the divine power that was enough to destroy the world. Well, I will quit the Phantom when I go back. I mean the Luminous Guardian Guild. If you want to become a powerful Dragon Slayer Mage, you have to come to the Fairy Tale Guild. Gajur made a decision in his heart. Fairy Tale. The dream school of all dragons and dragon slayers in the world of Eslanden. Want to learn the world's strongest dragon slayer magic? Then come to the Fairy Tale Guild. The real founder of the Fairy Tale Guild is the Black Magician Ziraf, and the mother of the Dragon Slayer, Irene, has joined. 400 years ago, the two used black magic and dragon slayer magic to create the world's strongest dragon slayer, the invincible Black Dragon King Acknowledger. Acknowledger, 400 years ago, I slayed tens of thousands of dragons, and my record can be checked. Well, Acknowledger, the only outstanding graduate of the Fairy Tale Dragon Slayer School. 6,000 words long chapter. Chapter 134. What? Preshedo is going to the council to be the speaker. Who will be the next Fairy Tale president? At the moment when Gildarts, Urza, and Ellie are fully unleashed with their Dragon Slayer power. The entire Magnolia town was in complete chaos. Countless dragon-killing powers. The sky, the earth, the town, the sea, were all mixed up. This is no longer a realm that normal magicians can reach. It is completely at the monster level. Beside Gildarts and others, Mirage and Ultia had cold sweat on their foreheads. Even the two people whose strength has successfully entered the gate of the Holy Ten can only watch at this moment. Their strength can only ensure that they will not be affected by the aftermath of the four people, and they can appreciate this battle between the top strong men from a close distance. Yes, the current battle is no longer something they can intervene in. Damn it, am I so far behind Urza? Mirage stared at Urza, gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with unwillingness. She was almost the same age as Urza, but Urza could already compete with monsters like Gildarts, Uru, and L, while she had just entered the threshold of the Holy Ten and was proud of defeating Joseph Jura, who was the last in the Holy Ten. Well, if these words of Mirage fell into the ears of other magicians on the Ishgar continent, they would be so angry that they would die. Especially Joseph Pola, who was just defeated by Mirage, would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he heard these Versailles words of Mirage. After all, Joseph Pola, as a super genius of dark magic, only broke through the threshold of the Holy Ten at the age of 30. At the age of 32 or 33, he defeated several powerful and bloodthirsty Dark Guild magicians, and then he was promoted by the Council era to become one of the 10 holy magicians. As a result, this threshold of the Holy Ten seemed so worthless in Marajana's eyes. Well, the strength of the Holy Ten is indeed not worth much in the Fairy Tale Guild. President, the town of Magnolia has been almost destroyed. Even the pier near the sea has been blown to pieces. Are you sure you don't want to stop it? In the Fairy Tale Guild, Jet and Troy, who were wrapped in bandages all over their bodies, asked Makarov, who seemed to be petrified. Well, at the critical moment, Gajeel simply saved Levi alone. He had no chance at all. Even if he had the chance, he would never care about Jet and Troy. Therefore, Jet and Troy, very comfortable, experienced the feeling of falling from a high altitude, and then fell into this forced state. Do you think I don't want to? The question is, who can stop them? Makarov looked at Jet and Troy in despair and asked. As Makarov's voice fell, Troy and Jet were silent for a while. Well, indeed, they couldn't think of who else could stop Gildarts, Ul, and Urza, these 4 shield level. Even the terrifying combat power above shield level. Father, why don't you give it a try? Makarov said, looking at Yuri who was guarding Mavis in the crowd. Makarov, do you want your old father to die like this? Yuri heard this and looked at Makarov silently, asking with a suspicious look. Well, although Yuri is the best fighter among Preshedo and Vlad, Preshedo is a scholar, who relies on knowledge and magic to crush others, and Vlad is a support, who is not good at fighting at all. His red lightning magic also has the characteristic of getting stronger with each battle, but if the opponent is strong enough to kill him directly, he will be helpless. No. If my father, President Preshedo, Senior Vlad, and I and President Mavis use the light of the fairy together, maybe we can really stop the 4 people in the battle. Makarov frowned. If 5 kings of strength were gathered, and the first, second, and third generations of the Fairy Tale Guild, the 3 presidents and all the founders were gathered together to use the 3 magics of fairy tale, perhaps Gildarts, and the others could really be stopped. I have no problem. Yuri agreed with his son's idea with both hands. But I don't agree. Preshedo, who had his arms around him and exuded a strong aura, directly rejected Makarov. With a sneer on his lips, he whispered, "Haha, Makarov, as the 3rd president of the Fairy Tale Guild, haven't you seen that your first president Mavis is not satisfied yet? Let them continue to fight. Anyway, even if the entire town of Magnolia is destroyed, we can use the Arc of Time of Arusha to restore the entire town. So, rest assured. Nothing will happen, kid. The problem is, these 4 people are about to affect this place." Makarov shouted helplessly. To be honest, it is too difficult for him, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Who in the family understands? The first and second generations are all a group of crazy people who are afraid of chaos in the world. In the entire Fairy Tale Guild, he, Makarov, is the only normal person. Well, it's not decades ago when Makarov was young and full of vigor, causing all kinds of troubles on the continent, and then Preshedo, the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild at that time, cleaned up the young Makarov's ass. Damn it! Who can stop them? Makarov stood in the hall of the guild and shouted to the sky. Ah! It seems that I should do it myself. Just as Makarov finished speaking, along with a portal, the Magic King Augustus appeared in the guild. August? When Makarov saw Augustus, his eyes suddenly lit up. However, only the next second. Makarov thought of something, and when he looked at Augustus, there was a trace of fear in his eyes, and he asked in a panic, "That, Augustus? Didn't Ian, Irene, and Selene come back with you? Father and mother are doing what adults should do." In response, Augustus said calmly with a smile on his face. For a moment, the hall of the entire Fairy Tale Guild was quiet. Countless boys and girls looked at Augustus with red faces and asked, "What do you mean, Ian and Irene are doing what adults should do at this moment? Is this adult doing things properly? Can you explain it in detail?" Serious, of course serious. August heard this and smiled softly. Okay, I should go and stop the fight between them. August didn't say much about Ian and Irene and others. As a son, he should be conscious of his own son. The love gossip between his father and mother is not something he should talk about. Buzz. Just when the magicians of the fairy tale guild gradually transformed into fairy tale melon eaters, August disappeared from the guild with a teleportation. All of a sudden, all the magicians of fairy tale felt that they had lost a lot of fun. Ian, no, who do you think is protecting this world? It's me. Bastard. You're eating my melon, it's too much. On the other side. Boom. Accompanied by endless roars. August finally came to the battlefield of Guildarts, Urza, you, and L. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and said with a smile, please give me a favor, this battle will end here, okay? Oh. As Augusta's voice fell, several people present stopped their actions. Among them, Urza, who knew clearly how powerful Augusta was, directly withdrew from the power of the dragon. She raised her hands, made a French military salute, and whispered, I admit defeat. After Urza finished speaking, she threw the Pegasus, Hound, Lumen Guardian and the badges of the 3 major magician guilds in her hand to Augusta. Thanks. After Augusta took the badge from Urza, he said with a smile, I owe you a favor today, Sister Urza. After all, if you plan to keep fighting with me here, it will be very troublesome for me. Of course, the so-called trouble in Augusta's words is the fact that he said he couldn't hold back didn't mean he couldn't beat Urza. Haha. Urza chuckled. To be honest, until now, she felt very strange when she heard Augusta calling her sister. I admit defeat too. At this time, Elle also gave up the idea of continuing to fight. Although, Elle didn't know how strong Augusta was. However, Selene, as the moon dragon, knew it clearly. Selene mentioned August to Ellie a long time ago when she was talking about the top warriors in the world of Eslanden. At that time, Selene said, Ellie, you have to be careful of the 2 people in Alakadasia, the western continent. One of them is my mortal enemy, Irene, the founder of dragon-killing magic, and the other is August, known as the Magic King. That guy gives me a very dangerous feeling. When facing him, it's like facing the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia. Therefore, Ellie naturally didn't think about challenging the world's top combat power, and she surrendered decisively. For a while, only Guildarts and you were left on the battlefield. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Different from the old and aged Magic King August in the original book, August, who has now practiced the 3 major killing magics to the top, has white skin like a teenager. A halo full of Buddha nature emanates from behind him, and the whole person gives everyone present a feeling that he may ascend to heaven at any time, and a strong sense of oppression. No matter how strong you are, you have to try, right? Guildarts' eyes flashed with infinite fighting spirit. Ian once talked to Guildarts that when he could defeat August, he could challenge the legendary century-long task that no one had completed in 100 years. Come on. August smiled. He knew that Guildarts, a top genius standing at the top of a continent, could not stand loneliness and always planned to punch someone stronger. In this case, come on, let him tell Guildarts what the real strong people in this world look like. Crush. Guildarts did not hesitate and directly launched a crush attack on August. In just a moment, August's body was covered with countless grids. The next second, August's body was torn into pieces. August was defeated. You looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. How is it possible? Just when you thought August was severely injured by Guildarts, August, who was originally split by Guildarts, suddenly recovered as before. Then, Guildarts' body was suddenly covered with fine grids. Boom! There was only a roar. Guildarts was instantly crushed into countless pieces by August. Guildarts! In the fairy tale guild, Kana, who had just woken up, saw the scene in front of her through the crystal ball. She was extremely shocked and roared. Her eyes were full of worry about Gildarts. Well, although Kana always dislikes the Scum King Gildarts, Gildarts is her father after all, so she is still worried about his safety. Don't worry. What I used just now is not the kind of magic that can kill people. In response, August seemed to feel Kana's worry. He looked at the sky, as if he was talking to himself, and as if he was talking to Kana. Damn it! I was hit by my own magic. I'm so angry. But, August, do you think I will admit defeat like this? Don't be ridiculous. Take it. Yes, take it. Smash it. Just the second after August's voice fell, hundreds of little Gildarts suddenly appeared on the ground. These Gildarts, like Natsu before, kept shouting at August, as if they were going to compete with August. Really? You said Natsu before. In the end, you are still just as disgusting. August looked at the Gildarts on the ground and said helplessly. Smash him! Smash him! Watch me! Gildarts didn't give Augustus a chance to say more. They ran towards Augustus at a high speed, surrounding him from all sides and casting magic at him. So annoying! Although Augustus supported the protective shield in time, there were still some fish that slipped through his protective shield and hit his cheek, which made Augustus' forehead full of blue veins. He shouted loudly in anger, "Forget it, just recover for me." Boom! As Augustus' voice fell, these countless Gildarts, along with countless Natsu frozen by URU, all recovered at this moment, and turned into their original size in the blink of an eye. August, you've been fooled. The secret of Dragon Slayer. The moment Gildarts recovered, he stood in front of August, waving his fist and laughing, saying, "Destroy evil and reveal justice, destroy the sky." So close. August looked at Gildarts, who was very close to him, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although Gildarts' magic power was not strong enough, his fighting sense was surprisingly strong. This guy was a magician who was particularly good at fighting. Boom! Just when August was sweating profusely because of Gildarts' approach, accompanied by a huge roar, the terrifying magic power had enveloped August's whole body, and the remaining half of Magnolia Town also turned into nothingness at this moment. Is it effective? After doing all this, Gildarts was panting heavily, his eyes were like lightning, and his sight tried to penetrate the smoke and dust in front of him. He never thought that his punch could defeat August. He just hoped that his punch could cause some trouble to August, or at least have some effect on August. Boom! Just when Gildarts was confused, accompanied by a whistling wind, Augustus appeared in front of Gildarts without any injury, and Gildarts' extremely powerful punch was now being held in Augustus's palm. Both of their hands were trembling faintly, as if they were constantly competing with each other. Unfortunately, Augustus' palm was like a hydraulic clamp. No matter how hard Gildarts tried, he couldn't get his fist out of Augustus' palm. "Are you a monster, Augustus?" Gildarts said helplessly with cold sweat on his forehead. "Same here. Looking over the entire Eslanden world, I can't find a few geniuses who can be compared with you. Dear Gildarts. By the way, you said before that Lachesis is a genius. If he works hard for another 10 years, he may be able to catch up with you now, right? Then let me return what you said to Lachesis to you. From now on, maybe Gildarts, if you work hard for another 100 years, you can catch up with me now." August tilted his head and said with a smile. "Hee hee." Gildarts smiled bitterly when he heard it. "This gap is really ridiculous. Then, Gildarts, can you take out the things I need and give them to me now?" August looked at Gildarts and asked. "Of course." Gildarts said, handing all the badges of the Fairy Tale Guild and the Diabolos Guild to August. "Very good. I have collected 5 badges now, and the battle is over." August said, holding up the badges of the 5 major magician guilds, and looked at Uru beside him, and said with a smile, "Of course, if you are unwilling to give up, Uru, and intend to continue to compete with me for the ownership of these 5 badges, I can accompany you to the end." "August, you are really a joke." Uru heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, raised his hands to the sky, and saluted in France. "Well, we all love France. The battle is over. Then the town can be restored," August said, and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! Everyone only heard a snap sound. The next moment, the town that had been reduced to ruins was immediately restored to its original state. Suddenly, whether it was Gildarts, Uru, or the people in the Fairy Tale Guild who were looking at the situation outside through the magic crystal, all widened their eyes, and one of them murmured to himself, "This is called magic." Yes, August's magic made these magicians shout, "This is called magic." Compared with August, what they used can only be regarded as a trick at best. Hey! This is called professionalism. In the Alentia world, Ian looked through the magic crystal and watched his son August reshape a city with a wave of his hand, and immediately said with great pride, "Ian, are you still distracted when doing things?" Then, Ian was pulled over by Selene. Ahem. On the other side. In the town of Magnolia, in the Fairy Tale Guild. "Okay, the game is over. The winner belongs to our fairy tale." Makarov shouted excitedly with his arms around him. "This guy, the reason why he asked us to come here. Just to show off his superiority, right?" In response, the presidents of the 2 major magician guilds, Pegasus and Hound, Bob and Goldman, looked at Makarov on the podium with great anger. "Sorry, I'm going to take up a little time here." Just when Makarov put his arms on his waist, looked at his old friend and now his old rival arrogantly, showing the powerful strength of the Fairy Tale Guild. The current chairman of the Magic Council era, Habarian, suddenly walked onto the podium of the Fairy Tale Guild. He interrupted Makarov's words with a microphone in his hand, and said loudly, about this year's selection of the 10 Holy Mages and the reorganization of the Magic Council era members. "First of all, as the chairman of the Magic Council era, I expel Joseph Pola from the 10 Holy Mages. The seat of the Grand Magister. And invite Preshedo Gelberg and Yuri Dolia to become the 2nd and 3rd seats of the current Holy 10. Well, Habarian made a big news right from the start. He directly gave up his and Urifohame seats among the 10 Holy Magisters to Preshedo Gelberg and Yuri Dolia. As for the first seat above, it is not something that Habarian and Urifohame can decide. So, it doesn't mean that Uru is definitely stronger than the old PU with the devil's heart and devil's eyes fully opened, but this is the highest seat that Habarian can directly give to Preshedo. Hey? As Habarian finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Wait, if 2 more members of the Fairy Tale Guild are added to the seats of the Holy 10 Magisters, doesn't it mean that half of the Magisters in the Holy 10 are from the Fairy Tale Guild? Isn't this too unfair to other Magister guilds? Secondly, from today on, the position of the chairman of the Magic Council era will be given to Senior Preshedo Gelberg, and I will serve as the vice-chairman of the Magic Council era together with Urifohame, Yuri Dolia, and Vlad Shinkin. Then, Habarian announced another shocking news. Yes, from today on, Magic Council era also belongs to Fairy Tale. Well, after Habarian saw Augusta's amazing strength, his heart finally fell. What's the point of fighting? If the strongest magician of Fairy Tale Guild is the level of Gildarts, then although Habarian is desperate, he still has the heart to continue fighting Fairy Tale. After all, their Magic Council era still controls the super satellite orbital cannon magic spirit power that can destroy a country. No matter how powerful Gildarts is, he has no way to face the magic spirit power. Under one shot, all beings are equal. However, when Habarian saw Augusta, he was in despair. What is this? Humanoid magic spirit power? No, Augusta has completely surpassed the magic spirit power. How can he fight humans, especially as a mortal? How can he challenge the god who knows all the magic in the world? So, Irene silently reached a consensus with Hito, and branded the logo of the Fairy Tale Guild on his arm in a place where no one noticed. Well, Augusta, Selene and Irene, the three of them shattered Irene's dream of the Magic Council. Brothers, in fact, I am the same as you, we are all members of Fairy Tale. That's it. After Irene finished his speech, Hito came to Irene's side, patted the young former speaker of the council on the shoulder, and smiled and preached. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Irene, this young man, is very teachable. So, after Irene and Hito's operation, the current ranking of the 10 great magisters of the Holy Land. The first seat, Uru Merkovich. The second seat, Hito Gelberg. The third seat, Yuri Dolia. The fourth seat, Irene. The fifth seat, Urufheim. The sixth seat, Volod Sinkin. The seventh seat, Makarov Dolia. Currently, after Joseph Pola was removed from the 10 great magisters of the Holy Land, there are still 3 vacancies. According to Hito, what to and others mean is: include Gildarts and Ian in the scope of consideration for the title of the 10 Holy Magisters. As for the mages on the current list of the 10 Holy Magisters, they have all become mages of the Fairy Tale Guild without anyone noticing. And the threshold for the title of the 10 Holy Magisters has also been raised from the original Holy 10 level to the current King of Heaven by the Fairy Tale people. Well, let me tell you a joke. With the help of the Fairy Tale Guild, the strength of the mages of the Holy 10 level on the current Ishgar continent is not up to the standard for the title of the 10 Holy Magisters. However, under the internal role of the Fairy Tale Guild, the title of the 10 Holy Magisters of Ishgar, the southern continent, is finally no longer a joke for Kiltana, the northern continent, and Alakadasia, the western continent. Great! 2 more seniors of our Fairy Tale Guild have been selected for the title of Holy 10. Now, we are the real strongest magician guild in Ishgar. Haha, other guilds have no chance to compete with us. For a moment, the entire Fairy Tale Guild cheered. Everyone was excited about the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild. No, wait a moment. However, in the lobby on the first floor of the entire Fairy Tale Guild, all the Fairy Tale members were excited because of Irene's words. Makarov, who had just rested for half a year and reached the level of king under the guidance of Hito, Irene, and others, seemed to find something wrong. He was covered with cold sweat on his forehead and said in a panic, "Excuse me, Irene, if President Hito goes to the Magic Council era to serve as the chairman, who will be the president of the Fairy Tale Guild?" Hee. As Makarov finished speaking, all the magicians present fell silent and looked at Lao Ma with a smile. Makarov, listen to my order. From today on, you are the 4th generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this time, Hito answered Lao Ma's doubts. No. Lao Ma cried happily when he heard this. Yes, Makarov must have heard that he would soon serve as the president of the Fairy Tale Guild again, so he was so excited. He was so happy. Great! Congratulations, Makarov is the president of Fairy Tale again. The popular choice, the popular choice. After old Pu announced that Makarov would be the next president of the Fairy Tale Guild, the entire Fairy Tale Hall was filled with laughter. Great, Pony! Really, Pony? We can attend the president's meeting together again. Pony, I'm happy for you. Pony, I feel relieved when you are the president. Pony, congratulations. Congratulations. No more words, it's all in the wine. Even, Bob of Blue Pegasus, Goldman of Four Hounds, Rob of Lumen Guardian, and Rice, Ghost, of Diabolos, were all happy with the people of Fairy Tale Guild, loudly congratulating Makarov on becoming the president of Fairy Tale. Although the members of the Magister Guild under their command are not considered Fairy Tale people, they are genuine members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey! Shut up all of you! Makarov roared loudly when he heard this. Well! A world where only Makarov was injured was born. 8,000 words, a super big chapter. Chapter 135 Irene is born. Ian has twins. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed quietly. It is December 8th, X780. That is, the most important event of the year for the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, the day when the president of the Fairy Tale Guild personally announces the list of people who will participate in the S-Class Magician Assessment of the Guild this year. Everyone, good morning. Makarov stood on the podium deep in the Fairy Tale Guild with a tired face, facing the magicians of the guild and greeting everyone. Well, Makarov has not served as the president of the Fairy Tale Guild for too long, so he is beginning to feel a little uncomfortable. Especially, the current Fairy Tale Guild, the strength of its members is much stronger than before, and the troubles caused are also much stronger than before. President, don't waste time. Yes. Yet. Announce it quickly. This year's S-Class Wizard Assessment List. In the Guild, a group of wizards who have been looking forward to the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard Assessment for a long time shouted loudly to Makarov, hoping that Makarov could quickly announce the matters related to this year's S-Class Wizard Assessment and the reference personnel. Among them, Natsu, Gray and others shouted the most. They are also the most likely candidates to be selected by Makarov to participate in the S-Class Wizard Assessment. Really, you guys? You really can't keep it a secret at all. Why are you so anxious? Makarov heard this and sighed helplessly as he looked at the anxious guild members in front of him about the S-Class Mage Assessment list. In that case, you all listen to me. Makarov said, and took out the list of people who participated in this year's S-Class Mage Assessment in the Fairy Tale Guild that he had prepared overnight from his pocket, and prepared to read it out in front of all the Fairy Tale Guild members present. It's coming, it's coming. As everyone in the guild hall saw Makarov take out the list of people, they all became excited, and they chattered loudly, it can't be wrong. This year's S-Class Mage will definitely be decided between Myra Jane and Arusha. That's right. I have already bet all the money I earned this year. It depends on this year's S-Class Mage Assessment to turn the tables. Wakaba spoke loudly with a cigarette in his mouth. Haha, who isn't? I asked Kana to tell me yesterday, and this year is the year I will completely turn things around. Macau looked very proud, as if he had seen himself completely turning things around with this bet, smoking cigars and drinking red wine next year, and living a happy life. Speaking of which, Kana-chan. Who did you bet on? Of course, there were some more cautious people in the guild. They didn't bet right away, but found Kana, who was known as the guild's #1 fortune teller, hoping that Kana could show them a way out. No one. Kana heard this and poured herself a glass of wine. After drinking a glass of XO brandy, he spoke cheerfully. What do you mean? As Kana finished speaking, all the magicians present looked puzzled and looked at Kana with puzzled eyes. After all, in the eyes of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, every year when the S-level magician assessment begins, Kana makes a lot of money. The reason why I win every battle in the casino. It's not because of how accurate my calculations are, but because I never bet. However, who knew that Kana would reveal a shocking news right at the beginning? What? When the novice gamblers heard this, they all looked shocked. But, you also saw. Every year when the gambling begins, I will make a lot of money. The main reason for this is, every year when the gambling is about to start, I will take time to tell fortunes for those who are going to bet, so as to earn a certain amount of remuneration. Of course, if I don't calculate accurately, I don't want a penny, but if I calculate accurately, I will take 10 points as my remuneration. Then, Kana revealed another super big melon. Can it be like this? For a moment, all these novices stared with their eyes wide open. But if you lose the bet, won't you earn a penny? At this time, another novices looked at Kana and questioned. Yes. Yes. The other novices echoed Kana and nodded repeatedly. Hey! Isn't it easy? As long as someone wins, isn't it enough? For example, let's take this year as an example. Any member of the Fairy Tale Guild knows that the winner of this year's S-Class Mage Assessment must be between Myra Jane and Arusha. So I let Wakaba bet on Myra Jane and let Makeo bet on Arusha, so that one of them will definitely win. That's why my accuracy rate in predicting the winner of the S-Class Mage Assessment is always above 50% every year. This is also the main reason why people ask me to predict the winner of the S-Class Mage Assessment every year. Kana yawned and spoke lazily. That makes sense. As Kana finished speaking, all the newcomers widened their eyes. Ah! However, Kana didn't seem happy, she sighed helplessly. Because she knew clearly in her heart that when these newcomers began to ask her about the winners of the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Mage Assessment, sooner or later they would rush into the gambling market like other old people in the guild. Especially, when these newcomers saw that the old people in the Fairy Tale Guild really made a lot of money by relying on the gambling of this year's S-Class Mage Assessment, they could not control themselves even more, and people would be jealous. First of all, the people who have obtained the reference qualifications this year are Myra Jane Strauss, Arusha Milkovich, Kana Alyaparona, Mist Gang, Natsu Dragneel, Grey Fulp Asta, Leon Bastia, and Fried Justin, the above 8 mages. Makarov did not hesitate at all, and directly announced the list of people who would participate in the Guild's S-Class Mage Assessment this year in front of everyone. This year's assessment list is almost the same as last year's list in terms of personnel configuration. It is also similar to the predictions of the Guild's gambling dogs. It is basically the T2 and above personnel on their prediction list. Although the number of references is a little less than last year. But this list has been carefully considered by Makarov. After all, in Makarov's opinion, as long as there are 2 monsters, Arusha and Myra Jane, who are the strongest among their peers, no matter how many references there are, they are just runners-up. Sister, it's great that you are selected. Lysina was relieved after confirming that her sister Myra Jane was on the reference list for the S-level magician assessment announced by Makarov. Don't worry. I will pass this year's S-level magician assessment. Myra Jane said with her arms around her body, eager to try. It's not that easy to defeat me. Arusha heard this, she tilted her head slightly, and looked at Myra Jane with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Then give it a try. Mirage smiled, and terrifying magic was entangled around her. Give it a try, just give it a try. Ultia smiled, and she seemed to have the confidence to win against Mirage. Natsu is great, you are chosen again. In the sky, Happy flapped his wings and said excitedly. Definitely win. Natsu moved his wrists gently, and he looked at the stands excitedly. Grey, I won't show mercy. Lion was surrounded by cold air, and he looked at Grey and warned coldly. Come on. Grey had taken off his clothes without knowing when, and said excitedly. Long live Grey-sama. Not far from Grey, Juvia, who quit the Guardian of Lumina last month and officially joined the Fairy Tale Guild, was shy. Red looked at Grey, holding Grey's name tag in his hand, and cheered for Grey loudly. Juvia, stop it, it's embarrassing. Seeing this, Grey waved his hand at Juvia. No matter how embarrassing it is, it's not as embarrassing as you, right? Take a good look at your clothes. Bastard. Seeing this, a group of single dogs in the guild couldn't help but roared at Grey angrily. Hey! Strange, where are my clothes? Grey looked down, and after finding that his clothes had disappeared, he was shocked. Mr. Grey is so perverted, I love you so much. Juvia looked at the naked Grey, not only without the slightest anger, but her face was red, and her eyes were full of love. Juvia, look at me too. I can take off my clothes too. Just when Juvia focused all her attention on Grey, Leon, who mistakenly thought Juvia liked perverts, strode to Juvia and took off his clothes in a flash, revealing his 8-pack ABS and the basketball that was blocked by Kuriko. "Hello. Is this the Magic Council era?" "Yes, this is the Fairy Tale Guild, there is a pervert here." "Okay, okay." Seeing this, Jovia directly dialed the magic communication number of the new Magic Council era and reported everything she saw. An hour later, several magicians in black robes came to the Fairy Tale Guild. "Well, by the way, since Hito became the chairman of the Magic Council era, he dismissed all the members of the council. He recruited powerful magicians from the entire kingdom of Fiori and even the Ishgar continent, and appointed talented people regardless of past grudges, so as to achieve a complete transformation of the council. Although these actions of Hito have attracted many criticisms from the sages in the magic world, they are all harmless. Because Hito is strong enough and doesn't take these people's words seriously. At the same time, Hito's method of recruiting talents from the society has indeed transformed the overall strength of the council and reached a peak. Who is a pervert? After these magicians representing the council entered the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, they suddenly became troubled. In their eyes, everyone in this guild seemed to be a pervert. For a while, they didn't know who to catch. "That's the man," Jovia said, pointing at the naked Leon. "Take this silver-haired pervert away." The leader, the man with short light blue hair, heard the words and walked towards Leon with his men, ignoring Gray who was also naked. He issued an arrest warrant for Leon to his men. By the way, the 3 people who came to arrest Leon, the guy with short blue hair is called Dist, a user of gravity magic. The muscular man's name is Cannon, a magic user of the dress-up Lancer, which is the same as Bisksa and Alzak. The dazzling woman with big yellow waves is called Coronia, who is also a user of dress-up magic, and she can also use space magic. The 3 were not originally special forces of the Magic Council, but members of the Magister Guild named Ruby. After receiving the news of the Magic Council era's large-scale recruitment, they joined the council, which could bring them more benefits. At present, all 3 of them work for Hito. "No!" Accompanied by screams. Leon was taken away by this group of guys who read the new Magic Council and wrote as Hito's private guards. In response, none of the mages in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall came to stop these guys from the council from taking Leon away. Obviously, this is not the first time Leon has been taken away, and everyone seems to have been fed up with Leon. Well, unlike Gray who always accidentally takes off his clothes, Leon is a guy who knowingly commits the crime. Knowing and not knowing are 2 completely different points. Besides, even if Leon was taken away by these guys, it would only take about half a month of criticism and education. Leon should be taken away and criticized for half a month. Half a month. Just then, Makarov seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and shook his head silently, saying, "Well, the list of people who will participate in the S-Class Magician examination this year can be slightly changed, and Leon's name can be crossed out." After excluding Leon, Mirage, Altair, Miskin, Kana, Freed, Natsu, and Gray will participate in this year's S-Class Magician examination. The rules of the examination are still the same as before. You can freely find 7 like-minded magicians in the guild to form a team and gather at the Fairy Tale Guild Pier in a week. I will hold the S-Class Magician examination abroad this year. Makarov put his hands behind his back and announced this year's S-Class Magician examination. The rules, time, and place of the mentor assessment. Well, due to the protest of Thomas E. Fiori, the king of the Kingdom of Fiori, who did not want to reveal his name, this year Makarov decided to take the members of his guild to harm other countries. Oh! As Makarov finished speaking, the magicians present started to make a noise. By the way, this year's S-Class Magician examiners are. Then, Makarov seemed to have thought of something, and he began to introduce the lineup of examiners for the S-Class Magician assessment of Fairy Tale this year to the group of candidates who were about to take the assessment. Gildarts Cleves. U. Milkovich. And Lakeusas Dolia. As Makarov finished speaking, Gildarts, you, and Lacuses, the three S-class magicians, walked up to the podium deep in the Fairy Tale Guild without any hesitation and stood beside Makarov. Wait, however, when Gildarts and others stood on the podium, whether it was Myra Jane and Arusha or Natsu and Gray, they all frowned. At the same time, a doubtful voice sounded in their hearts, which made them ask, "Where did Urza go?" "I want to challenge Urza!" Natsu shouted loudly. He couldn't wait to compete with Urza. "Yes, I want to compete with Ian." In response, Gildarts also imitated Natsu and shouted to the sky. "No, uncle. You are already an S-class magician, please don't make trouble here, thank you. Also, if you really fight with Ian, the whole Magnolia will not be enough for you to destroy. I'm afraid that the kingdom of Fiori will suffer." After hearing what Gildarts said, all the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild looked at Gildarts and complained loudly. "Sorry, it may not be possible this year. Because, whether it is Urza, Ellie or Ian, they all asked for leave, and their family, none of them can come to this year's S-class magician." After Makarov heard the demands of the vast majority of people in the guild, he narrowed his eyes, stared at Gildarts, Natsu, and Myra Jane, who were afraid of chaos in the world, and spoke with a cold expression. "Why?" Myra Jane immediately showed an unhappy look when she heard this. Without Urza, the S-class magician exam is not called the S-class magician exam at all. Natsu was also unhappy when he heard what Makarov said. That's right, that's right. I don't care. I want to fight Ian." Gildarts waved his fist at the air, making a sonic boom of bang. Bang. Bang, as if he was going to seek revenge for the punch he punched Ian that year. "Hey! Don't you guys know? Ian's wife Irene is about to give birth." Makarov looked around, and after his eyes swept over the faces of Gildarts and others, he suddenly discovered something surprising, that is, these guys seemed to be unaware that Irene was about to give birth. As Makarov finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. They shouted, "Irene, is she going to give birth?" "Yes. Irene is going to give birth." Makarov looked calm and said the most shocking words in the calmest tone. "And it's twins." After a while, Makarov seemed to have thought of something, and he added another sentence. "Twins?" For a moment, everyone present was even more shocked. At the same time, Alajadasia, the western continent. In the palace of the Albaraz Empire, the strongest country in the world of Eslanden. The current 12 shields of the Holy Guard are all gathered and standing guard outside the palace. At the same time, the regent of the empire, one of the two walls, the Magic King August, personally guarded the east gate of the palace. The moon dragon Selene guarded the west gate of the palace. The Dragon Slayer Mage of the Law, the third Dragon Slayer Mage in the world who has mastered Dragon Slayer magic to the point of complete dragonization, and who is also known to be able to compete with the Divine Dragon, heir of Celia, personally guarded the northern gate of the palace. Even the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, Ziref Dragneel, who was originally traveling on the Ishgar continent, was temporarily called back by Irene and August to guard the southern gate of the palace. Ziref was confused at the moment, and he was puzzled, what on earth is going on? Why was I summoned back by my own subordinates and assigned a job by them? No, am I not the Emperor of the Empire? Shouldn't the Albaraz Empire listen to me? Family members, who understands? What happened in the years since I left the Empire? I seem to have been usurped by someone. Unfortunately, everyone had no time to deal with the confused Ziref. At this moment, in the palace, Aya, accompanied by the cries of two babies, Ian immediately rushed into the room where Irene was. "Irene, are you okay? How is your body? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Ian's first concern was Irene's safety. "Very good, you don't need to worry about that. The children are also very good. Look, they are waving at you. Babies are the most beautiful creatures in the world. At this moment, Irene was lying on the bed, holding two cute babies in her arms, her eyes full of joy and deep maternal love. She whispered, "It's twins. Ian, what do you think the names of these two children should be?" This. After Ian was silent for a long time, he looked at Irene tentatively and asked, "For a girl, let's call her Ewan. For a boy, I think it's better to call him Shanks." Well, it was mainly because Ian looked at the two babies with short crimson hair born under Irene's powerful genes, and he couldn't help but play a face-saving joke. "What did you say? What if the children grow up and don't want to?" "What a joke! If the children can't be played with, then their birth will be meaningless." Ahem. A 6,000 word chapter. Chapter 136. The strongest family in the world. The fake Emperor Zerev, the real Emperor Ian. Ewan and Shanks. Really good names. Irene murmured, looking at the baby in her arms with infinite love. Parents love their children, and there is no need for many words or reasons. Of course, there is also. Actually, no matter how weird the names Ian gave to the children were, Irene would accept them happily. Just because these were the names Ian gave himself. "Are these our brothers and sisters? They are such a small pair, so cute. Were Eli and I so cute when we were young?" Just then, Ian sat quietly beside Irene and named his newly born son and daughter. Elisa walked in from the door of the room with Elle. They looked at the babies in Irene's arms and couldn't help sighing. Well, the babies held by Irene in her arms, in the eyes of Elle and Urza, simply gathered all the beauty in the world. They are the most perfect treasures in the world. Of course. You and Elle were not only cute when you were young. You are also the cutest people in the world now. Don't you take a good look at whose children you are. Can Ian's genes be bad? Ian smiled and rubbed Elle and Urza's little heads when he heard it. "Father. Can I raise my brothers and sisters myself?" Just when Ian smiled at Ellie and Urza. At some point, August had come to the room where Irene was resting, just like he was standing in front of Ian, staring at Urza and Ellie, the two babies in Irene's arms. When August saw the two babies, Egwene and Shanks, who seemed to be surrounded by all the beauty in the world, he couldn't help but smile kindly. Although this kind expression is really not suitable for August, who looks young because he has practiced the three major killing magics. However, at the moment, August really wants to raise his younger brother and sister in person to share the burden for his father Ian and mother Irene. It's not impossible. After listening to Augustus' words, Ian fell into deep thought. Well, to be honest, Augustus' words make sense. To be honest, Ian is relieved to let Ewan and Shanks be raised by Augustus. At the same time, with Augustus, the king of magic, Ewan and Shanks can lay a solid foundation when they are young. Father, Father. Since Augustus can raise his brothers and sisters himself, can I and Ellie also raise a brother and sister? After Ian agreed to let Augustus raise his two children, Urza's eyes suddenly lit up with little stars. What is that saying? The eldest sister is like a mother, right? Since Augustus is qualified to raise his brothers and sisters, then Urza is naturally qualified to raise his brothers and sisters. Do you think raising children is the same as raising cats and dogs? You two little guys shouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Wait until you are older, I mean your mental age. Ian couldn't help but twitch his eyelids after hearing what Urza said. The reason why Egwene and Shanks were raised by Augusta was because Augusta was mature and stable, and he would not make any mistakes. But if Egwene and Shanks were raised by Urza and Ellie, who knows what kind of strange personalities and hobbies these two crazy little girls would cultivate in Egwene and Shanks, and what kind of shock would they bring to him? Tisk, father is partial. Hearing this, Urza pouted unhappily. You girl. Ian looked at Urza pretending to be jealous, blaming Ian for being partial to Augusta's gesture. He couldn't help laughing, and gently poked Urza's puffy cheek. "Mother, I plan to make Shanks and Egwene the crown prince of the Albaraz Empire. Let them be the prince and princess of the Albaraz Empire, what do you think?" At this time, August looked at Irene, who was resting on the bed, and asked, "Ah, this is a good thing. After all, the Albaraz Empire is the world's #1 country. Just do as you say." Irene smiled when she heard it, and nodded slightly at August, agreeing. "Thank you for your support." After getting Irene's consent, August slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his decision would not satisfy Irene. In the past, when Augusta was not clear about Irene's identity, he did some things that were contrary to Irene's choice in dealing with important policies of the Albaraz Empire. But that was all in the past. As the saying goes, ignorance is innocent, so let it go. But now it is different from the past. Since Augusta has learned about the relationship between Irene and Ian, he must take Irene's decision first. Just a week later, August and Irene joined forces and, in the name of the regent, convened the 12 shields of the Holy Guard to hold a meeting between the top leaders of the Albaraz Empire. At the same time, Augusta and Irene announced to all the top leaders of the empire in advance that there would be important instructions to be issued. So, in the meeting room of the 12 shields of the Holy Guard, Death God Bradman, Judge Val Ishit, and White Monk Rake Dragneel, the three of them, have already taken their places in the meeting room. "Good morning, everyone." Not long after, Neinhart, who had been on night duty recently, gently pushed open the door of the conference room. He didn't even look at the people in the conference room and greeted them. "Good morning." After Val Ishit, Bradman, and Lakid looked at each other, they almost simultaneously greeted Neinhart, who walked into the conference room. "What are you three doing?" When Neinhart heard the three voices, his expression paused slightly, and his original fatigue was swept away. He looked up in the direction of the voice. When Neinhart saw Val Ishit, who was supposed to be in the neutral faction, sitting with Bradman and Lakid of the Emperor faction, he had an ominous premonition in his heart, so he asked, "If I remember correctly, Val, shouldn't you be sitting next to me?" Yes, Neinhart is still trying to win over Val Ishit. If Val Ishit came to Neinhart's side at this moment, it means that Val Ishit has abandoned the Emperor's faction and joined the faction of the Regent Irene. "Oh, sorry, Neinhart. According to my calculations, now that His Majesty the Emperor has returned, joining the Leica Ed faction is most beneficial to my mechanical race." Val Ishit apologized to Neinhart after hearing this. "Yes, is that so? Hee. Then you have to work hard. Everyone is working hard for His Majesty." Neinhart smiled awkwardly after hearing this, and didn't say much. In fact, Neinhart also heard that the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, the fallen fairy Spleek, has returned to the Empire. Since His Majesty the Emperor has returned to the country, then in this country, there is indeed no meaning for the regent to exist. The reason why the regent of this country exists, it is because the Emperor has not appeared for a long time, but still needs a qualified ruler. So, the citizens pushed Irene and August, who are the most powerful and far superior to everyone else among the 12 shields, to the stage. So, now that the Emperor has returned, it is reasonable for these fence-sitters to join the faction of Emperor Spleek. Trouble. Neinhart muttered to himself. The Emperor's return was not in his interest. After all, Neinhart was different from these people. He was completely supported by Irene to become one of the 12 shields of the Holy Land. He was a representative of the Irene faction. Click. Just when Neinhart was having a headache, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Jacob, with a skull tattoo on his head, walked into the conference room with a serious face. After hesitating for a while, Jacob also sat on the side where Lakid was. "Jacob, I didn't expect that even you would do that." Neinhart was shocked when he saw this. He looked at Jacob with disbelief. Jacob looked like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he didn't expect that he would betray Lady Irene at the critical moment. I don't mean to join any faction. It's just that now that His Majesty the Emperor is back, I hope everyone will work for His Majesty. Jacob looked up at Neinhardt and shook his head vigorously while speaking. Click. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. The person who came in had short blue hair and wore a blue windbreaker. Compared with the group of middle-aged and elderly people in the conference room, he looked a little younger, about 20 years old. Who are you? Neinhardt turned his head to look at the man who was full of youthful vigor, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his expression. Do you know where this is? This is the meeting room of the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard. It is not a place for a kid like you to come. Oh my! Look at what you said. If this is the meeting room of the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard, then I think I've come to the right place. The man in the blue windbreaker gently pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, After all, I am a member of the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard promoted by His Majesty Spleek, the Emperor of the Albarez Empire. My name is Inbal. Are you Inbal, the genius of ice magic? After listening to the self-introduction of the man in front of him, Neinhardt was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized. I didn't expect that my name is so famous in the Empire. Inbal looked at Neinhardt, who was shocked, and said with a smile. Then, without giving Neinhardt a chance to say more, Inbal also came to the side of Raked, who represented the Emperor's faction among the 12 Shields, and sat down and looked at Neinhardt, the only one sitting on the opposite side of the Emperor's faction in the conference room. Raked, you are so amazing. Unknowingly, you have won over 5 of the 12 Shields. Neinhardt looked at the scene in front of him. He smiled lightly at first, and then took a deep look at Raked sitting opposite him. Ah! I welcome you to join us. My dear, Knight Neinhardt. You should know that now that His Majesty the Emperor has returned, there will be only one voice in the entire Albarez Empire, and that is the voice of His Majesty the Emperor. In the face of the trend of His Majesty's return, if you continue to engage in those small moves of forming cliques, it will seem somewhat inappropriate, isn't it? Lakehide clasped his hands together, like a holy monk. He closed his eyes tightly, as if praying to the gods, and told Neinhardt the fundamental reason why all these people behind him joined the Emperor's faction he was in. Don't worry about me. Neinhardt was much calmer, thinking in his heart that at worst he would just quit. Click. After a while, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. This time, Asuna, Amelia, and Tifa entered the conference room. They are the 3 people from the faction of the Magic King August. Will they join the Emperor's faction? Neinhardt looked at the 3 people who had just entered the conference room, and a little doubt rose in his heart. Click. Just when Neinhardt was thinking, Asuna and the other 2 came to Neinhardt and sat down slowly beside her. What are you doing? Neinhardt looked at the 3 people around him, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hee. Asuna naturally saw the confusion in Neinhardt's eyes. She smiled gently and said to Neinhardt, meaningless words, supporting Master Augustus means supporting Madame Irene. Supporting Master Augustus means supporting Madame Irene. Does that mean that Augustus has formed an alliance with Lady Irene? But that's right. If you want to face the Emperor who has returned strongly, the only way to choose is to form an alliance. Neinhardt frowned. He didn't understand what Asuna meant by Master and Madam. But he probably heard from Asuna's words that Augustus seemed to have formed an alliance with Irene. Just when Neinhardt was guessing what measures Augustus and Irene had prepared to deal with the return of the Emperor Spree. Accompanied by a roaring magic, 5 powerful figures appeared in the conference room. The one standing in the middle of the crowd was naturally Ian Belzarian. On Ian's left and right sides stood the moon dragon Selene and the wise dragon Irene, and on Selene and Irene's sides stood the Fallen Eleftheria and the Magic King August. Well, it can be said that the difference in status can be seen from the positions of the 5 people. Ian, who is in the C position, is the undisputed top, followed by Irene and Selene, followed by Auguste, and finally Eleftheria, who is Irene's apprentice. Oh, theoretically speaking, Auguste is of the same generation as Eleftheria, and they are not much different in age. Is that the emperor? Because the 12 shields of the empire have never seen the emperor, Nienhart, Jacob, and Val-Ishit all subconsciously regarded Ian as the emperor of the Albarez Empire, the fallen fairy Spleek. Who the hell is this? At this moment, Bradman and Lakita was confused. Yes, among the 12 holy shields, there are also those who know the emperor of the Albarez Empire, Spleek, that is, the black wizard Ziref. Among them, Bradman and Lakid, the two demons created by Ziref himself, are most familiar with Ziref. They can be 100% sure that Ian, who is standing between Irene and Auguste, is definitely not the emperor of the emperor. Is this the emperor who promoted me? Inbulula's face was stained with a blush, looking at Ian's tall figure, his eyes were full of longing. Unfortunately, Inbulula did not understand. Longing is the farthest distance from understanding. Ahem. Well, although Inbulula claimed to be one of the 12 holy shields promoted by Emperor Spleek himself, it was actually Lakid who conveyed the emperor's order to him, and he had never seen Spleek's true appearance. Everyone, my name is Ian Belzarian. Ian stood in front of the 12 shields and said his name calmly. So your majesty's name is Ian Belzarian. Wait, Belzarian. When everyone heard Ian's last name, they were stunned and subconsciously looked at Irene Belzarian standing next to Ian. As you can see, Irene and Selene are both my wives. Auguste and Urza are both my children. Ian looked calm. Although his voice was not loud, it was particularly majestic. He told everyone in the conference room about his family structure. Ah! Auguste and Lady Irene are actually a family. However, after Ian told his family structure, the senior officials of the Albarez Empire in the 12 Shields conference room at this moment could not accept it at all, and they all widened their eyes in shock. So, Irene has always been Her Majesty the Queen. Auguste is actually the Regent Prince. At this moment, whether it was Nienhart or Jacob and others, they all seemed to have eaten something shocking, and their eyes widened. In addition, I have two things to announce here. From today, my wife Selene and Irene's apprentice Eleftheria will also become one of the regents of the Albarez Empire. Ian then announced that Selene and Eleftheria will also move into the Albarez Empire from today. This is also the decision made by Ian after discussing with Selene, Irene, and others. Selene will join the Albarez Empire, and then the Albarez Empire will send troops to help Selene garrison and manage the Alentia world. After all, although Selene is a strong fighter, she is not a qualified leader. Many of her policies are like playing house in a nursery, too abstract. As for Arif Celia, this guy claimed that he was worried about Selene. He was afraid that Selene would be devoured by the dragon nature one day, so he volunteered to monitor her instead of Irene. Let Augustus tell you about the next thing. After Ian finished speaking, he sat directly in the meeting room of the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard, on the magnificent golden throne that no one had ever sat on, with the spirit of an emperor. Then, I will announce the next thing. Augustus heard the words, walked in front of everyone, and spoke loudly, from today on, the crown prince of the Albarez Empire will be my brother and sister, Shanks and Egwene. At the same time, they are also the children of my mother, Lady Irene. As Augustus' voice fell, Asuna, Tifa, and Emilia had already walked behind Augustus and took over the two cute babies Shanks and Egwene from the servants. Why don't you get up quickly and meet the prince and princess? Then, Tifa subconsciously turned her head and looked at the conference room. Because of the continuous information, she was stunned, so that the 12 Shields who were stunned on the spot asked loudly. Meet His Majesty the Emperor, meet His Majesty the Regent, meet the Prince and Princess. As Tifa finished speaking, Nienhart, Val-Ishit, Jacob, and Inbulula immediately stood up from their seats and bowed to Ian and others. My good day is coming. Among them, Nienhart was excited. He knew that it was absolutely right for him to insist on standing on the side of Irene. It turned out that Lady Irene, Lord August, and the Emperor were all one family. Moreover, the Crown Prince of the Albaraz Empire is now held by Irene's children. Isn't this enough to explain everything? Well, the empire belongs to Lady Irene. The empire belongs to the Cerberian family. The empire belongs to the great Emperor Ian. Click. Just when everyone was cheering for the birth of the Emperor's crown prince, the door of the conference room was opened again, and Jalal, wearing a robe and looking stupid, strode into the conference room and said in great confusion, "Strange, I just heard the servants cleaning the palace say that a meeting of the 12 Shields is being held in the highest conference room of the empire. But, how come I, the Emperor of the Emperor, don't know about this? Did you forget to inform me? Really too careless, right? Hey?" When the 12 holy shields in the conference room, who were cheering for the successor of the Albaraz Empire, heard the words of Jalal, who suddenly broke into the conference room, they were all stunned. "Bold! Who are you? How dare you impersonate the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire? I think you don't want to live." Without waiting for everyone to say more, Nienhart, who had the fastest reaction among the 12 holy shields, was the first to point his finger at Jalal's cheek and shouted angrily, "Ah!" When Jalal heard this, he was stunned. "No, how did I become an impostor?" Continue, a chapter of 6,000 words. Chapter 137 Ian, yes, I am the Emperor of the Empire. Jalal, no, you stole my account in front of me? What happened? Until this moment, the true Empire Emperor Ziref, who had just been called back from the Ishgar continent by the two regents of the Albaraz Empire, Irene and August, did not understand what was happening right now. He looked at Nienhart with a look of confusion. "Did you get something wrong? I am the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, and I am also the founder of the Albaraz Empire. I am Emperor Spree, and I am the Black Mage Ziref. Now that I'm back, what's wrong with you?" Jerf looked at Nienhart and asked in confusion. Well, until this moment, Jalal still maintained his elegance as the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, patiently asking his people if they had made a mistake. This empire is his, and he is also the founder, so how come he has become an impostor? In any case, he has to figure this out. No. What's the point of you coming back now? Why don't you wait until the crown princes are all grown up, and then come back and seize power with the crown princes? At this moment, Nienhart was speechless. After looking up and down at Ziref, he sighed helplessly. First of all, Ziref is indeed very powerful. This is something Nienhart must admit. Secondly, there is a great possibility that Ziref is really the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire. After all, Ziref's aura is not to be underestimated, which Nienhart also admits. However, there is one thing that Nienhart must say, that is, no, buddy, let's not talk about whether you are the Emperor of our Albaraz Empire, because this matter is not important at all now, okay? You have such a big pair of eyes, don't you see that the two regents of the Empire, Lord Irene and Lord August, are actually all one family? Didn't you notice that, in addition to Irene and Augusta, there are two other people with unfathomable strength, who are suspected to be at the same level as Lady Irene and Lady Augusta, who have also been lured over to serve as the regent of the Albaraz Empire. No matter how powerful you are, can you really fight for alone? To be honest, I don't think you can necessarily win against the four current regents of the Albaraz Empire in a one-on-one situation. Nienhart was speechless at this moment. Could it be that this black-haired boy who looked younger than him really couldn't understand the atmosphere? How solemn was the atmosphere in the conference room at the moment? He felt uncomfortable just sitting here. You kid, give me some perspective. What your identity is, it doesn't matter from the beginning. The important thing is that he is stronger than you now. Let's take a step back. Even if you are really the emperor of the empire, you don't have the final say in this empire. Just play your role well. Brat. After Neinhart rolled his eyes at Jalal, he said angrily in his heart. He dared to stare at me? Jerf was also confused at this moment. He just wanted an answer. Is it too much for an emperor of an empire to ask his guard knights for an answer in his own country? As a result, his nominal subordinates not only did not answer him, but also glared at him. To be honest, he has never been so wronged in his life. Aaron, August, I need an explanation. Please answer me immediately, what happened in the years since I left the empire? Why did I become an impostor of the emperor? At this moment, Jelf's emotions, which had not fluctuated for many years, finally overflowed with anger. He looked at Aaron and August standing on the podium in the deepest part of the conference room and asked, why are there so many people? However, the moment Zeref looked up at Irene and the others, his expression suddenly froze. Zeref then realized that in addition to Irene and August, there were 6 people standing at the front of the conference room. Asuna, Tifa, and Amelia, the 3 of them are personalities added by August using the advanced addition technique. I know this. Zerf narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the 6 people, Asuna, Tifa, and Amelia, although Zelf had never seen them, he knew them more or less. He knew that these 3 people were the products of August's advanced addition technique, so he just glanced at them and stopped looking at Asuna and the other 2. The point is, the 3 people standing next to Irene and August are not ordinary people. Zerf focused his eyes on Ian, Selene, and Eleftheria. These 3 people were quite unfamiliar to him. Among them, Selene and Eleftheria gave Zelf a particularly strong feeling. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered to himself in his heart, strange, where did Irene and August find 2 more powerful helpers? Who are you 3? After thinking for a while, Zeref found that he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He shook his head gently, gave up thinking, and looked at Ian, Selene, and Aref Selene, and asked in confusion. Hey! Isn't this the famous black magician Zeref? My name is Selene, and I live in Kiltana, the northern continent. At present, I have been invited by His Majesty Spleek, the Emperor of the Albarez Empire, to come to the Empire to serve as the regent. It's nice to meet you. Selene smiled at Zeref when she heard it, and her eyes were full of teasing when she looked at Zeref. It was like a high-level life form teasing a low-level life form, although Selene said that she respected Zeref very much. You said your name is Selene? Still living in Kiltana, the northern continent? Zeref was stunned. He only knew one person who lived in Kiltana, the northern continent, and had the strength to rival Irene and August, and that was. Could it be that you are Selene, the moon dragon, one of the 6 dragons that roamed Kiltana, the northern continent? After taking a deep look at Selene, Jalal tentatively said, it is said that each of your dragons has the strength to rival the gods. Hey! Those are just rumors. Our strength is obviously stronger than that of the native gods of ordinary planets. Selene smiled and refuted the rumors that Jalal said. Who do you think we are? We are the dragons. And, Selene strictly corrected the strength positioning of herself and others. When Zeref heard this, his eyes twitched slightly, and his expression was a little speechless. It was the first time he saw such an arrogant guy. Well, it was not the first time. After all, the invincible Black Dragon King Aknalaja was much more arrogant than the Moon Dragon Selene in front of him. What was that sentence called? Strength is the basis of a person's arrogance. This guy's strength is really weak. On the other side, Selene looked up and down at Zeref and gave him a very weak evaluation. The other party was not her opponent at all. If the person in front of her is considered as a human, he is indeed very strong. But for a dragon, it's just that. To be honest, Selene was quite disappointed. After all, the only thing that really caught the eye of the moon dragon Selene was the Ankh on Zeref, who was praised as a god by countless magicians in the human world. The curse of God Ankursram. In fact, after reaching the level of a divine dragon, one can more or less directly interfere with the curse of God Ankursram. For example, a certain sleeping wood dragon Alderon, while sealing himself and sleeping, one of his clones can still copy the curse of a magician of Ziref's level together with the curse of God Ankursram. Although even if the curse of God Ankursram is copied, it is impossible to completely control this power, and it may even be backfired by this power and die. What about you? At this time, Ziref looked at Eleftheria, who was standing not far from Selene. This guy also gave him a very dangerous feeling. He. My name is Eleftheria. I am the founder of the world's first magician guild, the Dragon of Magic Array. Also, the initiator of the 100 Years Quest. The one who has been fighting against the dragons in Kiltana, the northern continent. Arefsalaya smiled and whispered his identity. The Dragon of the Magic Array. So you are the dragon slayer who almost sank a quarter of Kiltana with the earth dragon Dracula Mag. When Ziref heard this, a look of realization appeared on his face. It is true that most of the people who have reached the top combat power level are well-known characters in the world. Well, I have to say that your strength is indeed very strong. If I have to say it, you should be the third strongest dragon slayer I know of in history, second only to Aknologia and Irene. Then, Ziref gave Arefsalaya a high evaluation. Thank you for your praise. By the way, I am my current identity is also the regent of the Albaraz Empire. At the same time, I was also recruited by the great emperor of the Albaraz Empire, His Majesty, the Great Pre. Arefsalaya smiled and calmly stated his identity. So, you were all recruited from all over the world to the western continent of Alakadasia by the emperor of the Albaraz Empire, Spreeks. Jerf said, his brows tightly knitted together, with disbelief in his eyes. Yes, the Emperor Spreeks mentioned by these people is him. That's right. Arefsalaya and Selene looked at each other and said calmly. Nonsense. Although, I am very grateful to the magician who brought strong people like you to my Albaraz Empire. But, there is one thing I must make clear to you. I am the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, I am the Emperor Spleek. Zerf was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He is the Spleek, okay. As Ziref finished speaking, the voice of approval he imagined did not sound. Even Rakiad Dragneel, who claimed to be the son of Ziref, and Bradman, the god of death who was absolutely loyal to Ziref, lowered their heads and thought about something. Master, I'm really sorry. Lord Augustus, he can use the demon-killing method. If you and I resist Lord Augustus together, we will really die. And we will be killed instantly. No. To be precise, we should be killed by the aftermath. Although Bradman is not afraid of death and is a genuine warmonger. But he is not looking for death. Facing an opponent that he can never defeat, Bradman has no despair of fighting at all. Father, although I don't want to say much. But this guy, Augusta, is over 80 years old and still a virgin. I really can't fight him. Rakt lowered his head quite powerlessly. To be honest, he didn't take Irene, Selene, and Ian seriously. After all, in front of his ability, these three fell in an instant. But his ability was useless to Augusta. In front of Augusta, he was as fragile as a toddler. At this moment, facing the situation, Rakt had no choice but to bow his head. Jeref, are you wrong? Just when Jalal was at a loss. Irene said to Jalal in a lazy tone, the Emperor of the Empire has never left the Empire. He is standing in front of you now. In front of the great Emperor Spree, how dare you pretend to be His Majesty? What? Jalal was stunned. He had seen shameless people. But he had never seen someone as shameless as Irene. You know, he is still alive. He is standing here. This woman in front of him actually denied his identity as an emperor. Where is the Emperor Spree you are talking about? Jalal was a little annoyed. He looked at Irene and asked. I am the Emperor Spree of Emperor Albaraz. Just as Jalal's words fell, Ian stood out from the crowd, walked to Jalal with a swagger, looked down at Jalal and said, Dark Mage Jalal, I think you are powerful and have made indelible contributions to the advancement of magic in the world of Eslanden. Therefore, I specially invite you to visit the Albaridi Empire and serve as my regent. Do you agree? Since you have lived for 400 years and have been troubled by the curse of the god Angselram for 400 years, your mind is sometimes not so clear. I will pretend that I didn't hear everything you said before. I will give you a chance to change. Are you satisfied? Ian was completely immersed in the play at this moment. He looked at Jalal with an indifferent expression and asked coldly. No. Jalal was numb when he heard this. Jalal just said that he had never seen anyone as shameless as Irene. Now, Jalal saw another one. No, to be precise, the guy in front of him who claimed to be Emperor Spleek was even more excessive than Irene. He actually said shamelessly that he wanted to recruit him to be the regent of the empire. This is his empire, okay? How can you steal my account in front of me? I am the emperor of the Albaraz Empire. I am the corrupt and ugly fairy Spleek. Why are you taking even this title away from me? At this moment, Jalal was really angry, he wanted to run away on the spot. But Ian had a smile on his face. The angry Jalal was no threat to Ian. The angrier Jalal was, the more stable the curse of Angselram on him was. Angselram. The curse of Angselram was originally used to torture and punish Jalal. Anyone whom Jalal loves will be cursed to death. Anyone whom Jalal hates will not be harmed by the curse. It seems that the god Angselram hopes that Jalal's enemies can live a long life. Therefore, when Ian saw Jalal's anger, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Look, everyone, come and see. He is anxious, he is anxious. He is really anxious. Jalal is already very angry now. Hey! You little devil who pretends to be me, do you know who I am? A hint of gloom flashed in Jalal's eyes, and he looked at Ian and asked coldly. I know. You are the black magician Ziref. You are also the creator of the devil. One of the founders of the Albaraz Empire. Also, the planner of the Eclipse Gate project. One of the creators of the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia. Obviously, I know your identity better than you think. Ian answered Ziref's question frankly. Nonsense, he has revealed Ziref's identity before. How could he not know Ziref's identity? Obviously, Ziref was really blinded by anger. Then you. Ziref was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Ian to reveal his identity so frankly, and many of his identities were secret. Then do you know who I am? Then, without giving Ziref a chance to say more, Ian looked at Ziref and asked. Ziref was confused by Ian's question. He really didn't know who Ian was. I don't know who you are. So, Zelf could only look Ian up and down and shook his head silently. I am the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. Please allow me to say hello to you on behalf of the first president of our Fairy Tale Guild, and also your disciple Mavis Viviamilio. We will get back everything we lost. Ian smiled. He strode to Zelf, put his ear close to Zelf, and spoke softly in a voice that only he and Zelf could hear, with his hoarse and magnetic voice. What did you say? After Zelf heard the big words fairy tale, his eyes became clearer, and the previous anger and haze were all swept away. Well, at this moment, Zelf's eyes were clear, like a college student who had just walked into the school gate. Thank you for the 20,000 reward from my friend. Chapter 138 Ian, Ziref, you don't want me to dig out your heart and make it into a fairy's heart, do you? Are you from Mavis? Ziref looked at Ian's eyes with a hint of disbelief. No, who in the family would understand? Just when he, Ziref, was still hesitating and wavering, deciding whether to attack the Ishgar continent or to seize the fairy's heart. Zerf's good apprentice, the only person he had ever loved, had sent his own men, members of the Magister Guild, to successfully go undercover in his empire and became the emperor. Well, Mavis really deserves to be his most proud apprentice. This is already better than the master. Hee. In response, Ian just chuckled. Look at this silly boy Zeref, who is still struggling with the fact that he, Ian, stole the account of Zeref, the emperor of the Albarez Empire, Spleek. It's so funny. After all, Ian had already taken Zeref's son Augustus as his own. Is it important to have Augustus, the well-deserved magic king, as an emperor? With Augustus, you can be the emperor of many empires. Without Augustus, you can only watch others do things in front of you, but you can't do anything about it. Is Mavis okay? After a while, Zeref looked at Ian shyly and asked. President Mavis, of course it's great. Ian said. He smiled tactically first, and then continued, thanks to you, the second-generation President Hito Gelberg and the first-generation President Mavis Viviamilio have now returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Live happily with us. However, when I was drinking with President Hito, I suddenly heard him say that you have been thinking of ways to plan the heart of the fairy known as the source of infinite magic. That is the heart of our first-generation President Mavis. And established a powerful organization in Alakadacia, the western continent. So, I thought about coming to see you. Who knew that you actually created such a big empire? This is really incredible. When Ian said this, he deliberately paused. But now, this huge empire is under my control. So, please allow me to thank you again for your help to Fairy Tale, the most powerful wizard guild on the Ishgar continent. Ian said with his hands behind his back, looking at Zeref in front of him with a smile. Mavis's men. The wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. What on earth are you? What did you do in my empire? Zeref's pupils trembled, and he looked at Ian and asked. If I say that I didn't do anything, do you believe it? Ian's eyes flashed with teasing, and he asked Jalal. Impossible. If you don't do anything, Irene and Augusta won't betray me. Zeref seemed to trust Irene and Augusta very much. Hee, this is where you got it wrong. So, dear Black Wizard Jalal. When did you have the illusion that Irene and Augusta are all your subordinates and will never betray you? Ian looked Jalal up and down and asked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Zeref looked puzzled. Irene is my wife. As for Augusta, he is my best child. Ian smiled and told the relationship between him, Irene and August. After all, this was not something worth hiding. This was known to everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. If Zeref was interested, he could get accurate information by asking around. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zeref retorted bluntly. He did not believe what Ian said. Irene is the founder of Dragon Slayer magic. She was born on this continent 400 years ago and started fighting with dragons. Her husband died in the Great War between humans, Dragon Slayer mages and dragons 400 years ago. He was a real hero. Irene would never betray her husband. Zeref frowned, and his rebuttal to Ian's words was indeed well-founded. Zeref didn't believe that Irene, the wife of a Dragon Slayer hero, would fall for a gangster like Ian. I forgot to say. Please allow me to reintroduce myself to you. My name is Ian Belzarian. But 400 years ago, people call me the Dragon Slayer hero Siegfried. Ian smiled and revealed his vest in front of Jalal. Well, Siegfried. When Ian conducted his first simulation, he was still a particularly passionate middle school student, so he used the name in a rush. What? You are Siegfried? You are still alive? Zeref was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly understood a lot of things. If Irene's husband is still alive, then everything makes sense. What do you want to do? After Jalal confirmed Ian's identity, he looked at Ian with caution, fearing that he would be calculated by Ian. As a person from 400 years ago, Jalal still had a deep feeling for the iron-blooded empire created by Ian. In terms of the control and construction of the empire, as well as the city and politics, he could never beat Ian. Hee, Jalal. I just want the dragon empire that Irene and I created to reappear on this continent called Alakadacia 400 years later. Why are you panicking? Ian looked at Jalal and said with a smile. So simple? Zerf obviously didn't trust Ian. It's that simple for now. Ian nodded gently. Well, that's the truth. Ian really didn't plan to use the Albareth Empire to do anything for the time being. All Ian did was hope that the Albareth Empire would not come to the Fairy Tale Guild to cause trouble, that would be enough. After all, he didn't want to see his wife and children work hard to build the world's most powerful empire with their own hands, just like that, destroyed by the Fairy Tale Guild. No way, no matter how much stronger the Albareth Empire is than the Fairy Tale Guild on paper, once a real fight breaks out, their Fairy Tale Guild will never lose in foreign wars. Speaking of which, I have something I want to ask you, Zeref. Then, Ian suddenly seemed to think of something. After looking up and down at Jelf for a while, his eyes lit up. What's the matter? Jerf was weakened by Ian's gaze, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He asked Ian. Jerf, you and Mavis are under the same curse, right? First, Ian asked about the curse on Jelf. Of course, Ian pretended not to know, mainly to make his next words reasonable and Jelf would not feel weird. Yes. What did Jelf think Ian was going to ask? As for the curse, Jelf could tell everything he knew. Besides, the curse on me is stronger than the curse on Mavis. When Jelf said this, his eyes were tinged with sadness. Painful emotions kept rolling in the depths of Jalal's heart. Then I know. However, who knew that after Ian confirmed that the curse on Jalal was the same as Mavis's, he suddenly smiled brightly and continued, in that case, what happened to President Mavis is also applicable to you, Jalal, right? Yes, indeed. In theory, that's the case. Jalal didn't know why, he suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if Ian was holding back some big move and preparing to release it. Indistinctly, Jalal seemed to see a huge pit in front of him, and Ian was guarding the edge of the pit, waiting for Jalal to jump in. In that case, it means that Mr. Jalal's heart can also be made into the heart of the infinite magic source fairy like the first President Mavis, right? As Ian said, he suddenly smiled. Ian's eyes seemed to have lost their emotions, as cold as an iceberg. He looked at Zeref with eyes like a hungry wolf looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. No, no, no. If the infinite magic source is made from your heart, it cannot be called the heart of the fairy. It should be called the heart of Spleek. Ian looked at Zeref with a playful look and said with a smile. Wait. No, wait a moment. Whose heart do you want to make into an infinite magic source? When Zeref heard this, he was stunned by what Ian said. The reason why Zeref created the Albarez Empire was to create a grand chaos, to destroy the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia, and to seize the infinite magic source in Mavis' chest, the fairy's heart. However, not only was his empire taken away by Ian. Ian also turned against Tiangang and planned to use his empire to seize his heart and create a stronger source of infinite magic. Who should he go to for justice? Of course it's yours. Ian smiled. His smile was innocent, brilliant, and full of love for Jalal. He wanted to say a few words to Jalal from the bottom of his heart. This. Jalal's forehead was covered with cold sweat for a while. He retreated repeatedly and his face turned pale. Faintly, Jalal looked at Ian with a bit of fear in his eyes. Don't be afraid, Jalal. Even if I take your heart away, you will not die. God Angselram will protect your safety. Besides, I have Irene here. Irene is the most powerful and talented magician of attachment and separation in the world. She will perform a painless operation on you to ensure that you will not feel any pain when your heart is taken out of your chest. Then, Ian introduced the powerful team behind him to Jalal and comforted Jalal so that Jalal could face the upcoming operation in a stable and calm manner. Thank you. When Jalal heard this, he glared at Ian fiercely. If it is said that Jalal has always been afraid of Aknowledge, not hateful, and even God Angselram, Jalal has never resented it. Then now, Jalal finally has someone he resents, and that is Ian. By the way, if the god Angselram continues to release curses downwards, can we mass-produce the hearts of fairies? I'll take advantage of Angselram someday. The more infinite magic sources there are, the better. Then, Ian, with his imagination, thought of something else. Angselram, Ian, listen to me and thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. The curse of Angselram is a punishment. Why are you playing magic innovation here? This is not something you can use to fix bugs and create infinite magic sources. Well, Ian, the man who made the great god Angselram never dare to release curses in the lower world again with his own strength. Ian, the curse of the god Angselram is a terrible thing. Once you are entangled by the curse, your life will be ruined. Jerf looked at Ian, who had a lot of imagination, and couldn't help but preach. Excuse me, what will the curse of Angselram bring to this world? Ian looked up and looked at Jelf and asked. It will bring eternal pain and make life wither. Jerf said so. Can the person cursed by the curse of Angselram destroy other cursed people? Ian looked at Jelf and continued to ask. Unfortunately, even if 2 people are cursed by Angselram, they cannot destroy each other under normal circumstances. Maybe it's because they don't love each other enough. Jerf said. He recalled his situation with Mavis. Jerf died because of Mavis, but in fact Mavis is still alive. That's very simple. As long as everyone in this world is cursed by Angselram, then everyone can live forever and will not die. Then, once someone falls in love, use Preshito's technology, separate the souls and bodies of these cursed people, enter a state of neither death nor life, avoid the curse of Anshan, and take out their hearts to make infinite magic sources. Ian said, showing the same expression as Mavis, I have an idea. Ah? Can it be like this? Jerf was stunned for a moment and said in a daze. Ah? Can it be like this? The great god Angselram was also confused. Ah? Can it be like this? Then the world will be destroyed, right? The spirit of the world of Eslanden said so. So, Jalal, in fact, only I can save you. Be my regent with peace of mind. Ian looked at Jalal and said with a smile. You make sense. Jerf nodded gently after hearing this. For some reason, he always felt that what Ian said made sense. No. Wait. Don't be fooled. Ziraf. To put it bluntly, this guy is after your heart. Definitely protect yourself and never give your heart to him. Ziraf looked at Ian viciously and said silently in his heart. As a qualified black magician, when you are alone outside, you must learn to protect yourself and not easily believe the words of strangers. Especially, you can't hear the words of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. This guy is still shy. Don't be shy, I want your heart. Ian smiled softly when he saw this. In the original book, what Ziraf did to Mavis, Ian would ask for back 100-fold for Mavis, the first president of the Fairy Tale Guild and the group favorite of the Fairy Tale Guild. So, just like this, Ian successfully served as the emperor of the Albaraz Empire. Well, at this moment, the western continent of Alakadasia officially became the territory of their Fairy Tale Guild. All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects. Ian finally contributed to the expansion of the Fairy Tale Guild's territory. On the other side, the Fairy Tale Guild. The 7 people who participated in the S-level magician assessment this year, Myra Jane, Altair, Kana, Mist Gang, Natsu, Gray, and Freed, have all found their respective helpers. First of all, the first group, Myra Jane and Elfman. Makarov stood on the podium and loudly announced who would form the team of the 7 people who would take the S-Class Magician exam. Well, first of all, the first group is still Myra Jane and Elfman, the brother and sister. Sister, let's go together. Elfman said energetically. I will definitely pass this year's S-Class Magician exam. Myra Jane moved her slender waist, her eyes full of desire to pass the guild's S-Class Magician exam. Is the first group really Myra Jane and her brother? Everyone in the guild is also very familiar with Myra Jane and Elfman's team. The second group, Arusha and Lucky. The third group, Natsu and Happy. The fourth group, Freed and Bigusro. The next 3 groups did not have any changes, and they were all familiar faces. However, starting from the 5th group, the changes in personnel were more obvious. 5th group, Mist Gang and Gajil. Makarov announced the candidates for the 5th group. Gajil. Gajil, who quit Spectre and Lumina and joined the Fairy Tale Guild, suddenly smiled and said, "Leave it to me. I will kill the fire dragon." Yes, Mist Gang chose Gajil as his partner. To be honest, Mist Gang originally wanted Wendy to be his partner. But Wendy is too young and is not suitable for the guild's S-level magician assessment. Who are you? Natsu looked at Gajil with confusion in his expression. I am Iron Dragon. Bastard. Gajil was almost pissed off by Natsu. The 6th group, Grey and Juvia. Then, Makarov announced the 6th group to participate in the S-Class Magician assessment. Mr. Grey, have you finally agreed to Juvia's pursuit? Juvia looked at Grey with a little love in her eyes. I just simply agreed to your team formation. When Grey heard this, he felt that his head was big. Next is the 7th group, which is also the last group. Kana and Eric. Then, Makarov announced the 7th group of players for this year's S-Class Magician assessment. Yes, that's right. After discovering that all members of the Fairy Tale Guild were killing magicians, Eric, the Poison Dragon, also joined the Fairy Tale Guild. Only here can he become stronger. I heard that this guild is a bunch of idiots, and I seem to regret it. However, Eric had just joined Fairy Tale not long ago, but he had already started to regret it, just because his hearing was too good, and the voices of the Fairy Tale Guild magisters were so chaotic that he had a headache. Second update. Chapter 139 Fairy Tale, the world's first dark magician guild, is taking action. Bosk Country. In the original timeline. In the near future, this place will be destroyed and turned into ruins by Selene, the god who betrayed Ishgar for a stronger force and defected to the Albaraz Empire of Alakadasia in the western continent, and served as the guardian of the 12 shields. However, under Ian's operation, the original history will never happen. This place will prosper forever and exist as the only permanent neutral country on the Ishgar continent and an ally of the Kingdom of Fiori. Well, it should be so. Until a group of S-Class Magician candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild came to this land and held the S-Class Magician assessment in X780. This year's S-Class Magician assessment is very simple. Bosk is different from the Kingdom of Fiori where we are. There are countless dark magician guilds in this area. Now, I will give you half a month. Whoever destroys the most dark magician guilds will pass this year's S-Class Magician assessment. Makarov said calmly with his hands behind his back. President, you didn't take money from Bosk and sent us to clean up the Dark Magician Guild. After listening to what Makarov said, Myra Jane, Arusha and others narrowed their eyes tightly and questioned Makarov. Asshole! Am I that kind of person? Anyway, who asked you to make me the 4th generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild? My rules are rules. I can test the S-level magician exam however I want. Makarov was furious at the questions of Myra Jane and Arusha. He looked at Myra Jane, Arusha and others angrily and spoke loudly. He is anxious. He is anxious. He is anxious. In response, All the magicians of Fairy Tale reached out to pick their ears, pretending not to hear, and ignored Makarov's roar. Anyway, the game begins. Makarov glanced at the time on his pocket watch and saw that it was almost time, so he spoke. Let's go. With Makarov's order, all the Fairy Tale members ran towards the station in the distance without any hesitation. Everyone had only one goal, which was to find the location of the Dark Mage Guild faster than others. President, now that Natsu and the others are gone, you should tell us why you summoned us examiners to participate in this S-Class Mage assessment, right? After all the S-Class Mage candidates left, Guildarts, Uru and Lacuses came to Makarov and asked him what they, the examiners, should do in this S-Class Mage assessment. To be honest, the reason why we came to Bosk this time is because I received a mission from President Preshedo. It is said that the notorious Dark Mage, Dark Magic, cult on the Ishgar continent is hidden in this country. So I openly asked the S-Class Mage candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild to attract the attention of those enemies, so that they would relax their vigilance and mistakenly think that we are here to take the exam. After the exam, we will leave this country. In fact, you need to complete the task of destroying the Dark Mage cult in secret. After the S-Class Mage candidate team left, Makarov told the truth to Guildarts, Uru and Lacuses with his hands behind his back. I will never allow those inhumane guys to destroy this country. Then, Makarov's face was shocked, and he spoke righteously. No, no, no. President, compared to that damn black magic cult, we still think that our fairy tale has caused more damage to this country. Guildarts, Uru and Lacuses said silently in their hearts. Well, in terms of destructive power, Fairy Tale is second, and no one can say it is first. Anyway, I will give you the information about the black magic cult. Makarov said, and sent the information about the members of the so-called black magic cult given to him by Preshedo, who believed in Zeref as their lifelong belief, to Guildarts, Uru and Lacuses, one copy each. Next, we will put our hopes on Myra Jane and the others. Makarov said, looking at the train station not far away. Boom! There was a deafening roar. That half of the train station was blown up into the sky in front of Makarov and others. What happened? Did terrorists attack the train station? No. It's much scarier than this. It is said that the members of Fairy Tale, the famous wizard guild next door that ravaged our neighboring kingdom of Fiori, have come to our country of Bosk. What? Aren't we doomed? What does the Magic Council say about this? The Magic Council said that they can't do anything about this. Just as Makarov was looking at the explosion in the distance at a moment of confusion, countless passers-by passed by them and nagging loudly. When you act from now on, try not to reveal our identity. The name of our Fairy Tale Guild is already loud enough in this country and on this continent. Seeing this, Makarov couldn't help but remind Uru, Lacuses and Guildarts behind him. As for Myra Jane, Arusha and Natsu who were demolishing the train station not far away, Makarov decided to temporarily expel them from the Fairy Tale Guild. Someone wants to sue Fairy Tale for this matter, and Makarov is ready to be shameless and refuse to admit it. That's it. Amid the explosion, the Fairy Tale Guild is on the road to conquer the Dark Mage Guild. They set off like crazy. At the same time, in the base of the black magic cult. Hey, everyone, something bad has happened. The Fairy Tale, the magician guild that ravaged the kingdom of Fiori, officially invaded our territory about 10 years ago this morning. In the dark forest, a panicked man broke into the gloomy stronghold and shouted loudly to the top leaders in the highest conference room inside the stronghold, who were discussing the future development and prospects of the black magic cult. What? As the man finished speaking, the faces of the top leaders of the entire black magic cult changed one after another. Is this Fairy Tale Guild here to attack us? The top leaders of the black magic cult heard the words and looked at the man who broke into the conference room and asked. No. These fairy tale mages are here to steal our limelight. We originally planned to blow up the train station, which is the center of the Bosk Kingdom, but it has been blown up in advance by these fairy tale mages. Now the headlines in the newspapers of the Bosk Kingdom are all about the Fairy Tale Guild. No one pays attention to our black magic cult. Now, since the strongest dark mage guild on the continent, the Devil's Heart, was disbanded, those dark rats who have nothing to do in the dark world are planning to go to the Fiori Kingdom and join the Fairy Tale Guild. Our status has been questioned by them. The middle-aged man said, slamming a newspaper on the table where everyone was talking. Damn it, bastard! We have been hiding for so many years. We finally waited until Brian's Magic Development Bureau was exposed. The strongest dark magician guild in the continent, the Devil's Heart, was also disbanded, and the most mysterious dark magician guild, the Hades Gate, is now hidden. This is a rare opportunity in 100 years. It is a good day for our black magic cult to preach, but this damn fairy tale comes to take a share. After listening to what the middle-aged man said, the high-ranking members of the black magic cult were completely annoyed. They clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and roared angrily. Who knows how many eggs they lost in order to get the elderly people living alone in the town to join their black magic cult. This adds up to a lot of money. Originally, they were finally planning to take action and shock the world with some black magic, but this damn fairy tale came out to make trouble again. It was simply looking for death. Among them, a man with a metal mask on his face, with endless anger in his eyes, said coldly, "Humph. This damn magician guild fairy tale, if they had stayed in the kingdom of Fiori, I would have planned to keep my distance from them. If they were more sensible, I wouldn't mind forming an alliance with them like the Devil's Heart and the Gate of Hades. But they came to our country to make trouble, but they didn't even inform us in advance. I think they didn't take us seriously at all. In this case, we must fight." The man with a metal mask on his face said angrily. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" As the metal-masked man's voice fell, everyone in the entire black magic cult was shouting loudly, wanting to fight with the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, in the eyes of these black magic cults, this is completely the dark magician guild from other countries, running to their country to grab territory. This is totally unbearable. What? You said that the Fairy Tale Guild is the light magician guild? Ha ha ha, are you kidding? Look at the Fairy Tale Guild, what those magicians did. Today they blew up a train station, tomorrow they destroyed a dock. How can they look like the light magician guild? They are completely the style of the dark magician guild. Yes, the magician guilds of the whole continent regard Fairy Tale as the dark magician guild, except for the Fairy Tale Guild itself. Even the Magic Council era is the same. Before Preshedo came to power as the chairman of the council, the previous chairman of the Magic Council era regarded the level of harm that the Fairy Tale Guild poses to the world ranks above the Balamu Alliance. On the other side, after Joseph Pola was defeated by Myra Jane and removed from the list of the 10 Holy Magisters by the Magic Council era, he became gloomy. In the empty room, Joseph Pola held a bottle of wine in his hand, drinking the rich wine in big gulps while muttering, "Asshole, damn fairy tale. I remember everything you did to me. I won't let you go so easily. Tun 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 hey." Joseph Pola has already given up on himself. Obviously, the magic power in his body is close to that of Jura during the Great Martial Arts period, far exceeding himself at the same time in the original work, but he still has no expectations of defeating Fairy Tale. Well, as Joseph Pola's strength increases, he finds that the Fairy Tale Guild is invincible. The huge gap in strength made Joseph dream in wine, drunk in dreams all day long, living in a daze every day. Joseph, Joseph. Just when Joseph was lying in his own garden, staring at the stars in the sky, a greasy voice interrupted Joseph Pola's thoughts. Ah! Joseph Pola scratched his hair hard when he heard the voice, and he looked up. Only to see Crawford, who had not seen him for many years, had come to his villa at some point, baring his big teeth and smiling at him. "How did you get in?" Joseph looked at the person and asked angrily. You didn't close the door either. Crawford pointed to the open door of the villa behind him and said helplessly. That's true. I'm Joseph Pola, one of the 10 holy magisters. I'm not afraid of thieves. Ha ha ha. Instead, those thieves should be afraid of me. Burp, Joseph said, and burped again. He looked at Crawford and asked, You dead plate, you disappeared for so long, what on earth did you do? Joseph, your strength has become stronger again. Without waiting for Joseph to say more, Crawford suddenly grabbed Joseph Pola's hand and said excitedly. Answer my question. Don't be so startled here. Joseph pulled back his hand that was held by Crawford, and said with an unhappy look. He. I haven't been idle these days. I have found a way to destroy the Fairy Tale Guild. Crawford looked at Joseph with a smile and said with a grin. How to destroy the Fairy Tale Guild? When Joseph heard this, he immediately threw away the bottle in his hand and became much more sober. That's right. The way to destroy the Fairy Tale Guild is on the Ishgar continent, the most mysterious dark mage guild, the Gate of Hades, which is called the Zeref bookshelf. As long as we get the help of the great demons recorded in the Zeref book, we can definitely kill those damn fairies. Hehe, what if they have dragons? We still have demons on our side. Crawford clenched his fists and spoke excitedly. However, I still need Mr. Joseph Pola to go with me. With the help of you, a powerful former Saint 10 mage, I think our negotiations will be smoother. Yes, Crawford is still looking for a bodyguard this time. First update. Chapter 140 Black Magic Cult, Fairy Tale is the real darkness in the world. Myra Jane Power Up Pack Online. Since Fairy Tale, Joseph Pola, Crawford, and others started operations on the Ishgar continent. 1 week later. A town in Bosk. Something bad is going to happen. The crazy people from the Fairy Tale Guild are coming to kill us after hearing the news. In the town, there is naturally a base of the black magic cult hidden. After the magicians of these black magic cults confirmed that the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild were coming, they all showed panic. What? You mean the lunatics from Fairy Tale are coming? No, we have to run away quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. The mages from Fairy Tale are a bunch of psychopaths. They will destroy everything that stands in their way, including their enemies. To be honest, when the mages from Fairy Tale just came to Bosk Kingdom, these local tyrants were planning to fight a street fight with the mages from Fairy Tale by relying on their actual control over the towns in Bosk Kingdom. As a result, when the mages from Fairy Tale really came, they were surprised to find that the mages from Fairy Tale would not fight a street fight with them obediently. These mages from Fairy Tale would only destroy everything that stood in their way, whether it was a station, a dock, a church, or a town. Furthermore, some members of the black magic cult hid in the palaces of local noble lords, the king of the Bosk Kingdom, or the royal family in order to avoid being attacked and arrested by the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. However, no matter how the members of the black magic cult struggled, in the end, they still couldn't change the situation that the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild destroyed the buildings where the members of the black magic cult hid, and pulled the members of the black magic cult out of the buildings and killed them. During this period, the members of the black magic cult also tried to use civilians as hostages to threaten the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. Unfortunately, these Fairy Tale mages are all devils, they don't care about the lives of others. Even, let alone those strangers, even their own guild companions, once they blocked the way forward for the Fairy Tale mages, they would be killed by the Fairy Tale people. These Fairy Tale Guild mages are simply the dark guilds among the dark guilds, the abyss among the abysses. Well, Fairy Tale gave the magicians of the black magic cult who claimed to be dark a good lesson, telling them what is worthy of being called true darkness. Boom! Just when these magicians of the black magic cult were about to escape, accompanied by a roar, a demon with a murderous aura all over his body appeared in front of everyone. No! Something bad has happened. It's the demon Myra Jane. When the magicians of the black magic cult saw Myra Jane, they panicked. They all showed fear and shouted in panic, "The devil has come. Since you know my name, then I think you already know your future very well. Accept my punishment." "Soul Terror," Myra Jane said, and directly released one of her best magics to the black magicians present. Countless claws composed of dark magic were released from Mirajana's hands and attacked these guys who were regarded as enemies by Myra Jane. "Ah!" accompanied by one shrill scream after another. These magicians of the black magic cult immediately fell in front of Myra Jane. As expected of Sister Myra, it seems I have no chance to attack. Outside the black magic cult's base, Elfman looked at the dark alley that was constantly emitting explosions and screams for help. He silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with fear for his own sister Myra Jane, who was constantly wielding magic in the alley. Elfman was not afraid of others in his life, except when facing his own sister Myra Jane. "Damn it! We are late again. Happy, let's go to the next town." The town below was taken by Myra Jane first. In the sky, when Natsu felt the powerful magic belonging to Myra Jane coming from the town, he frowned immediately. When Mirajana's magic appeared in the town, the enemies hiding in the town would have only one ending, that is, being beaten severely by Myra Jane. So, Natsu had no choice but to speak to the harpy who was holding his back tightly and flying with him in the sky. "Love." Hearing this, the harpy nodded vigorously. He held Natsu's back tightly and flew towards a farther town. Well, to be honest, when the harpy heard that Natsu planned to find another town after feeling Mirajana's magic, instead of going down directly and competing with Myra Jane in an extremely reckless manner, he was slightly relieved. With his and Natsu's strength alone, they could not defeat Myra Jane now. However, when Natsu arrived at a nearby town, he was shocked to find that the sky of the entire town was covered with ice and snow. The cold air made him and the harpy shiver uncontrollably. "Damn it, has Arusha taken the lead here? By the way, is Arusha really that strong?" After complaining, Natsu reluctantly asked Happy to continue to turn around. During the S-class magician assessment, it was also a very unwise choice to fight with the powerful Arusha. So, Natsu and Happy went to other towns again. But these towns were either filled with thunder, or they were occupied by other magician teams in the guild who were taking the S-class magician assessment. "Damn it! Is there no town that meets my requirements? Happy, I've decided, just throw me to the town where Gray is." After Natsu was frustrated several times, he finally decided to deal with Gray first when he was in doubt. "Love." When Happy heard this, he made a cheerful voice. Although, the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild are as strong as monsters, for Natsu, each of them is extremely powerful and is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. However, it is still no problem to fight Gray, Natsu's old rival. Gray, 6. Although, if Natsu is replaced by Gray, once Gray fails to find a suitable town and finds that the selected Black Wizard Guild has been killed by other S-level wizard assessment teams in the guild, he will also choose to make trouble for Natsu. Well, Natsu and Gray are a loving and hating duo. Boom. So, in a town in the kingdom of Bosk, when the townspeople thought that the town would return to its former peace after the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild killed the Dark Magician Guild or the gangster group in the town, Natsu fell from the sky with flames and fought with Gray. "You, streaking man, die!" Natsu fell from the sky shouting slogans. "Ha! There is no room for you, a arsonist, to speak here." Gray's body burst into amazing cold air, and ice-shaped magic was continuously released. Boom! For a moment, accompanied by infinite magic power, ice and flame collided together. "Come on, Gray-sama!" Not far from where Gray and Natsu were fighting, Juvia blushed and cheered for Gray loudly. "Love." Compared to Juvia, a certain thief cat only said the word love loudly. "Alala! Is this the headquarters of the black magic cult?" It's really hidden in a place where no one lives. On the other side, in a dark forest, Gildarts, wearing a black cloak, came here with a smile. He looked at the huge building not far away that exuded darkness and invisibility, and said to himself. Well, after Gildarts spent a week, he finally found the location of the headquarters of the black magic cult in the information provided by Preshedo. Then crush it for me. Gildarts looked at the huge building not far away, he said softly, and released the highest level of destruction magic crush. Boom! For a moment, the earth, the atmosphere, the mountains not far away, and the forest near the headquarters of the black magic cult were all destroyed by Gildarts. Boom! Inside the building, the high-level members of the black magic cult were still discussing how to deal with the fairy tale guild. Unfortunately, before they could come up with a result, their entire guild began to shake. What happened? Eroge, a high-level member of the black magic cult who claimed to be a priest, asked in confusion. No, it's bad. Enemy, the enemy is coming in. Before Eroge could say anything, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A member of the black magic cult, who was covered with scars and looked extremely miserable, was bleeding all over. He looked at the high-ranking members of the cult in the conference room with despair and spoke loudly. You said the enemy is coming. Who is coming? Eroge was a little confused when he heard this. The black magic cult has too many enemies. He really doesn't know which enemy the cultist in front of him is talking about. It's me. Gildarts of the Fairy Tale Guild. Just when Eroge was confused. With a roar, the door of the black magic cult's high-level meeting room, which was applied with the highest defense spell, was kicked open. A middle-aged man wearing a dirty cloak, with a big back and short orange-red hair, rushed in alone with full confidence. However, it seemed that the uncle's strength was too great. With this kick, the wall of the entire meeting room was covered with spider web-like cracks. Boom! Then, there was a deafening roar. The meeting room, which was applied with the highest defense spell and claimed to be able to withstand super magic, was instantly torn into pieces and turned into ruins. Impossible! This scene. The high-level members of the black magic cult showed unbelievable expressions. However, when the high-ranking members of the black magic cult saw the scene outside the conference room, they showed incredible expressions and said in shock, "Is this space transfer magic? Did you transfer our black magic cult headquarters in the forest to the desert? Oh! Open your eyes and take a good look. This is not space transfer magic. I just shattered your black magic group headquarters, along with the surrounding defense spells and the surrounding environment." Gildarts heard this, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, deliberately reminding the people in front of him. What? This is impossible. No one can have such a powerful force. The man who claimed to be a priest obviously did not believe Gildarts' words. Although the priest Eroge had deduced from some details of the surrounding desert that Gildarts' words were true, he was still unwilling to believe that this was beyond his common sense. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, everything in this world will be purified. Eroge seemed to be crazy. He took off the metal mask on his cheek, revealing an ugly and ferocious face. He looked at Gildarts in front of him, who seemed to be invincible, and said angrily, it's you who ruined this country, it's you who made it, which should have been the divine punishment that was supposed to come 10 years later has come earlier. Next, I will tell you how stupid your behavior is. Are you stupid? Gildarts glanced at Eroge and said speechlessly. Come out. The invincible existence that I have contracted with. Destroy this ignorant guy in front of you, along with the nearby towns and even the entire Bosk kingdom. Ah ha ha ha. As soon as Eroge finished speaking, a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying sense of oppression immediately enveloped the hearts of every member of the black magic cult. What is that? Next, the existence that will appear is beyond the imagination of these members of the black magic cult, and they have never even known about it. Boom! When the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, a huge demon that was hundreds of meters high, like a mountain, slowly descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, raising endless dust. What is this? Gildarts looked up at the huge monster in front of him that exuded terrifying magic power, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yes. This is one of the great 18 demon gods. Although I can't summon all the gods with my magic power. But just one of them is enough to make the town disappear and the kingdom destroyed. Ah ha 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 ha. Arog laughed loudly when he heard this. He seemed to have seen Gildarts being crushed by the great 18 demon gods. So this is the 18 demon gods. Gildarts was shocked when he heard this. It was the first time he saw the real 18 demon gods. So you don't know what this is? Gildarts' words made Yarog slightly upset. However, after a brief complaint, Yarog returned to normal. He whispered, "Okay, whether you are a magician from the Fairy Tale Guild or a magician from other guilds. The moment you forced me to summon the 18 devil fighting gods, the bell of the end has sounded, so return to nothingness with me. If this big guy is really a so-called devil, it seems a bit wasteful to destroy it like this. If you give it to Myra Jane, it will probably make Mirajana's strength go further, right? I remember that Myra Jane has completely mastered the soul of Deliara and is confused about the next path. How should he move forward?" Gildarts originally planned to destroy the demon 18 fighting gods in front of him. But when Gildarts was about to take action, he suddenly thought of a very important thing. Since the big guy in front of him is also a kind of demon, can it also be received by Myra Jane? Of course, one of the most important reasons is that the guy in front of him, who is called the demon 18 fighting god, is really powerful. Far above the general strong men of the 10 holy mages. Even above some king-level strong men. Well, Mirajana's strengthening package has arrived. Hey! What are you talking to yourself about? Yarog looked at Gildarts who was talking to himself and asked unhappily. Nothing. Anyway, thank you for giving me this big guy in front of me. Gildarts said. He flew and jumped directly to the face of the huge demon 18 fighting gods, and punched them fiercely. Destroy evil and reveal justice in one day. Well, Gildarts didn't dare to use crushing magic. He was afraid that the fighting god in front of him would break into pieces with a touch. So Gildarts used some magic that was slightly softer than crushing magic. Although, in front of the highest level of destructive magic, all magic in this world seems extremely soft. Boom! Then, a scene that shocked all the living black magic cults present happened. The demon 18 fighting gods, who were hundreds of meters tall, were blown away by Gildarts like sandbags with one punch. The terrifying air wave, even though it was hundreds of meters away, still blew on everyone's cheeks, like a slap, slapping hard. You're kidding, right? Is this really something that humans can do? At this moment, even the priest of the black magic cult, Yarog, sat down on the ground. He looked at Gildarts, who was like a one-punch man in the sky, and said in disbelief. Ha ha ha! In the sky, Gildarts looked at the demon 18 fighting gods who were knocked out by him and laughed loudly. The demon 18 fighting gods were just vulnerable. Boom! 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 Then, endless explosions resounded throughout the mountains. The fighting god summoned by Yarog to purge the entire kingdom was thrown everywhere like a sandbag in Gildarts' hands. The terrifying magic power made the whole earth tremble. Asshole! Who among you is the devil? At this moment, Yarog was confused. He could no longer figure out which side was the devil between the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild and the devil 18 fighting gods he summoned. Obviously, compared to the devil he summoned, the demon 18 fighting god, the middle-aged man with orange-red short hair and a slicked back hair who beat up the fighting god, is more like the great devil in the legend. Just like that, the fighting god held out for an hour under Gildarts' bombardment. As expected of the fighting god, Gildarts looked at the fighting god who was beaten up by him for a whole hour. Although his breath became extremely weak, he still kept resisting. He couldn't help but say with admiration, "It's troublesome. If he keeps resisting, how can I send him to Myra Jane?" Gildarts looked puzzled. His magic was only good at destruction, not transportation and preservation. Boom! Just as Gildarts was thinking, accompanied by a strong freezing air, the god of war, who was struggling on the ground just now and seemed to be trying to get up and continue fighting with Gildarts, was immediately frozen in place by the terrifying ice. "Hey, Gildarts! It seems you are in some trouble." In the desert, Uru walked towards Gildarts with a smile on his face. Along with Uru came a blizzard. The terrain that had originally turned into a desert soon turned pale again. "Again, Uru, it's a good thing you came in time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to give this big guy to mileage." Gildarts looked up at Uru, who came late. He scratched his scalp hard, looking helpless. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that there are things you can't handle. You owe me a favor." Uru heard this and pointed at Gildarts' embarrassed face and laughed out loud. This made Gildarts speechless, but he had nothing to say. Who made him so arrogant in his daily life that he was finally punished? Another humanoid demon has come, this time it's the Ice and Snow Demon. The priest of the black magic cult, Yarog, saw Uru, the god of fighting with low health, frozen in an instant, and said in shock with cold sweat on his forehead, "Ha ha ha! I understand. I finally understand." Then, Yarog suddenly showed an expression of "I finally understand it." He said excitedly, "The real great darkness is not in the black wizard Zeref, nor in the devil. The real great darkness is far away in the sky and close at hand. He is in the fairy tale of the Mage Guild." As Yarog spoke, his eyes flashed with endless enthusiasm. "I got it, I finally got it. Ha ha ha, this is the real black magic." Yarog danced excitedly, happy like an 80-year-old child. "Is this guy crazy?" After Gildarts and Uru solved the Demon 18 fighting gods, they looked at Yarog dancing with confusion. "Anyway, send him to the council first," Uru said helplessly. After all, the old guy in front of him, although a little crazy, was the one who was chosen by President Presheto and must be captured. On the other side, after a week of trekking, former Holy Ten Magister Joseph Pola and former Magic Council era Chairman Crawford, these two old antiques eliminated by the times, finally arrived at the gate of the Hades Gate, one of the Balam Alliance and also the most mysterious dark magician guild on the Ishgar continent. "This is our last hope on the Ishgar continent." After Joseph and Crawford looked at each other, they strode towards the Hades. Well, if even the Hades can't deal with those fairies, they can only go to other continents to find help. A big chapter of 6,000 words. Chapter 141 about the human pet of the follower of the fairy queen Urza. Is this the legendary Hades Gate, the most mysterious magician guild on the Ishgar continent, which is as famous as the heart of the strongest dark guild, the devil? Hehe, this huge building exuding a strong sense of oppression is like a living abyss. This rich dark breath seems to be overflowing. From this point of view, this place is indeed worthy of the title of Hades. The moment Joseph approached the Hades Gate, he narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel that the breath exuded by the Dark Magician Guild in front of him, which was called Hades, was extremely abnormal and extraordinary. "Joseph, follow me closely. Don't do anything strange. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After all, what we are facing next is not humans, but a group of demons." Before Crawford took Joseph into the underworld, he spoke first and reminded Joseph Pola of the precautions he needed to take to avoid any accidents. Crawford knew that Joseph was a former Saint 10 mage and was proud of himself, but the demons in the gate of the underworld were not good people. Once a conflict broke out, Crawford didn't think Joseph could take him away unscathed. Of course, if a conflict really breaks out, Crawford will sell Joseph without hesitation if he sees that the situation is not right. Well, in the final analysis, Joseph is just a means for Crawford to increase his negotiation conditions. Don't worry. I know what I should do. When Joseph heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He is no longer the arrogant 10 holy mages who, at the age of more than 30, claimed to be able to compete with Makarov, the president of the fairy tale, a long-established celebrity in the magic world of the Ishgar continent. Well, Myra Jane shattered Joseph's dream of the Holy 10 with 3 punches. Well, it's good that you know. After hearing this, Crawford looked at Joseph deeply, and then stopped talking. Instead, he took Joseph to the closed door of the underworld. Hee. A guest has arrived. And a guest with extraordinary strength. At least among humans, he is an outstanding existence. If he is transformed into a demon, maybe he can become the most powerful chess piece under my command. Interesting. At the same time, in the deepest part of Hades' Gate, a man who has been sitting on the lonely throne for hundreds of years, almost without communication with the outside world, always holding the Book of End in his hand, dreaming of resurrecting the greatest and most powerful demon in the world, the flame demon End, suddenly opened his narrow eyes, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the many walls of Hades' Gate Guild and fell directly on Joseph Pola and Crawford outside Hades. Originally, Joseph, who had been following Crawford closely and keeping silent, got goosebumps all over his body when the gaze of a certain terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the Hades Gate fell on him through the layers of obstacles. He shuddered subconsciously and whispered to himself, "This Hades Gate is really not simple. I feel a powerful threat that is far stronger than me, hiding in this mysterious guild." Ka'Allah. It was also the moment when Joseph shuddered. The gate of Hades opened. Walking towards Joseph and Crawford was a green-haired woman with a mask on her face and a sadistic aura all over her body. And a beautiful woman with a strange tattoo on her forehead, an angelic face, and a charming figure. Very strong. Joseph looked at the 2 people in front of him and narrowed his eyes. He could sense an ominous and very powerful aura from the 2 women in front of him. According to Joseph's judgment, the strength of the 2 women in front of him was guaranteed to be above the level of Holy 10, Jura in the 6th Demon chapter. But strangely, he did not feel any flow of magic from the 2 women in front of him, and therefore could not make an accurate judgment. According to Joseph's senses, there was a flow of strange energy flowing in the bodies of the 2 women, which was more obscure than magic and seemed to be completely opposite to magic particles. Well, although Joseph Pola was broken by the Fairy Tale Guild. But it was only broken by fairy tale. His strength is still at the top of the Ishgar continent. Especially after being instructed by Lao Pu and having his pride shattered by Myra Jane, his magic power has long surpassed himself in the original work. Infinitely close to Jura in the Great Magic Battle and Lacuses in the Gate of Hades in the original work. According to Joseph's growth potential, it is possible for him to reach the King of Heaven level at the age of 50 or 60. After all, he is also a genius. But not strong enough. Then, Joseph shook his head gently and gave his own judgment. Well, the 2 women in front of him are obviously not the one who is hiding in the depths of the Hades Gate, causing him great psychological pressure, a certain existence with extremely strong power. Ah! Are you the guests who come to the Hades, as the King of Hades said? Excuse me, what is the purpose of your visit to the Hades Gate? Just as Joseph was looking at the 2 women who walked out of the Hades Gate, the 2 women were also looking Joseph up and down. They had to admit that Joseph's strength was very strong. Among the humans they knew, he was a top existence. Even in this huge Hades Gate, there were not many who could defeat Joseph one-on-one. Oh! You 2 are so polite. I am Crawford Shim, the former chairman of the Magic Council era, and this is Joseph Pola, the 6th seat of the former 10 Holy Mages. We are here to discuss with everyone in Hades Gate how to deal with the Mage Guild fairy tale. Crawford smiled flatteringly when he heard this. He first revealed his and Joseph's identities, and then explained his purpose. Hehe, you are too polite. I am Zinglishan Quanghua, one of the highest cadres of the Dark Mage Guild Hades Gate, and also the head of the 9 Ghost Gates. This is Lian Jiuedian Sira, who is also one of the highest cadres of the Hades 9 Ghost Gates like me. The woman with green hair, named Zinglishan Quanghua, was born by the black magician Zirefin, the great demon created 400 years ago, after hearing that Crawford and Joseph Pola came to discuss with their Hades Gate to deal with the fairy tale of the Magister Guild. She immediately narrowed her eyes with a smile, and forced a smile on her masked face, imitating Crawford's flattering posture, and softly introduced herself and Liang Yueshan Sira's identity and name. Yet, as for Sira, who had been standing beside Quanghua, after hearing Quanghua's introduction to the two humans in front of her, she just nodded slightly to Joseph and Crawford, and it was considered that she had met them. Sira hated humans from the bottom of her heart. Since we are going to discuss how to deal with the fairy tale of the Magister Guild, why don't you come in and talk? Then, Quanghua made a gesture of invitation to Joseph and Crawford. Thank you very much. Crawford nodded repeatedly, and he blinked gently at Joseph beside him, as if everything was under his control, and took Joseph to follow Quanghua and Sira into the huge underworld. Hey! When Joseph stepped into the gate of the underworld, his pupils trembled. Compared with Crawford, who was weak and unaware of everything. When Joseph entered the underworld, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. The breath of a certain terrifying existence that had been spying on him and Crawford the moment they arrived outside the gate of the underworld became stronger. Ah! Joseph's abnormality seemed to attract Crawford's attention. He turned his head to look at Joseph and asked in confusion, "Joseph, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" "Nothing." Joseph just shook his head gently when he heard it. Yes, Joseph did not tell Crawford about the horror of the Hades Gate. On the contrary, the more terrifying the Hades was, the more excited Joseph was. He and Crawford came to the Hades from afar. Wasn't it because there was a terrifying existence hidden in the Hades Gate that was far more powerful than them? If the huge Hades Gate was not as strong as Joseph Pola, how could he defeat Fairy Tale? It's strange. Crawford looked at Joseph's excited expression and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know why Joseph was so excited. Not long after, Quanghua and Sira took Crawford and Joseph to a meeting room deep in the Hades Gate. At this moment, in the huge meeting room, in addition to the 4 people who came later, there were already 5 big demons with strange appearances and strong auras. Welcome to the Gate of Hades. We are the highest officials in Hades, the 9 Ghost Gates. After entering the meeting room, Quanghua sat on the main seat of the meeting room. Behind her were the 6 powerful demons, including Franmars of the Armor, Trafsa of the Darkness, Ethel of the Boy, Sira of Ryutsuki, Storm of the Undead, and Jackal of the Explosion. Some of them had their arms around their bodies and closed their eyes to rest, as if they didn't take Joseph and the others seriously, or they frowned and looked up and down at Crawford and Joseph. However, no matter what the postures of these demons were, Crawford and Joseph were sure that these guys were very powerful, even terrifyingly powerful. Each of them had the power to destroy a town, and they were worthy of the title of the great demon recorded in the Book of Ziref. But it was not enough to deal with Fairy Tale. Joseph's eyes swept over the 7 demons in front of him, and his brows twisted into a ball. He asked in confusion, "Since you call yourself the 9 Ghost Gates, why are there only 7 here?" As Joseph asked, the faces of all the demons present changed. Originally, among the 9 Ghost Gates of our Hades Gate, there were also the Black Priest and the undead demon Deliera, but those 2 guys were killed. The one who killed them was the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. When Quanghua said this, a little embarrassment flashed on his face. Well, to be honest, Deliera was killed before joining Hades Gate. As for the Black Priest, he was killed while trying to win over Deliera and join Hades Gate. Deliera, the great demon who was killed by Ur Umerkovich, the current number 1 of the 10 holy mages and a member of the Mages Guild fairy tale? Because Ian hid his identity, everyone mistakenly believed that it was you who killed Deliera. Crawford was stunned for a moment, and then took a breath of cold air. The reason why Crawford still remembered that you killed Deliera was because you was selected as one of the 10 holy mages by killing Deliera. Besides, it was Crawford who awarded you the title of 10 holy mages. So, we have a common enemy. Joseph heard the subtext of Quangua's words, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right. Quangua smiled and nodded. Well, since we have a common enemy, can you let me meet the real leader of your Hades? Then, without giving Quangua a chance to say more, Joseph directly made it clear that he intended to meet the king of Hades, Maldo Gil Tartarus. Hee. That depends on whether you have the strength. Quangua smiled when she heard it. As her voice fell, the 7 great demons headed by Quangua immediately released endless spell power. For a moment, this huge conference room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. It seems that we have to fight. When Joseph heard it, his face changed slightly. However, Joseph did not say much. After all, he was one of the 10 great magicians of the former saint. He couldn't let people look down on him here. Boom! For a moment, Joseph burst out with powerful magic power, confronting the group of great demons recorded in the Book of Jalal in front of him. Arrogant human! You don't know how to live or die. Do you think you can fight against the 7 great demons alone? As Joseph burst out with surging magic power, the faces of the 7 great demons in the 9 ghost gates suddenly changed. They regarded Joseph's burst of magic power as a provocation to them, so they scolded Joseph and growled. No, why are we going to fight? Seeing this, Crawford broke out in countless fine cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at the people who were vaguely confronting each other in front of him in panic, looking at a loss. No, can't everyone sit down and have a good talk? Is it necessary to fight right away? Aya. However, just when Joseph and Jugaiman were about to fight, accompanied by a teasing voice, a man in a windbreaker, holding a book with the word end in his hand, walked into the conference room step by step, and came to Joseph, Crawford, and Jugaiman. Lord Pluto. With the appearance of the young man, the faces of the great demons present suddenly changed. Without the young man's words, these hideous demons put away their own spell power, knelt on one knee on the ground, and bowed to the young man in front of them. Although, according to seniority, the young man in front of them is their junior. The demons in the Book of Zeref are more ferocious in earlier works, and closer to end in later works, and more human-like in appearance, and stronger in strength. There is no doubt that the man in front of me is the one who caused me great pressure outside the gate of the Hades Gate Guild before. Obviously, he has flaws all over his body, but I have a hunch that if I take action now, I will definitely die. Joseph looked at the young man in front of him, and countless cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This demon, called Hades by the 9 demons, has no demonic posture in appearance. He is like an ordinary human youth, which brings Joseph an unprecedented sense of oppression. Facing the young man in front of him, Joseph is like facing Presheto, the 2nd-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild. No matter what tricks he uses, he has no chance of winning. Are you Joseph Pola? The 6th of the 10 former holy magicians. Well, the man holding the Book of End is naturally the king of Hell Maldo Gil, the acting president of the Gate of Hades, and the number 1 fan of Flame Demon End. At this moment, Maldo Gil was sitting quietly in the first seat of the 9 Ghost Gate meeting room, which originally belonged to Quangua. He was seen crossing his legs and silently looking at Joseph Pola in front of him, who was frightened by him, and asked. That's right. Joseph looked at Maldo Gil with sweat all over his head and nodded. I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice is to die here immediately. The second choice is to join Tartarus, the Gate of Hades. I will give you the power of the devil and let you become a member of the 9 Ghost Gates. As my loyal servant, you will take revenge on Fairy Tale. Maldogil looked at Joseph Pola, who was quite capable, with a faint smile on his face, and gave Joseph two choices, either to die standing or to live on his knees. Please give me more powerful power. Joseph Pola didn't even think about it, and knelt down in front of Maldogil, posing a posture of "Coach, I want to play basketball." Then, he asked Maldogil to give him more powerful power. A wise choice. Maldogil looked at the pious Joseph, he smiled, gently stroked Joseph's head, as if he was stroking his pet, and spoke softly. Well, the former Holy Ten Magister Joseph Pola. The former president of the Magister Guild Phantom. Originally, in the magic world of Ishgar, he was on par with Makarov, the president of the Magister Guild Fairy Tale and one of the Holy Ten. Under the leadership of Crawford, the former chairman of the Magic Council era, he first became the younger brother of Preshito, the second president of Fairy Tale, and his status was lower than Makarov, the direct disciple of the old PU. Then, he entered in one step, he became the acting president of the Hades Gate Guild, the human pet of the king of Hades Mardogil, who is called an absolute devil. By the way, King of Hades Mardogil is the younger brother of Atria's Natsu Dragneel, a T2 level candidate for S-class magician in the Mage Guild Fairy Tale. As for Natsu Dragneel, in the Fairy Tale Guild, he is recognized as the little follower of the Fairy Queen Urza. In other words, Joseph Pola, who was originally on par with Old Ma. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of him and Crawford, he became the human pet of the little follower of the S-class magician Fairy Queen Urza in the Mage Guild under Old Ma. This status is simply skyrocketing. In response, Neinhardt, one of the former 12 guardians of the Holy Shield, said, "Shut up. A little devil who is not even as good as Bradman and Laquette, and who even the regent Dark Mage Zeref is too lazy to play with, is not qualified to be related to Princess Urza." Well, the reason why Neinhardt is prefixed with one of the former 12 guardians of the Holy Shield here is because Neinhardt has officially submitted a letter of resignation to Irene. In the future, he will officially serve as Urza's guardian knight and go to the Ishgar continent with Princess Urza. As for the person who replaced Neinhardt as the guardian of the Holy Shield after Neinhardt left the 12 guardians of the Holy Shield, it was of course the legendary Dark Mage Zeref. No, please wait a moment. Guess who the saint that the 12 shields needed to protect when they were first established? If I become the 12 shields, what is the meaning of the 12 shields? Do I protect myself? Jerv was confused. He didn't know what happened to him. He went from being the one who needed to be protected to being someone else's bodyguard. Nonsense. The saint that the 12 shields need to protect is naturally me. Could it be you? You are cursed by the god Anxelrum, and you can't even kill your own immortal body. Why do you need 12 shields? Aren't you the biggest meat shield in the world? In response, Ian looked at Jalal and said with a rather dissatisfied look. Yes, yes. After Ian officially replaced Zeref and served as the emperor in the Albarez Empire, the first thing he did was to reorganize the 12 shields to ensure his safety in the Eslandan world. A 6,000 word chapter. Chapter 142 Selene, Ian, have you seen your son Kernuki? Ian, I still have a son. 1 week after Joseph and Crawford joined the Hades Gate. The S-class magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild has officially ended. However, Makarov and others have not returned to the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town, Fiori Kingdom, but have come directly to the capital of the Bosk Kingdom. In the palace of the Bosk Kingdom, the white-haired King Bosk sat on the throne, and beside him were a group of trembling knights of the kingdom. I'm really sorry. It's not our intention to bring this country to this state. Although we are extremely sorry for the money, we do have the obligation to complete the reconstruction of the Kingdom of Bosk, and I will not refuse this. Under the throne, Makarov, the current president of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, is leading 3 active S-class wizards, Guildarts, Uru, and Lacuses. And Myra Jane and Elfman, Ursha and Lucky, Natsu and Happy, Gray and Juvia, Fried and Begusro, Mist Gang and Gajeel, Kana and Eric, constantly apologized to the king and the knights of the kingdom. No, you're not wrong. I'm the one who should apologize to you. I easily believed the words of our neighbor, King Thomas of the Kingdom of Fiori, and Pres Hito, the Speaker of the Magic Council, and brought you, a bunch of troublemakers, into my territory to deal with the black magic cult. Now I only ask one thing of you, please put away your magic power and go back. The king of the Kingdom of Bosk looked extremely vicissitudes. There was only endless despair in his eyes when he looked at Makarov and others. He shouldn't have believed the words of that bastard Thomas. Now think about it, how could that cunning old thing really intend to help him? Let's do this. Urusha, you stay and help King Bosk to restore the buildings in this country that we destroyed to their original state. Makarov still wanted fame and reputation. He first took out a tissue and gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then spoke softly to Urusha behind him. Ah! Me! Urusha looked at Makarov in bewilderment. I'll let you pass this year's S-Class Magician assessment. Makarov blinked and whispered. That's not impossible. Urusha heard this. He immediately changed his words. Wait. President, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you just said. According to the rules, I am the one who passed. However, Urusha agreed, but Myra Jane was not happy. According to the S-Class Magician assessment rules formulated by Makarov this year, she was the one who should pass the S-Class Magician assessment. Hearing this, Makarov hesitated. Well, what Myra Jane said was reasonable. Let's do this. Urusha, don't refuse. Let's fight here, and the winner will be the one who passed the S-Class Magician assessment this year. What do you think? Myra Jane said, looking at Urusha beside him, eager to try. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ultia heard this and gently waved her neck. After a crackling sound, a huge magic power burst out, which shook the entire palace. Hee. Mirage was not to be outdone and also released infinite magic power. Sizzle, sizzle. For a moment, Mirage and Urusha's magic power collided together, causing the entire Bosk Palace to shake violently. All citizens in the entire capital felt the oppressive atmosphere, as if some great disaster was about to happen. Stop! Stop! King Bosk's face turned pale when he saw this. He knew that these magicians of the fairy tale guild would never have a good thing happen when they came to his palace. Mirage, Urusha, you two stop fighting. Makarov's face turned pale when he saw this. At present, the strength of Milage and Urusha has reached the level of Jura during the great martial arts performance, which is the 5th level of the original Saint 10. If the two of them fight here, the entire palace and even the capital will be destroyed. No. We must decide who is better today. Unfortunately, Makarov's words could not persuade Milage and Urusha to stop. They glared at each other and still burst out with passionate and surging magic. You win. This year's S-level magician assessment, you two will both pass, how about this? In this regard, Makarov finally compromised. Hey, President, you said it earlier. That's right, that's right. We listen to the President the most. When Makarov's voice fell, Milage and Urusha put away their magic one after another. They stood hand in hand like the best sisters in the world. I always feel like I've been fooled. Makarov looked at his good friends Myra Jane and Urusha and couldn't help complaining. President, where are your principles? In response, the other S-class mage candidates in the guild all questioned Makarov loudly. Shut up, I'm the president, my words are principles. Makarov said with great determination after hearing this. Well, Guildarts, you and Lacuses, as well as Myra Jane and Urusha, are all on his side, and his words are principles. Old man, if you say that, I'll have to quarrel with Grey and the others. I hope you can also allow us to pass this year's S-Class Mage assessment. After all, you don't want to see us demolish this palace, right? Smart Natsu seemed to have discovered something, and he said with a smile. Boom! At the moment when Natsu finished speaking, Makarov's iron fist had already fallen from the sky, smashing half of the palace and Natsu together. Now, do you still want to make trouble? Makarov looked at Natsu, who was defeated by him in an instant, and asked. No more trouble, no more trouble. As Makarov defeated Natsu in an instant, the S-Class candidates who were ready to make a move suddenly became honest. Well, the reason why Makarov allowed Myra Jane and Arusha to pass the S-Class Magician assessment this year as an exception. The premise is that the strength of the two is indeed enough, and they have all reached Makarov's psychological expectations for the S-Class Magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Especially now that Myra Jane has absorbed the soul of the fighting god and Arusha has completely mastered the second magic source. With the talents of Myra Jane and Altair, it is only a matter of time before they reach the king level. However, Natsu, Gray, Fried and others are still too immature. When these guys reach the threshold of the king level, it will be time for them to pass the S-level magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. My palace! You bastards from the Magician Guild Fairy Tale! From today on, all fairy tale magicians are not allowed to enter my kingdom. However, when Fairy Tale's S-level magician assessment this year was successfully completed, only the king of the Bosk Kingdom, who was sitting high on the throne, shed extremely painful tears. Well, we agreed not to destroy my palace? As a result, you guild members did not destroy my palace. You destroyed the palace yourself. For a moment, a world was born in which only the king of the kingdom of Bosk was injured. At the same time, on the other side, the western continent of Alakadasia, the Albaraz Empire, the strongest country in the Eslanden world. Since Neinhart took the initiative to withdraw from the Holy 12 Shields. As the Emperor of the Empire, Ian has been working on forming a new Holy 12 Shields. Currently, the members of the new Holy 12 Shields are Scarlet Despair Aaron Bells Arian, Magic King August, Moon Dragon Selene, Fallon Arif Celia, and Dark Mage Zirath, White Monk Rakiad, Assassin Jacob Ricio, Judge Val Ishit, Death God Bradman, Winter General Inbulula, a total of 10 people. Well, Ian raised the level of the original Holy 12 Shields by more than one level by himself. According to Ian, the Albaraz Empire he established was fully prepared for a decisive battle with the 5 dragons of Kiltana, the northern continent. If you want to fight, fight 5 at once. At the same time, after Ian successfully served as the Emperor of the Empire, he summoned the 12 active Holy Shields to hold the first Imperial meeting completely led by him. I won't say much about the western continent of Alakadasia. This place has been completely wiped out by our Albaraz Empire. But our influence in the northern continent of Kurdana and the southern continent of Ishgar is very limited. So, based on your understanding of these two continents, how many forces on these two continents can we attract to join us? Ian sat on a high throne, surrounded by Irene and Selene, the two stunning beauties, and below him sat Arif Celia, Ziref and other members of the Holy 12 Shields. As for the Magic King August, he was breastfeeding Ian's child at the moment and had no time to attend this meeting. If the power you are talking about does not limit the strength of strength. When I was wandering on the Ishgar continent, I heard that those obsolete products that I had eliminated spontaneously formed a dark magician guild called the Gate of Hades. Zerf sat in his seat, he looked up at Ian and spoke hard. Well, there is no way, Zelf is really afraid that Ian, this guy, suddenly had a brain twitch, dug out his heart and made it into a magic crystal. The Gate of Hades. I can accept it reluctantly. Ian heard this and nodded slightly. In addition, when I was wandering in Ishgar, I also came into contact with an organization called the White Magic Cult. According to rumors, the organization called the White Magic Cult was formed by a white mage named Athena. It is rumored that the guy named Athena has strength comparable to or even above me. Of course, I have never seen the guy who calls himself the White Mage, and I am not questioning the truth of this rumor. After all, I am just an ordinary scholar and do not have as strong power as you. Then, Jalal seemed to have thought of something, and he continued to preach. Oh, the white magic cult. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing the name of the white magic cult. Athena. As for Celia, after he heard the name of the founder of the white magic cult, the White Mage, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This name reminded him of something not so good, that is, the legacy left by his disciple in this world. Besides that. At this time, Ian continued to ask. Besides that, I don't know. But on the Ishgar continent, there are only so many forces and strong people that can catch our eyes, right? Next, let's look at the northern continent of Kiltana. But I know less about Kiltana. Hearing this, Ziref shook his head gently. The information he had about the powerful forces that were worth winning over was just this much. As for the other forces on the Ishgar continent, although there were many, he really didn't care about them. The words of Kurtana of the northern continent. I once taught a guy named Yerglesson to practice dragon-slaying magic a long time ago. But that guy, in order to gain the power to hunt dragons as soon as possible, violated the taboo of dragon-slaying magic and embarked on a road of no return to devouring dragons. Of course, I mean, if you don't mind this, I can persuade him to work for the Empire. Celia sat at the long table in the conference room. After thinking for a while, he said so. No. Only that guy is unforgivable. People who devour dragons are unforgivable, just like dragons that devour people. Ian heard this and shook his head gently at Celia. Let's not talk about those dragon-slaying magicians who devoured dragon flesh under the temptation of Yerglesson. Yerglesson is a pure pervert, let's send him to the west as soon as possible. Ian, I know you won't let me down. After listening to Ian's words, Selene showed a gentle smile. The reason why she was attracted to Ian was probably because of his attitude of treating humans and dragons equally, right? Then I have no forces to recommend. Celia sighed helplessly. There are only so many forces on the North Continent. Except for the Dragon Devourer Guild Diabolos, all other major organizations have the shadow and support of the dragons behind them. But in other words, on the North Continent, Kurtana, the dragons and humans have almost merged into one. Every dragon has more or less connections with humans. This is also one of the reasons why Celia has been unable to deal with these dragons, except that his strength does not allow it. He can't destroy those humans who believe in dragons, right? Yet. Ian nodded gently after hearing this. In this case, what they have to do now is to try to contact the Gate of Hades and the White Magic Cult, and bring these two organizations together as soon as possible. By the way, Ian. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Karnuki for a long time. Is he okay recently? Just when Ian was lost in thought, Selene seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Ian and asked. Karnuki? Who? Ian was stunned after hearing this. He did have some impression of the name Karnuki. In the 100 Years mission, he would appear in the memories, playing a minor role as the Sword Saint Dragon. Karnuki is your son. Selene looked at Ian's confused expression and couldn't help reminding him. Ah? My son. This time it was Ian's turn to be confused. No, doesn't he have a son named Karnuki? Yes. He is the twin brother of La. I asked him to go to Ishgar with La to find you. Selene blinked her big eyes and said to Ian. I haven't heard of it at all. The only person who is looking for me is La. Ian shook his head, then frowned slightly, ready to confront La. La, give me an explanation. In response, Selene waved her hand, and the gate of the water wing opened in front of everyone. She pulled La outside the door to everyone and asked loudly, Where did your brother Karnuki go? It's over. La looked at Ian with a puzzled face and Selene with constant anger. Countless cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It seems that the way she can cover up for Karnuki has come to an end. My brother is wandering around the Ishgar continent. I don't know where he went. Ale lowered her head and said weakly. My idiot son. Ian and Selene said almost in unison. Update 2. Chapter 143 Ian, come back soon. Your son is about to attack the kingdom of Fiori. So. Reclaim the gate of Hades, find my son Karnuki. And who should be responsible for contacting the white magic cult and recruiting Athena, the founder of the white magic cult, who is as famous as the black mage Ziref and is known as the white mage. Ian sat on the throne, gently pinching his sore nose, looking at the 12 shield members sitting around the long table in front of him, and asked. I'm sorry, because I can't control the curse of Angselram in my body, so I can't go to crowded places. That's why I can't recover the gate of Hades, find the sword saint dragon Karnuki, and recruit the white magic cult. When Ziref heard this, he shook his head gently, then sighed. In fact, it's not that Ziref can't go to Ishgar to help Ian. It's just that Ziref doesn't want to help Ian. At the moment, Ziref is just giving up. Is that so? After taking a deep look at Ziref, Ian set his eyes on Irene and Selene beside him. I'm sorry, Ian. Selene and I are limited to Sirius Island and Magnolia Town on the Ishgar continent, and we can't go further. Therefore, the work of finding Karnuki, contacting the white magic cult, and reclaiming the Hades can only be handed over to others. After feeling Ian's gaze, Irene smiled apologetically. Well, I understand this. Irene, you just gave birth, just rest in the West Continent. As for Selene, you are a dragon after all. If you appear rashly in other places on the Ishgar continent, you might attract acknowledge. Although the strength of our Albaraz Empire is unprecedentedly strong now. But it's not the time to go to war with the invincible Black Dragon King. Ian nodded slightly after hearing this. After Ian finished speaking, he set his sights on the Falan Erev Salaya and asked, Erev, what are you going to do next, any plans? If not, I have a job for you. I'm sorry, my dear Majesty. I need to monitor the movements of the 5 dragons on the northern continent of Kurtana in real time. Erev Salaya bowed to Ian with a slight apology, although he also wanted to go to the Ishgar continent to find the white magician named Athena. However, his work is really heavy, whether it is the flame dragon Iganea who is causing trouble everywhere, the water dragon Melkobia who is planning to retire, or the sleeping wood dragon Alderon, or the earth dragon Draculamag who made the earth into a huge maze, and the gold dragon Verns who conceptualized his body. They all need Erev Salaya to supervise. In the entire northern continent of Kurtana, only Erev Salaya has the strength to supervise. Among them, especially the flame dragon Iganea who is the most capable of causing trouble among all the dragons, he must keep an eye on him all the time. If he is not careful, the other party will cause a big event that shocks the world. I know. The matter of Kurtana and the 5 dragons in the northern continent. Thank you for your hard work, Erev Salaya. Ian looked helpless when he heard this. Indeed, the Albaraz Empire has been strengthened to an unmatched level in Ian's hands. But correspondingly, the number of enemies of the Albaraz Empire has also increased, and the manpower available to Ian is still relatively insufficient. Ian, maybe you can ask August to go to the Ishgar continent to find Karnuki and recruit the Gate of the Underworld and the White Magic Cult. At this time, Selene seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Ian and spoke softly. No. If August is to take care of the children for me. He is already very busy with his work. Ian shook his head gently when he heard this. Well, Ian wants to let the most powerful Augusta stay in the Albaraz Empire. There are 2 purposes. First, to let Augusta take care of his children. Second, to let Augusta protect the safety of Irene and Selene. What if Augusta goes to the Ishgar continent to find someone? Ignea, that bastard, suddenly went crazy and planned to take the rest of the dragons to attack the western continent, Alakadasia. It would not be fun. Of course, one of the most important reasons is that Augusta's dragon-slaying magic has also been cultivated to the extreme, reaching the level of complete dragonization. Therefore, even Ian could not be sure whether Augusta would attract the invincible Black Dragon King Aknalaja if he walked in a place without a breath-isolating magic circle. Aref Salaya, so, if I go to the Ishgar continent to find the child for you, you won't worry that I will attract the invincible Aknalaja. Well, obviously everyone has cultivated the dragon-slaying magic to perfection. Ian is really a double standard. So excluding Irene, Selene, Augusta, Aref Salaya, and Ziref, who have important things to do or are not convenient to take action on the Ishgar continent for various reasons, among the remaining 5 of you, who are convenient to act. Ian said, looking at the remaining 5 people in the 12 shields. That is, the Judge Val Ishit, the assassin Jack Brisho, the Winter General Inbulula, the Death God Bradman and the White Monk Rake Dragneel. Your Majesty, although I really want to go to Ishgar for you and help you complete these important tasks. But unfortunately, my magic has a big flaw. Once used, it will become a large-scale, indiscriminate attack between enemies and friends. So I'm really sorry. First, it was Lakad, the jerk, who rejected Ian. Lakad was a pure Ziref faction. He just wanted to stay with Ziref, the dark mage whom he regarded as his father. Of course, even if Lakad really planned to go to Ishgar with Ian, Ian would not take Lakad with him. After all, this guy's ability was really disgusting. Ian couldn't imagine the scene where he was negotiating with others and this guy suddenly used his ability and made everyone climax together. Well, that scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. Okay, Lakad doesn't have to go. So what about the rest of you? Ian nodded gently, and while he was speaking, his eyes fell on Inbulura, Val Ishit, Jack Breakshow, and Bradman. Your Majesty, in addition to my position as the guardian of the 12 shields, I am also the Minister of Finance and Minister of the Quartermaster Department of the Albaraz Empire. I am afraid I don't have the energy to do other things, so I'm really sorry. After gently pushing the glasses on his nose, Inbulura shook his head very weakly. Well, he is different from Lakide. He doesn't want to help Ian complete the task. It's just that he has too much work to do, and he has no other energy to do more things. Especially yes, when Ian emphasized that the mission on the Ishgar continent was very important, Inbulula had to reluctantly give up the opportunity to work for Ian to others in order to avoid making mistakes and disappointing Ian. It was really not because Inbulula believed that he could only get a better promotion if he stayed in the Albaraz Empire and in front of Ian. Well, Inbulula doesn't need to go, so what about you? Ian said that he was not an unreasonable person. After Inbulula gave him enough reasons, he no longer insisted that Inbulula must go to the Ishgar continent to carry out the mission. For a moment, the entire conference room. The only people left who really had nothing to do were Val Ishit, Jack Brisio, and Bradman. They stared at each other, not knowing what kind of excuses they could give Ian to shirk these tasks that sounded deadly enough. Okay, since you 3 don't have anything important to do, then listen to my arrangements. Val Ishit, I remember you are an alchemist, right? Ian first looked at Val Ishit, who was opening his mouth and hesitating to speak. Yes, Your Majesty. After being named by Ian, Val Ishit couldn't say anything else. He could only bite the bullet and stand up from his seat and nodded to Ian. Since you are an alchemist, then it just so happens. I remember that there is also a guild called Golden Owl on the northern continent of Kiltana, which is composed entirely of alchemists. From today on, you will temporarily quit the task of protecting the 12 shields and go to the northern continent of Kiltana, mainly responsible for 2 things. The first thing is to go undercover in the Alchemist Guild, find out information about the northern continent for me, and continue to muddy the waters on the northern continent for me. The second thing is to win over the forces on the continent and fight for our Albaraz Empire. Everything is for the unification of the world of Eslanden by our empire. Ian spoke very quickly, and made it clear to Val Ishit. I know, Your Majesty. Val Ishit was a little helpless. He smiled bitterly and sat back in his seat. Next, it's you two, Jacob Risho and Bradman. From today on, you will go to Ishgar with me. Speaking of which, Jacob and Bradman, your magic and abilities can hide your aura very well, just in time to cooperate with my actions on Ishgar. Ian didn't give Jacob and Bradman a chance to say more, and directly announced their next work. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. You mean, you are also going to Ishgar? After Ian finished speaking. Originally, Ian, who was smart and thought he had found a good excuse to stay in the Albaraz Empire and stay with Ian, the face of Winter General Inbulura suddenly changed. He immediately stood up from his seat, looked at the throne where Ian was, and asked with an extremely shocked expression. Isn't this natural? Ian looked at Inbulura and said so. Your Majesty, I just thought about it carefully for a moment, I found that the burden on me didn't seem so heavy. To be honest, I have found several very talented subordinates in the Empire's army. They will control the Empire's finances and military supplies for me. So please allow me to go to Ishgar with you to find His Royal Highness Prince Kurnuki and conquer the major forces on the continent. As Inbulula spoke, he knelt on one knee in front of Ian, as if he could give everything for Ian, even his life. Well, the reason why Inbulula refused the task assigned by Ian before was because he wanted to stay with Ian, the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire. Who would have thought that Ian, the Emperor of the Empire, would also go to Ishgar? This made Inbulula unable to sit still. Hee. You don't need to think about this for now. It's enough for everything to go according to my previous arrangements. Ian heard this. He looked at Inbulura in front of him and smiled gently. This. I understand. After Inbulura got Ian's clear answer, he had to sit back in his seat, but his expression at the moment was so regretful. Okay, the task has been issued. Then this meeting of the 12 shields of the Albaraz Empire ends here. Everyone, adjourn. Ian said, and stood up from the throne and announced the end of the meeting. After Ian finished speaking, he was the first to leave the 12 Shields conference room. Then came Irene, Selene, Aref and Ziref. After the Emperor and the Regents left the conference room one after another. Damn it! Inbulura stood up from his seat, messed up his neat blue hair, and said loudly, Damn it, this is not true. How could His Majesty leave me in the Albaraz Empire? Inbul, you are too smart, right? Originally, when he heard that he would be sent to the Ishgar continent by Ian to perform a mission, Jacob Risio, who was obviously marginalized in power, was sad for a while. But after hearing that Ian would go to the Ishgar continent with them, he was no longer sad, and the whole person was as excited as chicken blood. Don't be too proud, Jacob. Haha, just open your eyes and watch carefully. Even if I stay in the Albaraz Empire, I will still prove to His Majesty the Emperor that I am the most trustworthy person to His Majesty the Emperor. Inbulura clenched his fists and said angrily. I'll wait and see. Jacob smiled complacently and said coldly. Hey! You too! If you are sincere and intend to swear allegiance to the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, perhaps you are completely loyal to the wrong person. I can tell you clearly that His Majesty Ziref is the real Emperor of the Albaraz Empire, and His Majesty Ziref is the real Emperor Splitter. As for Ian Belzarian, who claims to be His Majesty the Emperor, he is just a puppet selected by Irene in August. At this time, Lakid, who was a die-hard Ziref faction, came to the side of Inbulula and Jack Bricio at some point. He looked at the two people in front of him and spoke in a cold voice. Lakid, you seem to have misunderstood something. After hearing what Lakid said, Inbulula suddenly smiled disdainfully. Hey! Lakid was stunned for a moment. He looked at the disdain in Inbulura's eyes. His always holy appearance was filled with doubt. I am different from you. I am 100% of the Emperor faction. The person I am loyal to is His Majesty the Emperor of the Albaraz Empire. I will only be loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. As for who His Majesty the Emperor is, it doesn't mean anything to me. Inbulura put his hands behind his back. He seemed to have no taboos and expressed his life philosophy in front of everyone present. Yes, it is better to say that Inbulura is loyal to the person sitting on the throne than to say that Inbulura is loyal to the Emperor of the Empire. No matter who sits on the throne, Inbulura will be loyal to the other party. Of course, the premise is that the Emperor sitting on the throne is indeed stronger than him. Me too. At this time, Jacob smiled and nodded. Yes, Jacob is also a genuine Emperor faction. However, unlike Inbulura, Jacob will be loyal to the other party without hesitation even if the person sitting on the throne is an idiot. After all, Jacob positions himself as an assassin, that is, the sword in the hands of the Emperor, and the shadow of His Majesty the Emperor. All the glory he has obtained comes from His Majesty the Emperor. Compared to Jacob, Inbulura has his own little thoughts. Perhaps it is because Inbulura is born smarter than ordinary people. This guy always wants to show his talent to the world. Therefore, he has developed a character that if no one suppresses him, he will do his best to make trouble. However, if your strength is strong enough, they will all become the most powerful blades and weapons in your hands. Ah, this. As Inbulura finished speaking, Lakide's eyes widened. For the first time, he discovered the difference between himself and humans. Compared with demons, human thinking is too complicated. At the same time, on the Ishgar continent, on a small island, known as a resort, in the palace of the Stella Kingdom of the Crystal Kingdom. I didn't expect it. After 400 years, I can still meet my kind. If I hadn't seen you, I would have thought that my kind had been slaughtered by that terrifying guy 400 years ago. A man wearing a gorgeous emperor's robe, with short light yellow hair and a crown on his head, sat on a high throne. He looked at the boy in front of him and silently shed tears. Ah ha ha ha. Senior, you are really joking. My clan has developed very well on the northern continent of Kiltana. However, there is indeed no trace of us on the Ishgar continent. After all, this is the territory of Lord Akunalaja, the only Black Dragon King who has won the Dragon King festival in the past 400 years. The young man with short yellow hair laughed out loud after hearing the words of the man in front of him. His words were full of respect for Akunalaja. After all, Akunalaja is the only one of the Black Dragon Kings currently alive in the world. Among the giant dragons, the only one who passed the Dragon King festival and was recognized by all dragons, the only Dragon King. Humph, Akunalaja is just a human. The ruler of this world will eventually become our dragons. As the young man finished speaking, the man sitting on the throne, who was suspected to be the king of this country, suddenly showed a dissatisfied look, and he said angrily, "Hee hee." In response, the blond boy just chuckled and said nothing more. Although Akunalaja may have been just a human at first, the great deeds he did are an indisputable fact. So, Sword Saint Dragon Kurnuki, are you willing to become the regent of my kingdom Stella? Then, conquer the entire Ishgar continent with me and destroy the lifelong enemy of our dragons, the damn false Dragon King Akunalaja. The man sitting on the throne, who claimed to be Animus, the emperor of the kingdom of Stella, asked the blond boy in front of him, who was also Ian's good son, Sword Saint Dragon Kurnuki. Be the regent? It seems quite interesting. Kurnuki nodded with a smile and showed an interesting look when he heard it. Well, just when Ian was still discussing how to expand the Albaraz Empire and expand the power of the Fairy Tale Guild, Ian's good son Sword Saint Dragon Kurnuki has already started to consider how to conquer the Ishgar continent. Then the country we have to conquer first is the kingdom of Fiori, which is known as the strongest country on the Ishgar continent and the Kingdom of Permanent Neutrality. As long as we conquer the Kingdom of Fiori, other countries are not worth mentioning. Animus, the king of the Kingdom of Stella, or more precisely, the crystal dragon Animus, who was defeated by Akunologia and had to seal himself in a human body because of his insufficient magic power and could not escape, clenched his fists and said so. Interesting, I'll take this job. Karnuki nodded slightly and agreed to Animus' request with a smile. In response, the king of Fiori, old Thomas, said, "No, who in the family understands? Why do these dragons and villains come to my country when they have nothing to do? Who did I offend?" After Karnuki and Animus reached an agreement, thousands of 4th-era dragon slayers, fully automatic dragon slayer weapons made of dragon slayer crystals mass-produced by the crystal dragon Animus, began to gather at the border of Fiori. At the same time, after Karnuki served as the regent of Stella Kingdom, he purged all the nobles in the kingdom, and through hiring, mobilized all the mage guilds and major knight groups across the country, organized a mage army of about 10,000 people, and pressed towards the border of Fiori Kingdom. An unprecedented war seems to be about to begin. Chapter 144 King of Fiori Kingdom, go to Magnolia and invite the Mage of Fairy Tale Guild. So. A few days later. The time came to January 5, X781. In the small town of Magnolia, Fiori Kingdom, in the Fairy Tale Guild. Finally returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. In the Kingdom of Bosque, which is close to the Kingdom of Fiori, the Fairy Tale Guild completed this year's S-Class Wizard assessment. The Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard candidates and newly promoted S-Class Wizards finally returned to the Guild under the leadership of the President Makarov and 3 S-Class Wizards who served as examiners. Everyone, I, Makarov, here announce to everyone. This year, the person who passed the S-Class Wizard assessment of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale in X780 is Myra Jane Strauss. The first thing Makarov did when he returned to the guild was to stand on the podium and loudly announce to the gamblers in the guild who were the candidates for the Fairy Tale Guild who passed the S-Class Wizard assessment this year. Great, Myra Jane won. 1. I knew it was my turn to win. The rent for this year and the next 5 years is all settled. As Makarov finished speaking, the entire first floor hall of the Fairy Tale Guild was in an uproar. Half of the guild's magicians stood up and cheered their victory. It seemed that for these Fairy Tale Guild's magicians who stood up, they were happier than Myra Jane herself who passed the S-Class Magician assessment because Myra Jane could pass the guild's S-Class Magician assessment this year. And Arusha Milkovich. However, just when these gamblers were opening champagne at halftime. As the president of Fairy Tale, Makarov's hoarse and vicissitudes voice, but with unprecedented power, once again slowly sounded in everyone's ears. Ah! No! How come there are only 2 people who passed the S-level magician assessment this year? Now we are doomed. Money! My money! All gone! President Makarov, you are panting without saying anything. For a moment, both Wakaba and Makeo fell to their knees on the ground. After listening to Makarov's announcement on the podium about the results of the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Magician assessment this year, they seemed to collapse in an instant, with despair in their pupils. Senior Kana, didn't you tell us? Don't your predictions and divinations have a winning rate of more than 50% under normal circumstances? Among them, many could not resist the desire to get rich, and followed the group of gamblers in the Fairy Tale Guild, betting all the money they earned this year on the S-level magician assessment. The new magicians of Fairy Tale came to Kana with despair and protested loudly. I have said that a 50% winning rate is normal. You also know that the president often ignores the examination rules he set and lets people pass the examination at random. I can't do anything about this? Kana shrugged helplessly after hearing this. Well, thanks to Mr. Makarov, her current reputation among the gamblers in the Fairy Tale Guild has been affected to a certain extent. Although, Kana doesn't care much. It's not her, Kana, who forced them to gamble. It's said that small gambling is fun, but big gambling is harmful to the body. I don't care. It was President Makarov who broke the rules first. Pay the money. You must pay the money. That's right. President Makarov, this year's bet doesn't count. For a moment. In the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, a group of gamblers began to protest collectively. Shut up. Do you think that the money that has entered my hands can be returned to you? Ahem. I mean, the final right of interpretation is up to me, the president. Your protest is completely invalid. It is absolutely impossible for me to pay back the money. Makarov was furious when he heard this. He loudly refuted the gamblers in the hall and insisted on taking their property for himself. Well, Makarov is still worth everyone's trust in this regard. He will never embezzle a penny of the guild's money. Even before Ian and others had grown up, Makarov, as the president, paid out of his own pocket every year to add money to the guild. No. This is not true. Makarov's words, like a sharp sword, pierced through their hearts. For a moment, the entire Fairy Tale Guild Hall was howling. At the same time, outside the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, after Ian arranged the affairs of the Albaraz Empire in the Western continent, he was surprised to find that everyone in the Albaraz Empire, except for him, the Emperor, had something to do, so he returned to the Fairy Tale Guild with Urza and Ellie. In addition, Neinhart, Jacob, and Bradman, who were temporarily removed from the 12 Shields, followed Ian and others. Is this the fairy tale of the Mage Guild? What exactly does the Mage Guild that His Majesty can join look like? Neinhart, Jacob, and Bradman looked at each other. To be honest, they were full of curiosity about the Fairy Tale Guild. Especially, when they thought about the magical power that this Mages Guild possessed, which made Ian, the most powerful man in the world, return here even if he gave up being the emperor of the world's largest country, the Albaraz Empire. In Eslanden, they became even more curious about the Mages Guild called Fairy Tale. They wanted to see what was the difference between this Mages Guild and the Mages Guild they were familiar with. Well, this is not an ordinary Mages Guild. This is the world's first Dark Mages Guild that inherited the spirit of the Black Wizard Ziref, the source of cholera in the Ishgar continent and even the Eslanden world. Ahem. Look. This seemingly ordinary Magister Guild, the words inlaid with gold on its door frame are so beautiful, so spiritual, and full of artistic atmosphere. It must be the masterpiece of a famous master. First, the one who started to blow rainbow farts was naturally Neinhart, the first lackey of the Belzarian family. He looked at the words on the door of the Fairy Tale Guild that had fallen off the paint and said so. Indeed. Bradman has always been relatively taciturn, he just nodded silently. I can feel. This seemingly ordinary Magister Guild in front of us has actually been polished by the years. This wall alone has endless history to tell. Especially, the door in front of us that guards the thousands of members of the Magister Guild Fairy Tale is completely a work of art and a treasure. Put it in the Albaraz Empire, enough to be a treasure to guard the country. Cool sweat broke out on Jacob's forehead. He imitated Neinhart's usual exaggerated, and spoke unwillingly. Hiss. As Jacob finished speaking. Whether it was Bradman or Neinhart, they all took a breath of cold air. If it comes to bragging, it's still you, Jacob, who is good at bragging. Neinhart, Jacob, aren't you a taciturn assassin? Looking at your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect that you are actually a lackey like me. Jacob, when people do things in the Empire, especially in front of the Emperor of the Empire, they must understand a little bit of the so-called human relations, otherwise they will die without knowing how they died. Bang! However, just when Neinhart and Jacob were bragging about the door of the Fairy Tale Guild, they saw that Urza, the little princess of their empire, kicked open the quaint, artistic, treasure-level door in front of them in front of everyone. Ah, this! For a moment, Neinhart and others were silent. Urza's kick really made them feel embarrassed. Especially, now that they had been bragging about the gate in front of them for a long time. Then, without waiting for Nienhart and others to say more, Ian took Urza and Ellie and entered the guild in front of them first. "Let's go. The Emperor has already gone in. Let's not waste time." Jacob, Nienhart, and Bradman looked at the scene in front of them, looked at each other helplessly, and silently followed Ian and others into the gate of the Mage Guild fairy tale in front of them. "Well, this is the gate to the new world. Everyone, we are back." So, in the hall of the fairy tale guild, the morale of all the guild gamblers was extremely depressed by Makarov's trickery. All the gamblers, whether new or old, whether they bet on Myra Jane or Arusha, were severely harvested by Makarov. The door of the fairy tale guild was suddenly kicked open. In front of hundreds of guild members, Ian walked into the hall of the fairy tale guild with his two daughters Urza and Ellie, as well as Nienhart, Jacob, and Bradman, who temporarily withdrew from the 12 shields. "It's still comfortable here." Ian stood in the hall of the fairy tale guild, and he showed a relaxed look. No matter how magnificent and huge the palace of the Albaraz Empire was, it didn't give him a sense of security like the shabby fairy tale hall. Well, this is also why? The main reason why Ian returned to Ishgar after he had settled the matter on Alakadasia in the western continent. After all, for Ian and his friends, the Mage Guild fairy tale is their foundation, and this is the home of all of them. "Hey, Ian, you're back. How are things at home?" Makarov, who had just stood on the podium and announced the list of S-level mage assessment passers of the fairy tale guild this year, immediately greeted Ian after seeing him return. Although Makarov didn't know much about where Ian went and what he did. But there was one thing he knew clearly. That was that Ian was going to deal with family disputes. "It's all settled." Ian smiled at Makarov after hearing this. "It's all right if it's done. If you let those two from your family fight, there will be no end." After getting Ian's answer, Makarov slowly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Makarov was afraid of Ian's family from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Ian's family would make a fuss because of some trivial matters. After all, Ian's family can really blow up the entire kingdom of Fiori and even the Ishgar continent. This is not an exaggeration, but a statement. "Urza, you are finally back. He, listen to me. During the days you were away. But I also successfully passed the S-level magician assessment of our fairy tale guild this year. In other words, I am now an S-level magician of our guild like you." Mirage put her arms around her, looked at Urza proudly, and spoke excitedly. Got it. Mirage, you are really amazing." Hearing this, Urza raised her hands and clapped them twice in a perfunctory manner, expressing her happiness that Mirage could successfully pass the guild's S-class magician assessment. But in the final analysis, "The reason why you can pass this year's S-class magician assessment is because I'm not here, right? If I were in the guild this year, you wouldn't have such good luck. After all, I won't show mercy to you." However, the next second, Urza suddenly changed her tone. Urza looked at Mirage jokingly, with a hint of respect for Mirage in her words. Disdain. He. "But speaking of it, Urza, you are right about this matter. You should be thankful that you did not participate in this year's S-class magician assessment. Otherwise, in our guild's S-class magician assessment this year, I'm afraid there will be an embarrassing situation where the guild's S-class magician examiner is defeated by the examinee." Ha, that's not funny, do you think I'm right?" Miraja tilted her head, and she couldn't hide the teasing in Urza's eyes when she looked at her. "What the hell are you talking about? Say it again. You want to fight, right? Fight me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Don't forget that I'm also an S-class magician in the guild now. The gap between you and me is not as big as you think." For a moment, Myra Jane and Urza, who had been attacking each other verbally, came face to face with each other. The veins on their foreheads were tense. They were angry at each other and attacked each other's weaknesses. Boom! However, it was the moment when Myra Jane and Urza confronted each other. Neinhart, Jacob, and Bradman immediately came to Urza. The three of them stood in front of Myra Jane and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to talk to Princess Urza like this? Hee hee. What's wrong? Urza. Don't you know that you are no match for me alone? So you took advantage of my exam and found 3 little followers from outside to fight me. But I don't mind you looking for help. But I'm busy, so you'd better come together." Myra Jane looked at Neinhart and the other 2 who stood up for Urza, narrowed her eyes slightly, and a playful look flashed in her eyes. She laughed in the direction of Urza. "Neinhart, Jacob, and Bradman, you 3, retreat. I don't need you to help me deal with this guy Myra Jane." When Urza said this, she had already changed her clothes. She was seen wearing a gorgeous knight armor and slashed at Myra Jane. "Come on." Seeing this, Myra Jane smiled very brightly. She accepted the Satan soul and fought with Urza, who was wearing the black feather armor. By the way, on the way back, Myra Jane had completely developed the second magic source with the help of Voltaire. The current normal magic power has also stabilized at the level of Jura during the Great Martial Arts period. This also made the most ordinary demon soul received by Myra Jane reach an unprecedented height. Jura, do you like me, the fairy tale version of Kakashi, who has not appeared in any chapter, but my name will appear in every chapter. Boom! When Urza and Myra Jane collided, a wave of air suddenly broke out. Many nearby magicians were blown away. Boom! It was the battle between Urza and Myra Jane. It caused a terrifying chain reaction, which completely triggered a big melee in the Fairy Tale Guild. "You want to fight, right? Come on!" The iron fist of the fire dragon. The roar of the iron dragon. Water flow magic high pressure water gun. Receive the soul of the Beast King. There is no other way, open the dark eye. Babies, shoot them. Fairy pistol. For a moment, colorful magic circles flashed in the Fairy Tale Guild. This terrifying magic power shook the sky and the earth, and the huge power made the entire guild shaky. Stop fighting! Ultia is still in the Bosk Kingdom, repairing the streets. If you tear down the guild, no one will help me repair it this time. Seeing this, Makarov burst into tears and said, "Ah!" For a moment, Neinhart, Jacob, and Bradman, who had just joined the Fairy Tale Guild, were all dumbfounded. What on earth was going on with this messy mage guild? Is this the guild that the Emperor wanted to join at all costs? What's good about it? They didn't feel it at all. But it was really crazy. No, that's not right. Wait a minute, that guy with cherry blossom pink hair, could it be the final demon end created by Master Zeref? He is the legendary flame demon end, right? Just then, when the god of death Bradman's eyes accidentally fell on Natsu, his forehead was suddenly covered with cold sweat, and his expression was a little terrified. "So that's it, Your Majesty raised the flame demon end on the continent of Ishgar. I always feel that Your Majesty is playing a big game." Bradman pursed his lips, and he seemed to have discovered something vaguely. "Hey, you 3 look pretty strong. Do you want to go out and fight with us?" Just then, Bradman's eyes were fixed on Natsu. Jacob and Neinhart's eyes were wide open, as if everything in front of them had opened the door to a new world for them. They suddenly felt someone behind them, patting their shoulders. When Bradman, Neinhart, and Jacob turned their heads to look, they saw Gildarts, Uru, and Lacuses looking at them with a hearty smile, and pointed to the guild gate that Urza had kicked down, and signaled them to go out and fight with them. "Ah, this is the Fairy Tale Guild, it gives me a feeling of home." Just then, Ian looked at the messy Fairy Tale Guild hall and sighed. "Your Majesty, please don't joke. How can there be any feeling of home here? The environment in the Fairy Tale of the Mage Guild is worse than hell." In response to this, Bradman and the other 2 looked at Ian with sweat on their foreheads, thinking silently in their hearts. For a moment, Bradman and the other two all had the idea of leaving the Albarez Empire, and it didn't matter if they stayed in this empire. Bradman, to be honest, even though I am a demon, I feel that the atmosphere of the Mage Guild fairy tale is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, without giving Bradman, Jacob, and Neinhard a chance to think more, Gildarts, Lacuses and Uru had already pulled the three of them out of the fairy tale guild. Boom! For a moment, an unprecedented battle broke out again in the back mountain of the fairy tale guild. No, this place can no longer be called the back mountain. After years of fighting by the magicians of the fairy tale guild, this place has become a diversified ecosystem. There are snow-capped mountains created by Uru's ice. Even in summer, there will be constant wind and snow. There are forests that are covered with dark clouds and thunder and rain all year round due to the lightning of Lacuses. There are also artificial lakes that were smashed by Gildart's brute force. There are also meteorite fragments summoned by Ian. A huge mountain composed entirely of materials that do not belong to the world of Eslanden that are constantly piled up. These abnormal geological structures, appearing anywhere in this world, are unsolved mysteries. But appearing near the fairy tale guild, it is extremely reasonable. On the other side, just when the fairy tale guild was in a mess, the border of the kingdom of Fiori. The armies of the kingdom of Fiori and the kingdom of Stella are about to meet in close combat, and the two sides are constantly confronting each other. In the flower city of Crocus, in the Palace of Lanterns. Your Majesty! The strength of the enemy leader is simply unfathomable. All the assassins we sent out have been wiped out. They were stripped of all their clothes by the enemy leader, put in a gift box, tied with a bow, and packed back for us. It can be said that the damage is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. He totally didn't take you, the great king, and our kingdom of Fiori into consideration. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The military minister of the kingdom of Fiori looked at the king of Fiori, old Thomas, who was sitting on the throne with a bitter and sad look on his face, and asked softly. Is that the only move I can use? Old Thomas clenched his fists. If he could, he definitely didn't want to use that move. Boom! Just when old Thomas was thinking, accompanied by a roar, a figure fell from the sky, broke through the ceiling of the Huideng Palace, and came in front of old Thomas, the king. Protect the king! With the sudden appearance of that figure, in the entire Huideng Palace, all the magicians, knights, and ministers were panicked. They all drew their sharp blades and rushed towards the person who came. Boom! Unfortunately, before everyone could step forward, a huge sense of oppression fell from the sky and landed on everyone's body, making them unable to breathe. What is this? For a moment, the people present looked at the figure with light golden short hair, their faces changed, and their pupils were full of panic and confusion. You are the king of the kingdom of Fiori, right? I will give you a chance now. I like swordsmanship the most in my life. If you can find someone who can compete with me in swordsmanship, I will withdraw my army immediately. If you can't find it, this country will belong to our Stella Kingdom. What do you think? Of course, I'll give you 3 full months to find someone who can compete with me, or even defeat me. What do you think? The blonde figure said to the old Thomas, the king of Fiori, who was slumped on the throne, with a smile on his face. I agree. Without thinking too much, Thomas agreed to the proposal of the man in front of him. A smart choice. By the way, remember my name. My name is Karnuki. I am the regent of Stella Kingdom and the commander of the Stella Kingdom's army this time. Yes, the man who came was Karnuki. He came to represent Stella Kingdom to declare war on the king of Fiori Kingdom. At this moment, the declaration of war was over, and he no longer after saying many words, he turned into a meteor and disappeared in front of everyone. Your Majesty, you are confused. How could you agree to the conditions of that man just now? Yes. Your Majesty. We are about to die in battle, how can you surrender? As Kurnuki left, the group of ministers in the Palace of Lights dared to speak, pointing at the old Thomas on the throne and condemning him. Haha! Can you defeat that man just now by dying in battle? In response, the old Thomas said very strongly. We are also trying to find a way. As the old Thomas finished speaking, all the ministers present shut their mouths. Solution. At this point, besides that trick, is there any other solution? Well, let's go to Magnolia Town and invite the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. At present, old Thomas, the king, sat on the throne and thought hard for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have aged a lot, as if he had lost all his strength, and he spoke helplessly. Chapter 145 Ian, Kurnuki is my son. Fairy Tale, Ian, how many sons do you have? Your Majesty, the king. If we give up the idea of confronting other countries right from the start. Instead, we go directly to find members of the Fairy Tale, the Magician Guild, to help us solve this invasion from another country. Wouldn't it make us, the ministers, knights, and nobles of the Kingdom of Fiori, appear incompetent? However, old Thomas's words were not recognized by all the ministers. Many of the ministers, after hearing that old Thomas was going to find the Fairy Tale Guild, the troublemakers, to help them solve this invasion from another country, changed their faces again and again. Originally, these magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, because of the connivance of the Magic Council era and the kings of various kingdoms, have been arrogant in the Kingdom of Fiori and even in the Ishgar continent. If these fairy tale people know that the Kingdom of Fiori cannot do without them, wouldn't it encourage their arrogance? In the future, I am afraid that I will have to shit directly on the heads of these ministers and nobles. Although the Kingdom of Fiori has the highest per capita percentage of magicians among the major countries in the entire Ishgar continent, and it is also the country that values magicians the most. But their country still belongs to the lords and nobles. Not to those extremely barbaric magicians who always rely on force to solve problems. In fact, the reason why these nobles and lords still hold on to their previous pride is because magic has declined too seriously on the Ishgar continent. After all, except for the strong ones at the level of Holy 10. Those magicians below the Holy 10 cannot ignore the number of troops and enemies, and do not have the ability to directly kill tens of thousands of troops. They will still be attacked by these lords. And in the entire Ishgar continent, except for the Fairy Tale Guild, there are only a handful of strong ones who have truly reached the Holy 10 level. Therefore, this has caused many lords and nobles to have no clear understanding of the true strength of magicians. They simply cannot imagine how terrifying the top combat power in the world of Eslanden has reached. But, old Thomas knew. So, what do you think is appropriate? For a moment, old Thomas, as the king, sat on his throne weakly. Looking at the ministers and nobles in front of him, who were not only incompetent but also mentally retarded, and most importantly, they were suffering for their face, he suddenly felt that the future of his Fiori kingdom seemed to be completely over. That guy called Kurnuki. Didn't he give us 3 months to prepare? In that case, let's send some of our own people to give this guy a good try. If we spend 3 months and still can't take him down, it won't be too late to ask the Fairy Tale Guild for help then. The ministers said so. Perhaps it was because Kurnuki gave them a certain amount of preparation time, which made them mistakenly believe that Kurnuki was not that kind of fierce person. This gave these ministers and nobles the opportunity to engage in party struggles and save face. It's up to you. But I'll say it first. What if you can't make that guy named Kurnuki and his army retreat within 80 days? Go to Magnolia Town and invite the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild to me, no matter what the price is. Of course, if you can't invite the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild at all, then I think my rule over the Kingdom of Fiori seems to have come to an end. However, although I can no longer be the king of the Kingdom of Fiori in the future. But you guys, don't think it's easy. Finally, after thinking for a long time, old Thomas compromised with these ministers and nobles, but to say that old Thomas, it was impossible for Thomas not to be angry. In extreme anger, he left a vicious word to the ministers in front of him, then left his throne and went back to his bedroom to rest. Old Thomas was too lazy to care about the ministers who were fighting for their parties. He felt extremely tired when he looked at their faces. The ministers looked at the departing king and were silent. However, after the king left, they still had to fight for their parties. People die for money, and birds die for food. Put aside the country first, personal interests are the most important. At the same time, they didn't believe it. Does the great kingdom of Fiori need a group of extremely barbaric magicians who always think of using brute force to solve problems to save it? Is it possible that the army of the kingdom of Fiori is empty? Can't even beat the regent of an enemy country? Send the Hungry Wolf Knights. And send all the leaders of the major magic knights of the kingdom of Fiori. I just don't believe it. In the entire Fiori kingdom army, no one can defeat the regent of the enemy country. In response, the ministers finally made a decision. So, under the decision of these ministers, the Hungry Wolf Knights, the strongest magic knights of the kingdom of Fiori, known as the executioners of magicians, attacked. Please, distinguished adults, leave the mission of this attack to us. Yes, we will definitely eliminate all these ungrateful guys. There are a total of 5 members of the Hungry Wolf Knights, and each of them exudes the powerful magic fluctuations of a senior S-level magician. Even if they are placed in the Fairy Tale Guild, they can compete with the T3 level members among the S-level candidates. Their strength is terrifyingly powerful. Ha ha ha. As expected, it's the Hungry Wolf Knights who can make people feel at ease. After the Hungry Wolf Knights take action, I wonder how long the regent can be arrogant. If I had known earlier, I should have sent the Hungry Wolf Knights from the beginning instead of sending some incompetent assassins. No matter how strong those assassins are, they can't be as strong as the real knights. The appearance of the Hungry Wolf Knights made all the ministers present smile confidently. This is the strongest fighting force of the kingdom of Fiori and is worthy of their trust. Hee. With the Hungry Wolf Knights attacking, we feel much more at ease. As long as you can make the empire withdraw its troops. When you come back, you will all be nobles of the kingdom. I will grant you the title of Baron. Among them, there are also some old nobles who look extremely old and can hardly walk, but still serve as ministers of the kingdom. These old guys looked at the powerful Hungry Wolf Knights in front of them and smiled proudly. Sure enough, the heavens are still on the side of these nobles. Yes, sir. When the Hungry Wolf Knights heard that they could be promoted immediately if they defeated a mere regent of the enemy country, and they would be transformed from mere guards to noble lords. This is simply great. In any case, victory belongs to them. So, in order to become noble lords as soon as possible, the Hungry Wolf Knights did not hesitate too much, did not waste a single moment, and rushed directly to the battlefield. You dare to provoke the leader of the enemy country of our Fiori kingdom. When the Hungry Wolf Knights arrived at the front line, they found that there was no so-called army here, but only a huge arena, on which stood a blond young man with his arms around his body, squinting his eyes slightly, and looked like he was resting. For a moment, the Hungry Wolf Knights rushed forward, and they shouted loudly at the blond young man in front of them. Oh! As these people roared, the blond young man slowly opened his squinting eyes. He looked at the human who came to him and attacked him without thinking. His eyes flashed with excitement and he said loudly, "Ha ha ha! Good to come. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I can't wait to fight with you strong humans. Sword Saint Dragon Slash." As the young man finished speaking, he had already approached the leader of the Hungry Wolf Knights, who was also the head of the Hungry Wolf Knights, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak and carrying 2 sickles on his back, who looked like the god of death Bradman. Bang! The powerful slash came directly from the katana on the waist of the blond young man, Kurnuki, and the armor on the middle-aged man was shattered with just one blow. Accompanied by the blood floating into the sky, the head of the Hungry Wolf Knights fainted directly. Captain! As Karnuki made his move, the other 4 members of the Hungry Wolf Knights were stunned. They couldn't believe that the powerful captain in their hearts was so fragile and could not withstand a single blow. Crescent slash of Hades. 3 consecutive slashes of Sword Saint Dragon. Falling shattering slash of Hades. Without waiting for the members of the Hungry Wolf Knights to think more, Karnuki did not mean to stop. He kept swinging the samurai sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword light filled the whole world. The silver-white light fell on every member of the Hungry Wolf Knights, and the terrifying power cut their clothes into pieces. Ah! In the screams of shrillness and shyness. The strongest magician knights of the kingdom of Fiori, the Hungry Wolf Knights, were completely defeated. Ah! As a result, some ministers of the kingdom of Fiori who were going to watch the Hungry Wolf Knights beat the enemy regent were dumbfounded. They opened their mouths and said in disbelief, "They are defeated just like that. The strongest magician knights in the kingdom can't even last a minute in front of the enemy, and all of them are defeated? It's a lie, right? Prime Minister, what should we do now?" Seeing that the strongest magician knights in the kingdom had been defeated, these ministers looked at the Prime Minister standing in the middle of the crowd and asked, "Retreat?" The Prime Minister took a deep breath and announced the fact of retreat. Retreat? As the Prime Minister finished speaking, the other members of the Magic Knights, who were accompanied by a group of ministers, carried these old ministers and rushed to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, the flower city of Crocus, at the fastest speed. Ha 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 ha! It's really pleasant. If it is judged by the clown comedy show, it is quite interesting. If you can perform a comedy show like today for me every day, maybe in less than 90 days, I will be so funny that I will retreat. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Karnuki laughed out loud. The nobles among humans are really a group of funny and ridiculous creatures. Asshole! This guy is mocking us. You can tease as much as you want. One day, we will make you pay. The old bastards of the kingdom of Fiori kept running away, roaring angrily in their hearts. On the other side, Arcadios, the leader of the Sakura Knights and a close confidant of King Thomas of the kingdom of Fiori, came to the town of Magnolia fully armed in the armor of white lilies. Arcadios came here to send a letter to the Fairy Tale Guild. Thomas knew how corrupted the national government agencies of the Kingdom of Fiori had become because of years of peace. In order to save himself and for the future of the Kingdom of Fiori, he made 2 preparations. If these old nobles and ministers could not deal with the invasion of the enemy country, he would use the Fairy Tale Guild to cut off these ministers and the invaders of the enemy country together. Well, the reason why old Thomas could sit on the throne of Fiori Kingdom steadily for so many years and keep the corrupt political arena of the kingdom running is not because of his hobbies like flowers and plants and watching magic show. These hobbies are just a disguise to show weakness. Although he does like flowers and plants and magic show. Ahem. Old Thomas still has a very strong hand. Whether it is the ministers, the old nobles of the country, or the magician guilds with extraordinary power in the kingdom, they are all chess pieces in his hands. Although, this is not what old Thomas wants. So, in the Fairy Tale Guild, Your Majesty, Thomas means that if it is absolutely necessary, we hope to use the S-class magician of your guild to make the enemy withdraw. Arcadios sat at the deepest part of the Fairy Tale Guild bar, looking at Makarov, who was extremely short but exuded a strong aura, and said so. Oh, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. However, our Fairy Tale Guild has no intention of directly intervening in the national war. You should know that the First and Second Trade Wars cost our Fairy Tale Guild a lot. Makarov gently shook the wine glass in his hand. He kept playing with the whiskey in the glass, which was as clear and beautiful as amber and exuded a rich creamy aroma. He had no intention of helping Arcadios and old Thomas. Makarov would not let the children of his guild fall into any danger. Don't be so anxious, Makarov. Your Majesty means that from now on, the Fairy Tale Guild can enjoy the treatment of the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori. Whether it is the local lords or the mayor team who directly serves the government, they have no right to manage the affairs of the Fairy Tale Guild. Arcadeos said lightly the rights that old Thomas gave to the Fairy Tale Guild. They can't control us now. Makarov smiled lightly and said nonchalantly. I mean, from today. All the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, whether traveling or staying. Anyone in the territory of the Kingdom of Fiori. Anyone who borrows the resources of the royal family and the lords. Any expenses incurred will be borne by the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori. Your Majesty Makarov, you should understand what I mean, right? Arcadeos smiled and continued. Tisk Makarov was disdainful when he heard this. He sneered, drank the whiskey in the glass in front of Arcadeos, and said with a smile, why didn't you say it earlier? Deal. Ha 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 ha. As expected, His Majesty Makarov, the respectful title of ordinary people to the powerful saintly 10 magicians on the Ishgar continent, you can also use His Highness, Your Excellency, etc., you are so straightforward. Then I won't say any more nonsense, I'll do the rest. Arcadeos smiled and drank half a bottle of whiskey. In this way, Arcadeos and Makarov, the two old foxes, reached a consensus. So, 80 days passed in a blink of an eye. Just as the old Thomas, the king, imagined, these nobles and ministers of the kingdom were simply pure trash, and they had no ability to deal with Kurnuki at all. No. We have sent all the powerful magicians in the Kingdom of Fiori who serve in the army and the knights, but we still can't fight against Kurnuki. That guy is simply a monster. In the Palace of Lights, the ministers of the Kingdom of Fiori sat on the ground helplessly. They no longer had the calmness and confidence they had before. Despair was printed on everyone's face, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in their expressions. Now we can only ask the Fairy Tale Guild for help. After thinking for a long time, the Prime Minister sighed helplessly and spoke softly. Can we really only rely on those magicians? What about our pride as nobles? Until this moment, some old stubborn people still shouted loudly about pride and self-esteem. They didn't want to admit that they were no longer the strongest force in the Kingdom of Fiori. The new power has completely surpassed these old antiques. There's no point in being proud now. However, we can't just invite the Fairy Tale Guild alone. Invite all the mage guilds in the kingdom. Otherwise, the entire Fiori Kingdom's magic world will be completely dominated by the Fairy Tale Guild from now on. In addition, try to contact the Magic Council era, although the council claims that it will not intervene in the struggle between countries. But as far as I know, the regent of the Stella Kingdom is a powerful mage. Among his army captains, there are countless powerful men who once belonged to the Mage Guild. This is already a war between the Mage Guilds. If we are not careful, it will start the Third Trade War. We need the mediation of the council. The Prime Minister still has some strength. He stroked his forehead and spoke loudly to the ministers in the meeting room. By the way, print the news that we have been fighting against the enemy country Stella Kingdom for more than half a year in the newspaper. We must let the people of Fiori Kingdom know that we have been trying to protect them. Then, the Prime Minister thought of something and said in a deep voice. As long as the people think that we protected them in the end, it will be enough. The Prime Minister muttered to himself. But if so, the people of Stella Kingdom will also see the newspaper, and then the people of the Magister Guild will also see the newspaper, and they will laugh at us. The ministers protested after hearing this. They are already laughing at us. The Prime Minister stopped the ministers and spoke calmly. Everyone knows that they can't protect the people by themselves. So, under the Prime Minister's order, the entire Fiori Kingdom started to operate again. On this day, all the major Magister Guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori received news that they would meet with the capital Crocus to fight against the invasion of the enemy Stella Kingdom army. Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale Guild. Only S-class mages are allowed to go to the second floor. At present, Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Mages Guild, stands on the podium on the second floor of the guild, looking at the 8th class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who are invited to gather, Ian, Ellie, Urza, Gildarts, Uru, Lacuses, Myra Jane, and Arusha, and whispers, "Everyone, I think you should have known why I summoned you." At present, the army of the Stella Kingdom, a neighboring country of the Kingdom of Fiori, has already arrived at the city, and the entire Kingdom of Fiori is on the verge of destruction. At this critical moment, the King of the Kingdom of Fiori, Fiori E. Thomas, in the name of the country, is calling me. Our Fairy Tale Guild has issued a mission. The mission is very simple. Let us form a vanguard to defeat the commander of the Stella Kingdom's army and the regent of their kingdom Karnuki. Of course, if the mission fails, or in other words, after you defeat Karnuki, the Stella Kingdom still intends to invade the Fiori Kingdom. Then the next mission will not be the work of our Fairy Tale Guild. We just need to hand over those soldiers who invaded the kingdom to the Fiori Kingdom's army. Makarov put his hands behind his back and told the 8th class magicians in front of him the mission assigned to him by old Thomas. To be honest, Makarov did not think that the 8 active S-class magicians of their Fairy Tale Guild could not defeat the guy called Karnuki. If the enemy is so strong that even the magicians of their Fairy Tale Guild can't deal with it, then he should persuade old Thomas to surrender early. The enemy's strength has far exceeded the scope of the Ishgar continent. President, what did you say just now? What is the name of the enemy? Just when Makarov, as the president, was full of confidence in the next task of the Fairy Tale Guild, in his eyes, Ian and others would definitely complete the task assigned by old Thomas 100%, and let the members of the Fairy Tale Guild enjoy the treatment of the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori from now on. Ian suddenly spoke. Well, when Ian heard the name Karnuki, he began to feel something was wrong. Karnuki? What's wrong? Makarov was stunned for a moment, and he still read out the name of the enemy leader in the task given to him by old Thomas. Pa. As Makarov finished speaking, Ian, Urza, and El all put their hands on their foreheads at almost the same time, looking ashamed to face everyone. What's wrong? Do you know this man called Karnuki? Seeing this, Makarov broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and he finally realized that something seemed a little wrong. Ah! Excuse me, President. What kind of magic does that guy called Karnuki use? Just when Ian and the others were speechless, El, the little angel, sighed deeply, then looked up at Makarov and asked softly. I can't explain exactly what kind of magic it is. But according to the intelligence from the front, this guy called Karnuki uses his samurai sword and katana to release all his magic. Makarov flipped through the information about Karnuki, glanced at it, and explained to El. Use a sword, that should be right. Hearing this, Alii nodded gently, then looked at Ian beside her and said seriously, Father, we seem to have found Brother Karnuki. He should have started the game of world conquest as he planned. Brother Karnuki. Could it be that? When Alii affectionately said the title of Brother Karnuki, all the magicians present, whether Makarov, the president, or Gildarts, Uru, Lacuses, Myra Jane and Arusha, who are S-level magicians, all turned into spectators at this moment. They seemed to have guessed something, opened their eyes wide, pricked up their ears, and looked at Ian and others seriously, ready to listen to the next shocking melon. How do I say that? If nothing unexpected happens. This Karnuki who is about to invade the kingdom of Fiori and beat the kingdom's army and the magic knights into a mess at the border between the two countries should be my eldest son, Sword Saint Dragon. After feeling the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Ian sighed first, and held his forehead with one hand, and said helplessly. Hey! Ian, how many sons do you have out there? In response, all the spectators present took a deep breath. Last year it was Augusta, this year it is Karnuki. Ian's children, at a rate of 1 per year, continue to appear in the Fairy Tale Guild or the Kingdom of Fiori. So, who will it be next year? Make up for yesterday's 7,000 word chapter. Chapter 146 Ian, Big son, I'm coming. Karnuki, no more playing, my dad is here. The capital of flowers, Crocus. In the Palace of Lights. Old Thomas, the king of the kingdom of Fiori, sat silently on the throne, looking down at the ministers and nobles below him. At present, although old Thomas, as the king, did not say a word, he brought extremely heavy pressure to everyone present. So, 80 days have passed. The regent of the enemy country, His Highness Karnuki, who will soon become the king of the kingdom of Fiori, is still alive and well outside. Obviously, in the past 3 months, you have not easily defeated him and made the kingdom of Stella withdraw as you promised me. In that case, then please follow what I said before and leave this matter to the Mage Guild Fairy Tale to handle. So what about the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild? Have you invited them to come to me? Old Thomas's voice was like ice, echoing in the ears of the ministers. He looked fierce and majestic, sweeping across the faces of every minister and noble of the kingdom of Fiori, and asked forcefully. This. As Thomas finished speaking, all the nobles present lowered their heads. They did not dare to look up at Thomas on the throne, nor did they dare to answer Thomas's question. Answer me. Thomas, seeing this, could no longer suppress his anger and roared. Your Majesty, although we failed to invite the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. But fortunately, we invited the strong men from all the magician guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, except the Fairy Tale Guild. Their strength is also very strong, definitely not inferior to those bastards in the Fairy Tale Guild. In addition, we also invited the 4 vice-presidents of the Magic Council era, and specially asked them to come and mediate the misunderstanding between the 2 great powers, the Kingdom of Stella and our Kingdom of Fiori. Just when the ministers were silent, the Prime Minister, who was the most powerful person under the King of Fiori, could only hold his neck high and stand up. His voice trembled slightly, and he tried his best to stand up, making himself look more natural and relaxed, and explained softly to old Thomas on the throne. Prime Minister, you are my mentor, and you are already 98 years old. If I am not mistaken, you have served the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori for at least 70 years. You were already in this palace when the previous king was still alive. So you came to this palace earlier than me. Please allow me to pay my most sincere respects to you and thank you for your contribution to the royal family and people of the kingdom, but you are old after all, and I can't bear to let you worry about me anymore, so I sincerely hope that you will go back. Old Thomas looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The man in front of him was his teacher, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Fiori, and undoubtedly the person of power. If possible, old Thomas really couldn't bear to kick this old man who had spent his whole life for the Kingdom of Fiori out of the kingdom's power layer in his twilight years. But if he wasn't kicked out, then the huge kingdom of Fiori would not be able to achieve real reform. Your Majesty, I understand, I'll take my leave. The Prime Minister was also a decent man. He took off the medal on his chest and put it in the hands of the knight beside him. After a long sigh, he turned around and left. Your Majesty, you can't let the Prime Minister leave. Your Majesty, this matter is not only the Prime Minister's problem, we are also inseparable. If you must drive the Prime Minister away, then please dismiss us all. As the Prime Minister left, the ministers in the room immediately exploded. They ignored their own identities and loudly begged for mercy for the Prime Minister who was about to leave to the old Thomas, who was sitting on the throne and seemed to be high above the king of the kingdom. Haha, is there such a good thing? When old Thomas heard this, he laughed out loud. He was originally thinking, what method should be used to drive these people away? Unexpectedly, these ministers all found reasons for themselves to leave. Since you like the Prime Minister so much, then all of you should go and accompany the Prime Minister. Take off the badges on these people and throw them out of the palace. After Thomas finished speaking, he dismissed all the ministers present and asked them to leave his palace of lights with the Prime Minister. Hey! When the ministers reacted, they were lifted up by the knights in the palace from their original positions and sent outside the Palace of Lights. It was not until the dazzling and gentle sunlight fell on the ministers outside the Palace of Lights that they realized that they had been dismissed. No. For a moment, the ministers were dumbfounded. Originally, they only intended to symbolically ask for the Prime Minister's help. The result was that they lost both the wife and the army. Is this the Lantern Palace? Just when the ministers were driven out of the Lantern Palace by Old Thomas, a group of powerful members of the Magister Guild, who were summoned from all over the kingdom to fight against the regent of the Kingdom of Stella, Kernuki, entered the Lantern Palace one after another. They were planning to pay a collective visit to Old Thomas, the king of the Kingdom of Fiori. What all the ministers could not have expected was that the members of the Magister Guild Fairy Tale, who had originally rejected their request and had clearly stated that they did not intend to help them fight against the Kingdom of Stella, were also among the powerful members of the Magister Guild who came to help the Kingdom of Fiori. What's going on? For a moment, the ministers who were forced to leave the Lantern Palace because they failed to summon the members of the Fairy Tale Guild of the Mage Guild within the specified time according to the wishes of Old Thomas, frowned at the late arrival of the Fairy Tale Guild. Until the Fairy Tale Guild's mages completely entered the Lantern Palace and disappeared in front of these ministers, they finally realized what was going on. With a painful look on their faces, they said loudly, "Oh no, it seems that we have been tricked by His Majesty the King. These Fairy Tale Guild's mages have obviously come, and His Majesty the King knows it well, but he didn't tell us. Instead, he deliberately let us fall into the trap and found an excuse to expel us. This is really abominable." Yes, at this moment, these ministers finally understood what is in vain. All this is just a scheme of Old Thomas, the king. Unfortunately, these ministers reacted too slowly, and it was already too late. At the same time, in the Huideng Palace, the representatives of the Blue Pegasus of the Mage Guild, Yi Yawander Li Shao and all the members, 100 Knights Xiang Reddies, Holy Knight Yvonne Tyram, Sky Knight Lian Chiyu, a total of 4 people, have knelt on one knee in front of Old Thomas on the throne. "Your Majesty, please rest assured and leave the matter of dealing with the enemy regent to the magicians of Blue Pegasus. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will never be our opponent. We are the most powerful and loyal magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori." Men. Yi, the ace magician of the Magician Guild Blue Pegasus, knelt on one knee in front of Old Thomas and spoke respectfully to the King of Fiori. "Just as the teacher said. Just as the master said. Just as the eldest brother said." As Yi's voice fell, Xiang, Yvonne and Lian immediately followed his words and spoke like this. "He." In response, Old Thomas just chuckled and didn't say much. "Anyway, these guys in front of him are just making up the numbers. Respected, His Majesty Fiori E. Thomas. Please leave the matters of the Regent of the Crusade Kingdom and the army to me. Please trust me 100%. As members of the Magister Guild, I will never let you down." Well, the person who spoke had a bald head, but he wore a funny hat with snake-shaped sharp teeth. Fortunately, his eyebrows and facial features looked very tough, but his clothing was really not good. He wore a dress like an Egyptian pharaoh on the upper body and a skirt on the lower body. No matter how you looked at him, he looked a bit like a Shamat man. He bowed respectfully to Old Thomas and preached. "It's the trump card of Snake Princess Scale, that Jura of Rock Iron. I didn't expect that even Jura would come. The other party claims to be the strongest magician closest to the 10 holy mages in the Kingdom of Fiori. With him, our chances of winning will be much greater." The people of the Blue Pegasus were shocked when they saw the person in front of them. Yes, the character who always lives in the combat unit, he finally appeared. By the way, in the magic world of the Kingdom of Fiori, Jura is still very famous. He is known as the person closest to the 10 holy mages. However, Jura himself doesn't like this title very much. If you can really become one of the 10 holy mages, who would want to be called the strongest magician closest to the 10 holy mages? No matter how close you are to the 10 holy mages, it's just close, that's all. Jura has always had only one goal, that is to reach the top, after all, he is still young. Seeing this, old Thomas nodded gently, which meant that he had met Jura and Yi. Jura, Yi, and others didn't say anything about this. As the king of a country, it is normal for old Thomas to be a little arrogant. However, just when Jura and Yi mistakenly thought that old Thomas was an arrogant person, the door of the palace was pushed open again. Led by Ian, Urza, Ellie, Lacuses, Gildarts, Myra Jane, URU, and Altair, a total of 8 S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild walked in. Hey, hey! Aren't these the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild? Quick! 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 Come in quickly! Soldiers, find some chairs and arrange suitable seats for the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Old Thomas stood up from his seat excitedly when he saw the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. He spoke excitedly. This scene made Jura and Yi dumbfounded. No, where did your arrogance just now go? It's worth it, you are only arrogant when you are in front of us. Facing the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, you are just licking them? Do you think this is really appropriate? To be honest, Jura and Yi have never seen a king who can change his face so much. President Makarov has explained the details to us. It's about dealing with the enemy's regent, Kurnuki, right? You can just take us there. Leave the rest to us. Ian looked at old Thomas, who stood up excitedly from the throne after seeing the arrival of the Fairy Tale mages, and spoke calmly. Well, you lead the way, and leave the rest to us professionals. Well, this is called professionalism. Hearing this, old Thomas slowly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although old Thomas was full of confidence in the Fairy Tale Guild, he had to say that he was not sure what to do at this time. I was still very nervous at the moment. After all, for others, this was just a simple mission. But for old Thomas, this was a gamble, all their bets, a super gamble that could bankrupt them if they were not careful. Anyway, he had done everything he could do. The next thing would depend on the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild. So, can you tell us the location of the Sword Saint? Seeing this, Ian continued to ask his original question. Of course. But in addition to you, we have also invited Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale, Four Hounds, Luminous Guardian, and Magic Council Era to help. So we'd better stay here and wait for the other people who are late. After all, there is strength in numbers. In response, old Thomas said with a little embarrassment. Well, to be honest, if it weren't for those ministers who insisted on inviting so many people, he would have only invited the Fairy Tale Guild. In the eyes of old Thomas, if the enemy is an existence that even the monsters of the Fairy Tale Guild can't deal with, then it means that this country has already encountered a super big problem and is on the verge of complete collapse. There is no need to invite other forces. If you are waiting for the helpers sent by the Four Hounds, the Guardian of Lumen, and the Magic Council Era, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. The Hounds, Guardians, and the people of the Magic Council Era have already gone to the location of Kurnuki before us, so we can go there now. In response, Jura said with a bit of helplessness in his expression. Yes, when he came, he saw the magicians of the Hound, shouting something like, "Wild! People must be wild!" He followed the Guardian of Lumen and the Vice Presidents of the Magic Council Era to the arena where Kurnuki was. As for the Guardian of Lumen of the Magister Guild, they were summoned by the people of the Magic Council Era. After all, even though Presheto is now the chairman of the Magic Council Era, he is still the president of the Guardian of Lumen of the Magister Guild. He still has the power to mobilize everyone in the guild. Oh no, they are no match for Kurnuki, let's go and save them. Ian was shocked when he heard this and said so. Don't worry about this. Although the guy named Kurnuki is hateful, he will not harm the life of anyone who competes with him. In response, Old Thomas sat on the throne and waved to Ian. He didn't care much about the four hounds and the Guardian of Lumen going to challenge Karnuki. Anyway, they won't die, so what are they afraid of? In response, Ian was quite speechless. He didn't know whether old Thomas in front of him was praising Karnuki or scolding Karnuki. Anyway, let's go over quickly. After a slight silence, Ian spoke softly. Okay. As Ian finished speaking, old Thomas nodded vigorously. For a moment, Jura and Yi were all stunned. They looked at Ian with doubts in their eyes. Is this guy really an ordinary magician? What kind of status does he have that the king of a country can be so polite and respectful to him? It's too incredible. Although they couldn't understand it, they still followed Ian's instructions and went to the border between the kingdom of Fiori and its neighboring countries. On the other side, on the huge arena, Karnuki was dealing with Gerald, Pakaz, Urifohaim, Habarian, Vlad, Yuri, and others at the same time. Ha ha ha! Come on! The roar of the Sword Master Dragon. Karnuki laughed wildly. Although he didn't use his full strength, this kind of game to tease children was really too interesting. He liked the feeling of teasing others. Ding ding ding! However, just when Karnuki was having fun, the sensor on his waist suddenly lit up red, which made Karnuki's face suddenly change. This was because this sensor was given to him by his mother, Selene, the moon dragon, and it has only one function, which is to find his biological father Ian. No more playing, my dad is here. Karnuki said in a panic. A 5,000 word chapter. Chapter 147 Karnuki, Dad, you're here? Couple education with Ian and Selene. Time goes back to an hour ago. Is this the arena that President Preshedo mentioned? Is this a mountain that was cut in half to serve as the arena? No matter how you look at it, this is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Somewhere on the border of the kingdom of Fiori, Gerard, who came here on orders, turned into a flash of light and landed steadily on the ground. When he looked at the area in front of him, he saw a huge area of 1 kilometer in diameter, like a mountain that was smoothly cut in half from the middle, serving as the arena for the competition. Countless fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As far as he knew, the only beings that could cut such a tall mountain in half with one blow were those monsters on the list of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Land. Creatures. However, it is no wonder that all the masters sent out by the Fiori Kingdom army were defeated by the regent of the enemy country. The true strength of this regent is definitely enough to be ranked among the current top 10 magicians of the Holy Land. Gellard commented on this. Hey, hey, hey! I didn't expect that besides me, there are other people who directly gave up participating in the boring banquets held by those noble lords and came directly here. This is really wild. Just when Jalal was shocked by the scene in front of him, a man wearing blue armor and holding a wine jug in his hand came over with a smile. Are you Pakaz, the ace of the four hounds of the Magician Guild and the only S-level magician of the guild? Gellard turned around and looked, and asked after he saw the dress of the person coming. Ha ha ha, that's right. Pakaz chuckled and nodded. I've seen you. I remember it was at the banquet held by the Fairy Tale Guild last year. If I remember correctly, you should be the ace among the guardians of the Magician Guild Lumen. I think your name is Jalal, right? I didn't expect that the nobles of the kingdom of Fiori would invite you. It is said that you have the strength that is not weaker than the 10 holy magicians. I wonder if it is true or not. After admitting his identity, Pakaz narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Jalal with a scrutinizing look, and asked. It's just a rumor. Jalal smiled and didn't mean to continue discussing this issue. Hee. After Pakaz chuckled, his expression gradually became serious. However, even if you really have the strength that is not weaker than the 10 holy mages, I am not afraid of you. I am completely different from who I was half a year ago. It is no exaggeration to say that I have been reborn. And I came here this time to verify my own strength, so let me go first, Do you have any objection? Pakaz said, clenching his fists. Half a year ago, he was defeated by a little-known mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. After recognizing his own strength, he began to practice in hell. Now he has made another breakthrough in strength. Although he has not reached the level of the 10 holy mages, he can gradually see the realm where the 10 holy masters are. He firmly believes that as long as he works hard enough, he will be able to reach that realm within 5 years. Please. Gellard did not say much, but made a gesture for Pakaz to go ahead. Well, in fact, Jalal himself did not plan to rush directly to the ring and fight with the unfathomable regent. If you rush up without knowing anything, what is the difference between that and seeking death? Just when Jalal didn't know what to do, someone volunteered to fight. It was like someone gave him a pillow when he was sleepy. Why wouldn't Jalal do it? Just right, let Pakaz test the enemy's bottom line. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Thank you. Pakaz said, jumping up from the ground and landing on the ring with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Another one is looking for trouble. On the ring, Kurnuki sat on the throne, looking ahead bored. To be honest, these 80 days were really boring. The enemy's strength was as weak as ants, which really made him lose interest. Originally, before leaving, his old mother, the moon dragon Selene, told him not to cause trouble after arriving in the Ishgar continent, which made him think it was dangerous here. The result was just this level? It's really disappointing. Now it seems that except for the invincible Black Dragon King Akunalaja, no one else in Ishgar is to be feared. Are you the regent of the enemy country? When Kurnuki was looking at Pakaz, Pakaz was also looking at the regent of the enemy country in front of him, who made the entire Fiori kingdom tremble with fear. To be honest, Pakaz was a little curious in his heart. How strong is this guy who forced all the masters of a country to flee with his own strength? I wonder if he is stronger than the monsters of the Fairy Tale Guild? Well, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild have been expelled from the magic world of the Fiori kingdom by Pakaz and others because of their too strong strength. The people of that magician guild are a little abnormal. In response, Ian said, Ahem, don't panic. It's not that you are weak, it's just that our Fairy Tale Guild's version is different from yours. We are slightly ahead of you, that's all. Yes, who let Ian's arrival make the Fairy Tale Guild's version reach the late stage in advance? Back to the ring. Yes. Challenger, report your name. Kurnuki looked at the person in front of him and nodded slightly. In the territory of the Kingdom of Fiori, the 4 hounds of the Mage Guild, the only S-level mage Pakaz, came to ask you for advice. Pakaz said this, his body had turned into a flash of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Kurnuki. With magic wrapped around his wrist, he swung it straight at Kurnuki's cheek, drunken fist secret, proud eagle. To be honest, Pakaz was full of confidence in his punch. This punch could not only split a human face, but also a rock or a mountain. If it hits a person, it can definitely blast the entire body of the person hit by his punch into pieces. Beat it into meat paste and fine powder. At the moment, Pakaz was thinking about only one thing. It was not whether his punch would be effective against the enemy, but whether his punch could successfully hit Kurnuki. Boom! Great, I hit it. When Pakaz felt the touch on his fist, he immediately became excited. He knew that he had successfully hit the enemy with this punch. He had already won half of the battle. Even if the enemy didn't die, he would definitely be crippled by this punch. Boom! However, after a roar, Pakaz was surprised to find that Kurnuki, who was hit in the cheek by his powerful blow, was still sitting steadily on his throne, staring at the front without moving. Crack, crack, crack. On the other hand, Pakaz, who hit Kurnuki's cheek, had his gloves and shoulder armor made at a high price, all covered with dense cracks under the huge reaction force of this punch, and turned into countless fragments with a crackling sound, falling off along the ground. This. Pakaz couldn't help but sweat a lot on his forehead when he saw this. He could feel that his swollen fist was definitely not fake. His bones had been completely broken by this blow. Is there a mosquito on my face? Just when Pakaz was at a loss. Once again, Kurnuki, who was so bored that he yawned deeply, turned his eyes and finally looked at Pakaz, who was still swinging his fist beside him. He asked in a playful tone. Boom. In just a moment, Pakaz felt infinite pressure. He was sweating on his forehead and didn't know what to say. You are such a little mosquito that likes to fly around. This is the arena for the strong, not for mosquitoes like you. Get out of here. Without waiting for Pakaz to say anything, Kurnuki smiled coldly, stretched out a finger to Pakaz beside him, and whispered, the finger of the Sword Saint Dragon. Boom. Accompanied by a shocking roar. Pakaz was directly blown away by Kurnuki's blow. Pakaz in the sky spit out a bright red from his mouth, and the armor on his body turned into fragments all over the sky. The whole person fell heavily to the ground like a broken doll, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. The ace of the four hounds was defeated by him in an instant. It seems that the strength of this regent is well deserved. In fact, the strength of this regent is even stronger than the rumors say. Jellard looked at Pakaz, who was defeated as soon as he entered the ring, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. If it was just to defeat Pakaz, not to mention the regent on the high platform, even Jalal could do it easily. But defeating Pakaz with just one blow and breaking the defensive magic armor on Pakaz that cost a lot of money at the same time is not something Jalal can do now. Jellard is a person who knows the goods after all. He knows that the armor on Pakaz is a high-end product that can resist some super magic. It seems that I have to change my tactics. Jalal frowned slightly and thought so. Hey! I didn't expect there's a little mosquito here. Why don't you plan to go to the ring? Just as Jalal was thinking, Kurnuki's voice suddenly came from the ring. No, he found me. Jalal's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He was not ready to fight with Kurnuki at this moment. The moment he heard Kurnuki's voice, he was ready to run away. Since you don't come up, I'll come down to find you. Just when Jalal was about to make a move, the voice that originally came from the ring, at a very strange speed, got closer and closer to him, and became louder and louder. When the last word fell, the owner of the voice had already come behind him. Oh no! Meteor! After Jalal felt the majestic breath behind him, countless cold sweats suddenly appeared on his forehead. Amazing magic burst out from his body, and the whole body was wrapped in golden light. Like a laser, he flew into the sky. Hey! This time it's a glowing mosquito. Kurnuki looked at the one in front of him and didn't even have the courage to fight him. After seeing him, Jalal turned around and ran away, frowning slightly, muttering to himself, I hate blue-haired hooligans the most. After Kurnuki finished speaking, a dark light suddenly lit up in his hand. He used his arm as a knife and chopped towards the sky. A huge crescent rose into the sky and rushed straight towards Jalal. Kurnuki saw this and was cold, blue-haired rascal, don't think you can escape from me. I will catch up with my prey no matter where they go. I will show you an attack that can even cut through space. Boom! In the sky, Jellard suddenly burst out with unprecedented magic power. His powerful magic power has undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of the Holy 10. But even so, he still didn't have the confidence to fight Kurnuki, so Jalal directly chose 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. However, after Jalal flew in the sky for a full 10 minutes, he was surprised to find that not only did he not escape from this world, but he was constantly pulled towards Kurnuki on the ground by an inexplicable force. Yes, the faster he ran, the closer he was to Kurnuki. Can't you understand the current situation? So why is this? You have tried your best to escape, but you still can't leave here. Kurnuki on the ground saw this, his mouth slightly raised, he explained softly, because the answer is very simple, my slash just now is enough to destroy the space between you and me. You have indeed flown into the sky, but as long as I destroy all the space you flew out, you will be equivalent to staying in the same place without moving. Kurnuki explained truthfully. What? Isn't this too outrageous? Jalal heard this and his eyes widened. He had never seen such an outrageous magic. Of course, if Ian were here at this moment, he would definitely complain loudly, oh my god, bombing space. Since I can't escape, then don't escape. Jellard already knew that he definitely couldn't escape, so he simply didn't escape. When Jalal was ready to compete with Kurnuki, he finally showed his amazing fighting talent. Even before Kurnuki could react, Jalal had already written 7 magic circles in the sky. This is... Kurnuki frowned slightly when he saw this. Accept the punishment of the 7 stars. 7-star sword. As Jalal said, the 7 glittering magic circles in the sky immediately burst out with whistling magic power, and countless laser rains fell from the sky towards Kurnuki. Boom! Each laser sword rain was enough to leave a huge hole on the ground. Ha ha ha! In response, Kurnuki was bathed in the sword rain and laughed out loud. Yes, Jalal's magic not only failed to penetrate Kurnuki's defense, but also made Kurnuki excited. Damn it! Is the 7-star sword rain ineffective? In that case, I can only use that move, the true celestial magic. Jalal looked at Kurnuki, who ignored the light rain, and a solemn look flashed across his eyebrows. He landed on the white arena from the sky and posed for the true celestial magic. Boom! For a moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seemed that some big guy was about to be summoned by Jalal. Interesting. Kurnuki sneered at this. He had no intention of stopping him, but waited for Jalal's move. Star collapse. At the same time, Jalal said the name of his move. Swoosh. For a moment, amid the roars, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to really break apart. Suddenly, a huge force crushed it, and a meteorite burning with flames fell from the sky and bombarded Kurnuki. How about this move? On the ring, Jalal wiped the sweat from his forehead. He bet everything on this true celestial magic, star collapse. This is the strongest magic he can use at present. This meteorite alone has consumed most of the magic power in his body. Sugh. On the ground, Kurnuki looked at the sky that was getting brighter and hotter. He opened his bloody mouth and took a breath of cool air. Infinite magic power was immediately absorbed into his abdomen. Buzz. At the same time, a magic circle with a dragon head printed on it was formed in front of Kurnuki. The roar of the Sword Saint Dragon. Kurnuki did not hesitate at all and released his roar directly to the sky. Boom! When the meteorite carrying the power of heaven collided with the roar released by Kurnuki, the meteorite suddenly broke into pieces and turned into countless fragments. Impossible! Is this still a human? Seeing this, Jalal's pupils trembled slightly, and there was a burst of disbelief in his eyes. Well, since you have finished your moves, it's my turn. After destroying the meteorite, Kurnuki looked at Jalal on the ring and smiled grimly. It's bad. Seeing this, Jalal thought about running away again. It's over. However, Kurnuki would not give Jalal a chance to escape. He came behind Jalal in an instant and punched Jalal on the waist. Oh my! Jalal's body softened immediately, and he collapsed to the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. Hey! Don't hide anymore, come out! After Kurnuki killed Gerald with one punch, he looked towards the forest not far away. Haha, it looks like it's our turn. After Kurnuki finished speaking, the 4 vice-chairmen, Yuri Dolia, Vlad Sinkin, Habarian and Yura Foheim, who had come from the Magic Council era to mediate the conflict between the Kingdom of Fiori and the Kingdom of Stella, came out of the woods one after another. It's the vice-chairman. Jalal, who was stabbed in the back by Kurnuki and collapsed to the ground in an instant, wanted to curse the moment he saw Yuri and others coming out of the woods. Sure enough, the old ones are still the best. It is obvious that Yuri and others have been here for a long time, but they did not act rashly, but quietly waited for the young people to go up and explore the way first. I didn't expect that even the kings of Ishgar were alarmed. On the other side, Pakaz, covered in blood, also woke up from his coma. After seeing Yuri and others, he suddenly became excited. There are not many opportunities to see these mages standing at the top of Ishgar continent take action. Well, speaking of it, since Pakaz participated in the military parade held by Preshedo half a year ago, he was knocked down and his defense was broken. In the past 6 months, he has also sought friendly exchanges with the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. Therefore, although he really couldn't learn other things from the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild, it may be because he was knocked unconscious by the fairy tale people every time. He is indeed much more durable now than before, and his recovery ability has also increased. Haha, I really didn't expect it. The regent of the enemy country that messed up the huge kingdom of Fiori is just a little kid. Young man, since you see us coming, don't you plan to withdraw your troops? Urafohaim said. His body continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a strong giant beast. He looked at Kurnuki, who was so tiny in front of him, and said coldly, "Boy, withdraw your troops. For the sake of our Magic Council era." Of course, because this incident is a problem between the two major countries of Fiori Kingdom and Stella Kingdom, so as long as you withdraw your troops now, we, the Magic Council era, will not hold you accountable for the rest. Habarian gently shook the milk in the cup, and he looked at Kurnuki and warned, "If you withdraw now, we can consider giving you a peace prize. And nominate you for the selection of the title of the 10 Holy Magisters of the Ishgar continent next year. Little friend, you can achieve such a terrifying strength at your current age, you really have unlimited potential. Are you interested in joining our Magister Guild Fairy Tale?" After thinking for a while, Warad looked at Kurnuki and spoke seriously. To be honest, in Warad's opinion, Kurnuki is at least a strong man at the level of King of Heaven, and he is qualified to run for the title of 10 Holy Magisters next year. At the same time, if Kurnuki joins the Fairy Tale Guild, it will definitely make Fairy Tale's strength even better, so that Mavis will be safer and will not be threatened or bullied by the enemy country and the dark mage Ziref. Ziref, who is bullying whom? It's obviously the magician of your Fairy Tale Guild who is bullying me, right? So, who is the person who stole my house when I ran away and planned to make me into a fairy's heart? Fairy Tale. When Kurnuki heard the word fairy tale, he couldn't help but frowned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. However, Kurnuki only thought for a moment. When he found that he had indeed forgotten where he had heard the term fairy tale, he completely gave up thinking. Hee. You guys' strength is quite interesting. The guy who was beaten half to death by me just now called you the kings of Ishgar, which means that you guys are the strongest magicians on Ishgar, right? In other words, you are the biggest threat to our Stella Kingdom's dominance of the continent. As long as I defeat you here, it means that our Stella Kingdom has completely conquered the entire Ishgar continent, right? Kurnuki looked at the old men in front of him. After finding that these old men did have some strength, he gently rubbed his chin, and he suddenly thought of a good idea. That depends on your ability. In response, Habarian and others said, and they, the old men, suddenly burst out with terrifying magic power. The terrifying magic power was enough to shake the sky and the earth, and the entire border of the Fiori Kingdom was constantly shaking. Habarian and the others were planning to make Kurnuki realize the difference in strength and withdraw his troops. Hee. I'll kill you with one roar. Kurnuki smiled and took a deep breath, intending to use his roar to send the old guys in front of him into the sky and let them all fly. Ding ding ding. However, just as Kurnuki was about to take action, the sensor on his belt seemed to sense something, and it started flashing. Damn, my belt is lit. Kurnuki looked at the sensor on his belt, which was flashing red light like an Ultraman timer, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Kurnuki still remembered what his sister Ale said to him before she left. As long as the display on his belt was lit, it meant that his biological father Ian was not far away from him. Kurnuki naively thought that as long as he did not follow Seleni's order to find his father, then this huge Ishgar continent would be his playground. But he never expected that his biological father Ian would take the initiative to find him. Although I don't know what happened, this kid is obviously panicking. Everyone, let's attack together and take him down. On the other side, Irene and others, who were about to attack with amazing magic power, saw Kurnuki's sudden panic. They mistakenly thought that the momentum they had burst out was effective, and their faces were shocked, and they secretly said in their hearts, the opportunity has finally come. For a moment, everyone attacked together. They used their strongest magic to fight Kurnuki. The roar of the thunder god. Yuri was the first to attack. Everyone only saw that Yuri's body suddenly released countless dark thunders. The thunders seemed ordinary, but they carried a huge amount of magic power. While everyone was surprised, all these thunders were sucked into Yuri's abdomen. Then, a dark magic circle appeared in front of Yuri, and with Yuri's bloody mouth opened, a roar that was enough to smash a mountain was released from his mouth, attacking Kurnuki. So strong! Is this the strength of the third of the 10 active holy mages? At the edge of the ring, Jalal, who was lying on the ground, and Pakaz, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, were delighted when they saw the roar released by Yuri. They secretly said in their hearts, Senior Yuri, you are worthy of being a king-level strongman who ranks among the top 10 holy mages. This strength is completely not on the same level as us. It seems that the arrogant regent boy is going to be completely defeated. Pakaz couldn't wait to see Kurnuki being defeated. Get out of my way. However, what Pakaz never expected was that Kurnuki smashed Yuri's roar into pieces with one hand. It was as if in Kurnuki's eyes, Yuri's roar, which gathered all his magic power, was not worth mentioning at all. What? This scene made Pakaz, Jalal, Yuri, and others stare with wide eyes. They knew that Kurnuki was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. I'll do it. Urafalhaim said, and rushed straight to Kurnuki. Get out of my way. Kurnuki saw this and knocked Urfalhaim to the ground with a slap. On the ground, Urfalhaim had cold sweat on his forehead. This blow alone made him unable to stand up. Vines. Warad saw this and immediately summoned countless vines to tie up Kurnuki. Boring tricks, I don't have time to waste with you. Kurnuki struggled lightly and tore the vines on his body into pieces. He flashed in front of Warad and kicked Warad to the ground with a sweeping kick. Blood-sucking. Habarian saw this and did not dare to hesitate. He directly used his strongest blood-sucking magic. Anyone hit by his blood-sucking magic would enter anemia at best, and would die completely due to excessive blood loss at worst. Hey! However, when Habarian's blood-sucking magic fell on Kurnuki, he felt as if he was bitten by a mosquito. This. All of a sudden, it was Habarian's turn to turn pale. Let me do it. Red God killing secret technique, Thunderbolt. At this point, after Yuri found that everyone except him had fallen, he no longer hesitated and directly used the same secret technique, Thunderbolt, that he and Lachesis had. Unfortunately, Yuri practiced god-killing magic, not dragon-killing magic like Lachesis, otherwise it might have caused some trouble to Kurnuki. Boom! Red lightning kept striking Kurnuki, causing him to tilt his head. The roar of the Sword Saint Dragon. At this point, Kurnuki was too lazy to say more, and a roar without power came out of his mouth, falling on the kings. Boom! Although this was Kurnuki's roar without power, it was the roar of a dragon after all. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Except for Yuri, who turned into thunder and successfully avoided the attack. The other kings all lay in the huge pit. Everyone was obviously too weak to fight Kurnuki anymore. Are you the strongest magicians on the Ishgar continent? The title of Holy Ten is about to cry. But I don't have time to play with you anymore. See you again when there's a chance. Karnuki said, and pretended to slip away. He had to leave the crime scene before his father arrived. Boom. However, at the moment when Karnuki was about to leave, it was too late. Accompanied by a white light, Ian, Ellie, Urza, Lacuses, Gildarts, Uru, Urusha, Yi, Jura, and the old Thomas, the king of Fiori Kingdom sitting on the throne, all appeared in the vast ruins. Well, because the ordinary way of moving forward is too slow. Ian directly used the large-scale space movement magic and brought everyone directly to the border of Fiori Kingdom. This is also the weakened version of Irene's world reconstruction magic. What is this? The 10 holy magisters were defeated. When everyone came to the ruins, they looked confused at first. Then, Jura suddenly noticed Vlad, Habarian, Urafohame and others lying in the deep pit, and he spoke excitedly. Well, Jura couldn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could defeat these people who were regarded as idols and pursued by him all his life, the holders of the title of the 10 holy magisters. Lakyu says, be careful. The enemy this time is not simple, that guy is simply a monster. At the same time, Yuri, who turned into lightning to avoid Karnuki's attack, came to Lacuses and others who were suddenly teleported here. He looked at Karnuki, whose body was stiff in place, and didn't know what he was thinking, and warned Lacuses and others in a deep voice. Grandfather. Lacuses nodded respectfully to Yuri, raised a thumb, and said seriously, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lacuses, you have never fought with the enemy, you don't know how powerful he is. Yuri shook his head and said in a deep voice, the enemy's strength is even higher than that old guy Preshito with full magic power, full devil's heart. This is no longer something we can deal with. In my opinion, we can only use magic spirit power. No, grandfather, you misunderstood me. I mean that everything about the enemy is under our control. Lacuses was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew how powerful the enemy was. After all, the other party was the son of Ian and Selene, the moon dragon. How could he not be powerful? Lacuses, Yuri seemed to be planning to say something after hearing this. He felt that Lacuses was too arrogant. Brother Karnuki, it's been a long time. Didn't we agree at that time? No matter what happens, we must meet up with father at the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town in a year. Why did you leave for so long without saying a word? What are you doing, the regent of the Stella Kingdom, and planning to attack the Fiori Kingdom? Just when Yuri was about to say something, he saw the little angel L walking straight to the one with overwhelming fighting power. In an instant, he knocked down all of them, the 10 holy magisters, to the ground, and asked softly with his head tilted slightly in front of the enemy regent Karnuki, who tilted his head slightly. Ah, this. Karnuki turned his head silently when he heard the voice, looking at the cute girl in front of him, but with a sly look in her eyes, L, who betrayed him completely in just a few words, and his body kept trembling. Especially when Karnuki raised his head and looked at Ian, who had his arms on his waist and was silently watching him, he was even more frightened to the extreme, and fell to his knees on the ground with a thump, and said weakly, Dad. Well, at this moment Karnuki finally remembered where he had heard the name Fairy Tale. Isn't this the Magister Guild where his father Ian is? No? What's going on? Why did the regent who was so arrogant just now kneel down and call me daddy? For a moment, all the powerful kings defeated by Karnuki, as well as the magicians of Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale who came with Ian, as well as the ministers and King Thomas of the Kingdom of Fiori, were dumbfounded. Karnuki, I heard that you don't want to go to the Fairy Tale Guild to find me. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that you don't just want to go to the Fairy Tale Guild to find me. Are you planning to send an army to kill me? You are so filial. Seeing this, Ian slowly walked in front of Karnuki. He frowned and asked Kurnuki coldly. Dad. I misunderstood, I really misunderstood. I heard that the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori has a gem called Dragon's Tears, which can make your strength soar. That's why I cooperated with the king of the Kingdom of Stella, the stupid dragon who merged with humans but couldn't get out of it. When Kurnuki heard this, his body trembled. He lowered his head and crawled on the ground, explaining to Ian who was standing in front of him. Is this true? Ian turned his head and glanced at the old Thomas, the king of the Kingdom of Fiori, who was still sitting on the throne. Quick, take out the dragon's tears in the treasury for me and present it to Mr. Ian. Old Thomas was a man who knew the current situation. He patted the chair under him and spoke loudly. Yes, yes. As old Thomas finished speaking, the newly promoted ministers around him nodded. Look how polite the king is. You don't need me to say more. He is going to give me the dragon's tears and take the gems. Do you need to add to the matter? You still want to attack other people's countries? I think you are itchy. Ian said, and hit Kurnuki's head hard. Father, I am wronged. Kurnuki's face was ashen, and he kept explaining to Ian. Stop talking nonsense. Ian didn't give Kurnuki a chance to explain. He directly used the water wings to open the door to the world of Alentia. It was at the moment when Ian opened the door to the other world that a pair of gentle and fair female hands stretched out from the door and gently stroked Kurnuki's head. Hey! Aren't you planning to take this opportunity to escape, my good son? Then, a voice as warm as the spring breeze sounded in Kurnuki's ears, gently soothing Kurnuki's wounded heart. It's Mother. Kurnuki smiled, and his smile was very sad. Yes, the owner of those fair hands was none other than Kurnuki's biological mother, the master of the Alentia world, the great moon dragon Selene. It was also the source of Kurnuki's fear. Sorry, I have to take care of some housework next. You can go back on your own, thank you. In response, Ian showed an apologetic smile to everyone present. He took Selene's white and soft little hand, put his arm around his big son Kurnuki's shoulders, and went to the Alentia world. Let's go, big son. You know what's going to happen next. Then, after Ian and others left, the door of the water wing slowly closed. Boom! However, before the door of the water wing was completely closed, everyone present seemed to hear a deafening roar and feel a terrifying magic power coming towards them. In front of that magic power, Kurnuki's previous roar was nothing compared to it. If the kings present were hit by this level of magic power, they would definitely die without a complete body. Gudong! For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Cold sweat kept falling from their foreheads. Well, I'm really sorry for wasting everyone's time because of a little family matter of our family. I apologize to you on behalf of my father and mother. At the same time, I hope everyone present can be a little more discerning and keep the secret for our family. Otherwise, when Brother Kurnuki comes back, we don't know what will happen. In response, El and Urza smiled gently and spoke softly to the people present. Is this a threat? This is a naked threat, right? In response, the hearts of the people present trembled. How dare they speak nonsense? I know, I know. We will never tell anyone. For a moment, both the king and the people of the Magister Guild nodded. 10,000 words, Super Invincible Chapter. Chapter 148 Selene, Kurnuki is useless. Ian, let's make a small account together. Ian, After Kurnuki was taken away by Ian and Selene for re-education, the entire Stella Kingdom army became leaderless for a while. However, this war between Fiori and Stella, two major military and magic powers, did not end so hastily. The distant Stella Kingdom. What a joke! Kurnuki, how can you escape from the battlefield? You have no sense of public morality. Forget it, I know you are unreliable. Next, leave the task of attacking the Fiori Kingdom to me. Animus said, he took out a VR game helmet similar to the one in the SAO world, and put it on his head. This VR helmet can help Animus remotely control the magic pioneers on the front line. Originally, Animus didn't need this helmet. He gave the task of attacking the kingdom of Fiori and the power to command the army to Carnucci. He believed in Carnucci from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was of the same race as him. What he didn't expect was, just now, Carnucci, the regent of the kingdom of Stella, suddenly sent him a message. The message was very simple. It said, "Animus, something bad has happened. Our plan has changed. It seems that I have no way to continue playing with you. My father and mother have come to the door. But don't be afraid. I will take care of my parents. The next work is up to you." Speaking of which, Carnucci still has a lot of professional ethics. Before he was doomed, he did not forget to return the command of the army to Animus. Humans of the kingdom of Fiori, tremble thoroughly in front of this king's power. You stupid humans can learn dragon-killing magic to challenge dragons, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat the dragon. With the roar of Animus, the eyes of the thousands of fourth-generation dragon slayers who were on standby suddenly lit up with scarlet light. They had only one goal, which was to flatten the entire kingdom of Fiori. What? Hasn't the enemy's regent been defeated by us? How could this be? At the same time, old Thomas, the king of Fiori, panicked and spoke in fear when he found that the army of Stella Kingdom did not intend to retreat because of Carnucci's defeat. Instead, they were eager to try and advance towards the border of their kingdom of Fiori in an orderly manner. It seems that the enemy is not going to give up just like that. But, that makes sense. After all, that guy Carnucci is just the regent of the kingdom of Stella. Since the enemy has a regent, there must be a king. At the moment, we have only defeated the regent of the enemy country. The king of the kingdom of Stella has not surrendered yet. Arisal looked at the group of fourth-generation Dragon Slayer magicians, intelligent magic pioneers made by the Dragon Slayer magic crystals mass-produced by the Crystal Dragon, who were ready to attack, and her mouth corners slightly raised. Arisal first gently moved her wrist, making a crackling sound, and then whispered to the S-level magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild around her, "Everyone, it seems that next, it is finally our turn to do a big fight." Well, how to say it? The S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild finally came out together. They can't just go back without doing anything, right? Sizzle. Is it finally our turn to take action? Lacusis heard the words, and thunder burst out around his body, eager to try. In that case, Senior Yuri will take care of His Majesty the King, the ministers, and the injured, Senior Vlad and others. We need to stretch our muscles a little. Gildarts, who had been yawning since entering the palace and seemed to be about to fall asleep at any time, suddenly came to life and could finally legally demolish the house. He was no longer sleepy. After handing over the job of cleaning his ass to the elderly Yuri, he directly untied his cloak and threw it aside, ready for battle. Got it? Yuri didn't say much after hearing that. He only looked at Lacusis, you, Ultia, and Myra Jane. After a quick glance after confirming that the strength of these little guys had reached a terrifying level, Yuri turned his head and looked at Jura and others, and ordered, "Hey, you little guys, you should be the magicians of Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale, right? As you can see, the work of fighting the enemy is enough for the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. As for you, the work of protecting His Majesty the King is left to you." Well, Yuri distributed the work reasonably according to the combat effectiveness of everyone. Lord Yuri Dolia. It seems that there are many enemies, and each of them is very powerful. Is it really okay to leave it to the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild? I mean, don't look at me like this, I can also go to the front line and fight the enemy. Hearing the voice, Jura first bowed deeply to the founder of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, the vice president of the Magic Council era, and the third seat of the 10 Holy Magicians, a super senior in the magic world of the Ishgar continent, Yuri Dolia, who has a lot of confusing titles, and then asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. I am very pleased that you have this intention. Your name is Jura Regis, right? Your talent is really good. You are just one step away from the threshold of Saint 10. Not bad, really good. If you have time in the future, go to the Magic Council Aram more often. Although we old guys have only magic power because of our age, our reaction speed and actual combat ability against the enemy are not as good as before. But with a little guidance, a little guy like you will still have no problem. Let's not talk about the distance. But it can help you avoid some detours. It is still possible to break through the threshold of Saint 10 a few months in advance. After Yuri looked Jura up and down, he knew that the man in front of him was an honest person, and he did have some talent in magic. With a little guidance, he could become a good fighting force. Although Jura can never catch up with the little monsters of the Fairy Tale Guild, with the guidance of Yuri and others, he can at least avoid many detours and help the Magic Council era to share some pressure. Well, thank you for your recognition, I will continue to work hard. Jura didn't seem to expect Yuri, the great senior in the magic world, would value him so much and praise him without concealment. This made him flattered and his face immediately blushed. The young man's blushing was more than anything else. However, this blushing was only for a moment. Jura immediately became serious. He looked at Yuri and said in a deep voice, "No, now is not the time to discuss these things. Senior Yuri, the enemy's strength is really strong at the moment. We must not put all the pressure of facing the enemy head-on on the shoulders of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale. Don't worry." In response, Yuri just chuckled with his hands behind his back. And gave Jura a look to calm down. Yuri didn't seem to worry at all whether the Fairy Tale Guild, the 7 mages, would fall into danger in the battle with thousands and tens of thousands of enemy troops. To be honest, I am indeed a little worried about Fairy Tale. Then, Yuri continued to speak. So, we should do more to share the pressure for Fairy Tale. Jura followed Yuri's words and spoke. Jura, listen to me first. Yuri interrupted Jura and continued, what I mean is that I am indeed worried about these little brats in the Fairy Tale Guild. But what I am worried about is not whether these little brats will get hurt. What I am worried about is whether these stinky brats who have been unable to vent for a long time will accidentally go too far. In the end, the 2 great powers, Fiori Kingdom and Stella Kingdom, are not looking good. After all, our King of Fiori Kingdom is really kind, and he has no intention of completely turning against Stella Kingdom. When Yuri said this, he took a deep look at old Thomas who was still sitting on the throne not far away. Speaking of which, old Thomas's concentration is really good. The current situation is so chaotic, but he can still sit steadily on his throne. Old Thomas, damn it, you monsters scared me so much that my legs went weak and I couldn't get up from my seat. If I could run, I would have run. Ahem. Boom. Just as Yuri finished speaking, overwhelming magic power descended from the sky. Change to the armor of Tenika God. After the S-class magicians of Fairy Tale confirmed that the enemy's army had no intention of surrendering, they no longer hesitated and, in the spirit of striking first, cast their own magic. Especially, after these S-class magicians of Fairy Tale learned that their actions this time were just, in other words, no one would blame them no matter how they acted. Therefore, Urza directly put on the armor of Tenika God. After this set of armor was created, no one has ever been able to wear it. Well, to wear the armor of the one god, you need a body of the Holy 10 level, plus magic power above the Holy 10 level, both are indispensable. If you fully exert its power, even if you don't have the strength of the shield level, you can still threaten the shield level strongman, Sand King, meow meow meow. It can be said to be an armor worthy of the name of the strongest. Of course, with Urza's magic power and body that have already surpassed the king level, she can already use this set of armor without any burden. Receive the soul of the 18 devil gods. When Myra Jane saw Urza wearing the armor of the one god directly, her eyes twitched slightly. She originally thought that she was no different from Urza. But she didn't expect Urza to become stronger again, which made Myra Jane no longer hide it and directly received the soul of one of the 18 devil gods. Well, Myra Jane also took out the things she had kept in the bottom of the box. At the same time, the second magic source that Milage asked Arusha to develop for him burned wildly at this moment, allowing Milage, who had not yet set foot in the realm of the king, to temporarily possess the combat power of the king level. Oh my, using the second magic source at the same time and receiving demon souls beyond your ability will cause great pressure on your body. Arusha glanced at Milage and said with a smile. Despite this, Arusha also opened the second magic source. No, to be precise. What Arusha opened should be called the second and a half magic source. This is a state between the second magic source and the third magic source that humans cannot reach and still only exists in Arusha's theory. Well, compared to the third magic source, which will gain amazing combat power as long as it is opened, but loses magic power. Arusha's second and a half magic source will only cause a little pressure on the user's body. Yes, although Arusha mocked Myra Jane for using a power that was not available to Myra Jane at the moment to save the situation even though she was not strong enough, she was not much behind Myra Jane. Hee. Stop talking nonsense, aren't you the same? Myra Jane glanced at Arusha and sneered. Same. Myra Jane and Arusha looked at each other, disliked each other but also appreciated each other. Boom. Not far from Myra Jane and Arusha, after half a year, Lachesis finally stabilized his strength in the realm of king and remained silent. Although Lachesis, relying on his age advantage, is currently ahead of Myra Jane and Arusha, and his strength is infinitely close to Urza, he also has his own pressure. He is thinking about whether he should also find Arusha after this battle to develop the second magic source. Well, to become stronger. Not shameful. Although, after reaching the king level, the second magic source has already had very limited improvement on them. Urza also thinks so, good things should be shared by everyone. Sister is right. Little Angel L said it was great. The second magic source is a common treasure for all the magicians in the fairy tale guild. Guildarts, if I practice this second magic source, how much can my strength be improved? Almost no improvement. Unless that kid Arusha invents a third magic source without side effects, it can help monsters like you improve some strength. In response to this, Arusha, who has practiced the second magic source and has reached the real shield level, gently spread his hands. Boom. Just when the group of S-level magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild were constantly releasing magic power and competing with each other, Jura and the people of the Blue Pegasus Guild standing behind the Fairy Tale mages all stared with their eyes wide open. They opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they felt before their eyes. Hey! No way! Others might be fine. But Jura, who was already one step away from the Holy Ten, felt everything for real. He looked incomprehensible and said in disbelief, I can't be wrong. The magic power of these magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild is above the Holy Ten. Senior Yuri, tell me, this is not true. Jura, you are not wrong. I won't say you are you, it's the current Holy the first seat of the top 10 magic instructors. Kirita's and Ai Lei's strength are still above Ulu. Ilusa's magic is second only to Oluro, and even Rakusa's has reached the field of King of Heaven. Milarj and Eurydia are slightly weaker. At least the old boy Walld was not their opponents. Yuri smiled. He watched the three views of Aura, and said with a smile. Of course, the whole members Tian Wang. Now, do you need your help? Yuri patted Cumula's shoulder and asked Cumula's emotions while asking. Does he still need to take action? Wouldn't he be causing trouble if he went up? Boom. At the same time, the battle had already started. Arc of time, degenerate. Urusha put one hand on her waist, and her graceful figure, wrapped in this tights, was visible to everyone. Obviously, she didn't show anything on her body, but it made her look more astringent. Maybe this is the so-called highest level of sexiness, which is not to show anything. Then, everyone saw that the crystal ball hovering around her suddenly lit up, and those scouts who had started to move, as if someone had cut off the network cable, the red light in their eyes dimmed, and they fell silent again and entered standby mode. The roar of the thunder dragon. Lacheus's was much simpler and more brutal. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and endless thunder was swayed from the magic circle in his mouth. The terrifying energy directly blasted away a group of 4th-generation Dragon Slayer scouts. Tenica God Starlight. Urza was not to be outdone. With her current magic power, she could use the armor of Tenica God to make every sword shine with stars, just like Gildart's, using super magic as a basic attack. Devil 18 Fighting God Space Crushing Fist. As for Myra Jane at this moment, the magic she used was exactly the strongest magic mastered by Minerva of the Swordbite Tiger, the strongest magic guild outside of Fairy Tail in the orthodox timeline of the later generations. It was also used as a sure kill secret technique, the magic of the Devil 18 Fighting God Space Blast. The only difference from Minerva, who borrowed the power of the Devil 18 Fighting God, is at the moment, Myra Jane is the Devil 18 Fighting God himself. Each of her attacks can explode space blast. Boom. Under the bombardment one after another, the entire mountain that Kurnuki used as a ring has completely collapsed. On the Ishgar continent, the workers in charge of revising maps in various countries could have fainted in the toilet at this moment, because their maps were invalidated again. As for the 4th-generation Dragon Slayers, they were directly blasted into the sky, falling from the sky like raindrops, and fell heavily on the ground. Too strong, but also too exaggerated. Jiro looked at everything in front of him, and he clenched his fists excitedly. The current battle was beyond his understanding, which made him very excited. In his dream, he had a god, I can also reach the realm that these people are in. Of course, although I am excited and my eyes are opened, no matter how I look at it, the people who destroyed the mountains and forests have gone too far, right? Do you think this is the end? Stand up, my soldiers! However, King Animus, who was sitting in the palace of the Kingdom of Stella, sneered. The 4th generation of Dragon Slayer magicians are known as immortal pioneers. What is an immortal pioneer? It means that no matter how you fight, you will not die. Buzz. As Animus burst out with magic power, these pioneers who had been knocked down by everyone once again climbed up from the ground. Their bodies made a squeaking sound, and one by one, like zombies, they once again moved towards the magicians of the Fairy Tail Guild. Hey! In response, Mileage frowned, and said with a bit of disgust in her expression, Hey, hey, hey! This behavior of being unable to kill no matter what, and pestering is really a bit too disgusting, isn't it? I agree. Urusha nodded slightly, rarely agreeing with Mileage's words. Unkillable. Then banish them all to the underworld. Let you see the power of the mistress of the underworld. Thiror of the underworld dragon. Ale sneered. She never believed that there was anything in this world that could never be killed. She took a deep breath, gathered the magic power in front of her, and then released a space roar towards the group of undead pioneers in front of her. Boom! For a moment, all the undead pioneers hit by Aliai's roar were immediately banished from this world and sent to the extremely distant underworld. My soldiers! Animus, who was sitting on the throne with a confident attitude, was shocked when he found that all his soldiers were sent away by El's roar. He stood up from his seat and said angrily, Impossible! Humans can't master such dragon-killing magic. So that's it, I understand you are not a human at all, you are a Hades dragon. So, you are a dragon like me, why do you stand on the side of those weak humans and come to stop me, a fellow dragon? Don't you understand now? Only a world ruled by dragons is a stable and harmonious utopia. Just like the Stella Kingdom, the first economic power in the Ishgar continent that I rule," Animus said confidently. "The Stella Kingdom can be what it is today, all thanks to the large amount of crystal mines made by him, Animus, using his own abilities. It is the crystals he made that feed all the people in this country, and he created all this. Well, crystal dragons can produce crystal ore. Iron dragons, steel dragons, and armored dragons can produce a large amount of metal ore. Flame dragons, water dragons, thunder dragons, and sky dragons can reconcile the magical elements of the world and keep the magic power of the world in a stable range. The world of Eslanden is in tatters, and it is these dragons who are patching it up. From the perspective of the world, these dragons are probiotics, and humans are pests." Crush. Unfortunately, Alii didn't want to explain anything to Animus at all. At the same time, Gildarts finally took action. The highest level of destruction magic, Crush, was released from Gildarts's hands as if it was free. The earth, sky, magic, atmosphere, and countless undead scouts, along with the dragon-killing magic crystals in their bodies, were destroyed by Gildarts. Boom! This is not over yet. Not far away, the towering mountains. Thousands of meters away, an endless forest. There are streams and rivers flowing in the forest. And, as the source of the river, there is a freshwater lake on the mountain. Boom! In front of the magic power of Gildarts, these safety are not worth mentioning. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. All turned into molecular and magic particle level fragments. Ah! As Gildarts released magic, everyone present was stunned. Even the magician of the fairy tale guild was dumbfounded. Mirage even murmured to himself, "Uncle, you are really a monster. Uncle, I can't restore the environment in this range by myself." Urusha's eyes twitched slightly. From this point of view, even if she forcibly opened the third magic source, she might not be the opponent of Gildarts. "Sorry, I accidentally used too much force." Gildarts scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly. "Is this a question that can be fooled by an apology?" In response, a group of fairy tale mages shouted at Gildarts. "My scout is gone." In the palace of the Kingdom of Stella, Animus sat on the throne. Through the VR glasses, he saw everything that happened on the battlefield from the perspective of the scout. The guy with orange-red hair was simply a monster. It is said that his power is now limited to the extreme. Even if he comes out of this damn human body and regains the power of the dragon and gains powerful strength, he may not be the opponent of the opponent. Especially, Animus felt an extremely powerful dragon power from the man with red and orange hair. There is no doubt that the other party is also a dragon slayer magician, otherwise he would never be able to destroy the dragon slayer magic crystal he made. "No, I haven't made a move yet." At the same time, Yu was grabbing Gildarts's collar and roaring. "Sorry. You can find a chance to make a move next time." Gildarts dug his ears and said indifferently. "You guys, you want to fight, right?" Yu's eyes twitched slightly, and she directly hit Gildarts' face with an ice dragon's punch. "Asshole! You've already hit me, okay." After being knocked away, Gildarts covered his swollen cheek and said angrily, "You deserve it." In response, all the other S-class mages in the Fairy Tale Guild, including Lacuses, Urza, and others, said the same thing. Too bullying. Gildarts saw that none of the S-class mages in the guild stood on his side, and protested weakly. "How about I join the Fairy Tale Guild too?" On the other side, in the Kingdom of Stella, Animus sat on the throne. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly thought of a way to break the deadlock, which was if you can't beat them, just join them. Surrender, win half the battle. Ah! Isn't the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild a little exaggerated? After seeing the power of the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, the King of Fiori, Old Thomas, fell into deep thought. "Why not? I'll join the Fairy Tale Guild." Old Thomas suddenly thought of something, and a good idea flashed in his mind. His eyes lit up and he said so. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Your Majesty. After hearing what Thomas said, the confidants who were guarding Thomas broke out in cold sweat. They knew that Thomas was not just talking, and he could really join the Magician Guild fairy tale with a kingdom. At the same time, in the distant Elentia world. This is one of the parallel worlds to the Eslanden world. Woo. I was really wrong, I'm sorry, let me out. Mother, father, please. The great sword saint dragon Kernuki, with a red and swollen face, was locked in a cage by Ian and Selene, crying and shouting. Unfortunately, Ian and Selene did not listen to Kernuki's words at all. They were determined to teach Kernuki a lesson, otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble they will get into in the future. Today, Kernuki dared to attack the kingdom of Fiori. Tomorrow, Kernuki will dare to attack the kingdom of Albaraz. The day after tomorrow, Kernuki will be the king of the Eslanden world. This kind of atmosphere must not be tolerated. If Kernuki really has the strength, it would be fine, but this guy is a half-full bottle, and he can't even beat his own sister Alii. Hey, Selene now feels a headache when looking at Kernuki. Ian, what do you say about Kernuki? Selene looked at Ian and asked helplessly. Selene admits that she is not as good as Ian in educating children. After all, Ian has perfect educational achievements. August, the Magic King, whose strength is currently second only to the invincible Black Dragon King Akunologia, is in the world. This, I also. Ian had a headache. Kernuki's character was basically completely fixed, and even he could hardly change Kernuki's character. Unless he traveled back and educated this naughty child himself. Obviously, Kernuki is useless. Finally, Selene finally recognized the facts and said helplessly. Used. I'm not useless. Dear mother. I can still save it. You can't just abandon me like this. After hearing Selene's words, Kernuki burst into tears. He admitted that he was a little more playful than his sister Elle. But useless, isn't this a bit exaggerated? He can still be saved. As long as he works hard, he will definitely not be worse than Elle. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to be abandoned by his mother and father. So, according to Selene, what do you mean? Ian heard this and looked at Selene with a hint of doubt. Why not send this child to fairy tale? Let Makarov and the others educate him well, educate him. After that, I hope he can take care of himself. We as parents have tried our best, Selene said after glancing at Kernuki. That makes sense. Ian nodded. When it comes to educating children, Makarov dares to say that he is second, and no one in the entire Eslanden world dares to say that he is first. Makarov can educate all other children well except his own children. Then what? Then, Ian looked at Selene and continued to ask. Then, I think it's time for us to create a new child. In response, Selene's eyes were full of love, and she leaned on Ian's chest with a charming look. Her delicate hands drew a heart on Ian's chest. Well, Kernuki is useless, and they need a new, perfect child. 8,000 words, a big chapter. Chapter 149 Animus, I want to find a way to join fairy tale with my country. In the kingdom of Stella. It seems to be snowing in the sky. This is really strange. Winter should have passed, and now it should be the season of spring flowers. The people looked up at the white snowy sky and murmured to themselves. Logically, it is already April, and the cold winter has long passed. It is the season of spring and flowers are blooming, so there will be no snow. But the wind and snow are really falling, so the current season is really strange and unpredictable. Boom! Just when the citizens of Stella Kingdom were at a loss. In front of the palace gate of Stella Kingdom. The S-class magicians of Fairy Tale Guild have come to kill. Yes, just repelling the army of Stella Kingdom and invading Fiori Kingdom is not enough for these magicians of Fairy Tale Guild. They still need to continue fighting. There is no way, who makes fighting fun? So, everyone decided to continue to advance towards the base camp of the enemy army and kill all the way to the territory of Stella Kingdom, intending to kill the king of Stella Kingdom alive. Boom! However, Animus, the king of Stella Kingdom, seemed to have anticipated that the magicians of Fairy Tale Guild would come. Animus had already taken a step forward and prepared measures to deal with the magicians of Fairy Tale Guild in front of the palace. He sent thousands of guards to wait outside the palace gate in advance, quietly waiting for the arrival of the magicians of Fairy Tale Guild. Among them, the 3 people standing in front of these guards were the 3 strong men he specially selected from the huge Stella Kingdom. Swan, Dole, and Kabuli, known as the 3 stars of the Empire. Swan is a beautiful female warrior with wheat-colored skin, long lilac hair and silver-white armor. She is also the leader of the 3 stars. The strongest person among the 3. At this moment, when Urza, L, Gildarts and others really invaded the kingdom of Stella and killed all the way to the place in front of the palace, Swan finally got angry. She glared at the invaders from the Magician Guild Fairy Tale in front of her and warned loudly, "Hey! You guys, do you know where this is? This is the palace of His Majesty King Animus. If you take another step forward, I will regard your behavior as a provocation to the king of our kingdom of Stella, His Majesty Animus. At that time, I will have the right to execute you directly." Boom! Unfortunately, before Swan could say more, accompanied by a piercing chill, Swan, one of the 3 stars of the Empire, along with the other 2 stars beside her, and the thousands of Stella Kingdom soldiers guarding the palace, were all engulfed by the endless frost and turned into ice sculptures one after another in the blink of an eye. "Senior you, aren't you going a little too far?" Originally, Myra Jane, Lacuses, Urza and others who had just prepared for the battle and were planning to continue to fight, saw this, their eyelids twitched slightly, and they protested to the master of these ice, that is, you, the current chief of the 10 holy mages. "Hey!" In response, Uru exhaled a burst of cold air from her mouth. She slowly put away her magic power, smiled faintly at Urza and others, and said softly, "Allah, I'm sorry I was a little careless and forgot to hold back some strength, and killed all the enemies in an instant, but it's not my fault, who let their strength be really weak. You did it on purpose, right?" Unfortunately, Lacuses, Urza and others did not believe Uru's words. When they heard Uru's Versailles remarks, they all stopped what they were doing, and stared at Uru's face with suspicious eyes, while putting pressure on Uru's heart, and asked, "Ahaha!" Uru heard the words and laughed heartily to cover up her guilty conscience. Yes, she did it on purpose, because Gildarts and the 4th generation of dragon slayers created and controlled by Animus when the magician fought, he fought so happily. He didn't even leave her an opponent. In short, capture the king first. Let's go in and take a look. At this time, Gildarts, who was the most calm and composed among the crowd, glanced at Uru and others, and walked directly to the gate of the gorgeous palace, stretched out his hand and gently pushed the gate of the palace. Boom! As expected, the gate of Stella's palace, at the moment of close contact with Gildart's palm, immediately broke into pieces under the power of Gildart's unconsciously launched top-level attack magic, shattering, and then turned into a ruin. "Sorry. I was careless and used too much force." Gildarts looked at the palace in front of him, which was destroyed by his shattering magic, and scratched his hair awkwardly. Then he turned his head and looked at Urza and others, seemingly apologetically speaking. "Who are you kidding? I knew you would say that. Damn uncle." When Urza and the others saw this, their eyes twitched slightly, with helplessness in their expressions. Gildarts must have done this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Pa 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 pa. Just then, a round of applause suddenly sounded from the palace, reaching the ears of everyone. The King Animus, who was wearing an emperor's robe, had short golden hair, and a beautiful face. At this moment, he was walking out of the palace hall step by step, and came directly to the S-level magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. He smiled and said softly, "It is worthy of being the first magician guild on the Ishgar continent. The magicians of Fairy Tale, your strength is really well deserved. Even I must announce here that you have successfully passed my assessment of you. I have to say that you have done a good job. Now the mission has been completed, you can go home." "What nonsense are you talking about?" In response, Urza and Irene looked at each other, and they drew the knives at their waists, put them on the neck of Animus, and asked coldly. Hee. Damn it, that bastard Karnuki, the backup plan he left for me is totally useless. I didn't get away with it so easily." Animus sneered with an embarrassed look on his face. "Anyway, let's beat him up first." Gildarts looked Animus up and down, gently touched his chin, thought for a while, and suggested. "That makes sense." In this regard, Gildarts's proposal was unanimously praised by the group of S-level magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, no matter whether the matter is right or wrong. Or maybe Animus, the bastard, really has something to hide about the invasion of the Kingdom of Fiori? For the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, they don't care at all. Anyway, just hang this guy up and beat him up. Wait a minute. You have already beaten our Stella Kingdom soldiers, so you can't continue to beat me. I am the king, and I still have to be decent. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Animus's face changed and he waved his hands. Yes, Animus knew that the soldiers under his command could not stop the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, and he did not expect these soldiers to do anything. Despite this, Animus still let his soldiers guard outside the palace gate. He actually had only one purpose. That is, in Animus's view, as long as the violent people of the Fairy Tale Guild vented their emotions on these soldiers, they could negotiate with him properly. "What the hell are you talking about?" "The collapse fist of the Hades dragon. The collapse fist of the thunder dragon. The 18 demon gods, space shattering. The collapse fist of the ice dragon. Let me show you the secret of combining the two magics, arc of time and shape of ice, time condensation, absolute zero. The secret of Dragon Slayer, destroying evil and revealing righteousness. Additional Dragon Slayer attribute, Tenika God, Dragon Slayer star color." For a moment, the 7th class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild who participated in this mission used their best magic on the Animus in front of them. For a moment, the Animus, who was hit by 5 different Dragon Slayer magics in succession, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It was also at this moment. The original image of the King of Animus suddenly changed dramatically. From the original sharp-eyed boy, she became an ordinary-looking girl. Well, the girl is not ordinary, at least her figure is still very attractive. I don't understand. Why does Ereshkigal, you are obviously a dragon, like your brother Karnuki, but you want to help these humans, help the Dragon Slayer. Animus collapsed to the ground at this moment, the illusion on his body has been completely lifted, revealing his true face, the face of the girl Sonia he possessed. But Animus still maintained control of his body. He used his last strength to look at Alii and asked in confusion. "Oh! Don't you know?" Alii heard. She blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Animus and asked softly, "I am not on the side of humans, I am on the side of my father. Besides, when Brother Karnuki made an alliance with you, didn't he tell you that strictly speaking, he and I are not pure dragons, but the children of the Divine Dragon and the original Dragon Slayer magician?" "What?" After Animus heard what Alii said. Karnuki never mentioned what Alii said to him. It turned out that Karnuki had been painting a rosy picture for him, but now it seems that it is completely different. "Karnuki, you cheated me." Animus collapsed and roared with his head raised. "Animus, why did I fail?" "Because I believed in someone that normal people should never believe. I'm so angry, you bastard Karnuki. Don't let me meet you again, or I will definitely take revenge." Animus howled to the sky and swore that he would take revenge. But for Animus, the most important thing right now is to quickly end this one-sided beating of him by the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. He is almost dying. "It seems that I can only choose to use that trick," Animus said silently in his heart. His expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild in front of him, and suddenly said with a smile, "Everyone, we are actually friendly forces. To be honest, if it weren't for that bastard Kurnuki, I would have planned to join the Fairy Tale Guild a long time ago. This guy, isn't he too shameless?" In response, when Animus' voice fell, even the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild who used a righteous group fight against Animus couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. "So, if you can't beat them, just join? I don't know who this guy learned from." Kurnuki, officially. On the other side. In the world of Valentia. On the top of the mountain of the Night Mountain. Ian and Selene are playing a happy game. When Ian and Selene were fighting, there was no meaning for Kurnuki to exist here. "Kurnuki, go back. Go to the Fairy Tale Guild and wait for me and your mother." In order to prevent Kurnuki, the bastard, from disturbing their good things, Ian and Selene made a brief plan and used the water wings to send Kurnuki back to the Fairy Tale Guild in the Eslanden world. Well, in this way, Kurnuki finally became a member of the Fairy Tale Guild of the Mage Guild. When Kurnuki came to the Fairy Tale Guild. After Kurnuki learned that Fairy Tale was in the small town of Magnolia in the kingdom of Fiori, Kurnuki then showed a look of sudden realization. "By the way, why does the kingdom of Fiori make me feel so familiar? Isn't this the country that Ellie has been asking me to go to? Damn, I made mistakes from the beginning to the end." "You are Kurnuki, right? Your father has already handed you over to me for education. Be prepared." Just when Kurnuki was suddenly regretting that he listened to Animus and did the Fiori kingdom thing right away, Makarov suddenly fell from the sky and smiled at Kurnuki. Well, long before Kurnuki arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, Ian had explained the situation to Makarov. In short, although Kurnuki's parents are still alive, their fairy tale orphanage has officially started classes. Chapter 150 on the number of Ian's children. And Selene's pregnancy again. In the guild. "Who are you?" Except for Makarov, who had received clear news from Ian, the other magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in their guild hall and asked in confusion. "My name is Kurnuki, and Ian's son. I came here to join the Fairy Tale Guild according to the orders of my father and mother. In short, from now on, please give me more guidance." Kurnuki stood up from the ground, dusted off his body, and explained his identity to the people in front of him with a bruised face beaten by Ian and Selene's mixed doubles. "Well, it's a pity that neither the Alentia world nor the Eslanden world has a perfect child protection law to protect him, a nearly 400-year-old child. Well, even in Ian's previous world, there is no law in any country that will protect a 400-year-old child." When the magicians in the hall heard that Kurnuki was also Ian's child, they all took a breath and their eyes twitched slightly. "Ian's son? No way! Ian's son again? There are already too many Ian children in the Fairy Tale Guild." In this regard, both Wakaba and Makao, or other magicians in the guild, they all said numbly. "Let's guess, how many children does Ian have?" Kana, who was drunk, heard that there was a new member joining the guild, and it was Ian's child. She gently put down the barrel beside her, thought for a while, and raised an interesting question. "How many children does Ian have in this world? How many children will Ian have in the future? At present, Ian's children in our Fairy Tale Guild are August, El, Urza, and. Wakaba heard this and began to count on his fingers the names of Ian's children who had joined the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. When Wakaba counted to Kurnuki, he was stunned for a moment, looked up at Kurnuki, and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "Kurnuki." Kurnuki answered honestly. "Yes, and Kurnuki. Just the ones we know. Ian has 4 children. If there is one more, it will be enough to form a basketball team. When Wakaba said this, his expression was full of respect. Ian is simply a role model for our generation. Not only can he marry, but he can also give birth. But I think Ian has more than 5 children. Macau sat at the bar deep in the guild. Based on his understanding of Ian must have other children besides Urza, L, Karnuki and August. There must be other children wandering outside, and definitely more than one. I bet Ian's children. Besides Urza, L, August and Karnuki, so far, I mean until April 17th, X781, there are still 2 outside. Thinking of this, Macau took out his wallet from his trouser pocket, put a large denomination banknote of 10,000 J on his table with a pop, and spoke loudly. I bet 3. After thinking for a while, Kana also threw a stack of banknotes on the table. You guys are going to start gambling, so I'm not sleepy anymore. I'll bet 2. I'll bet 1. I'll bet 10. With Kana, who is always looking for trouble, and Makao, a gambling tycoon, taking the lead, the group of gamblers in the fairy tale guild hall immediately took out the few coins in their pockets and bet them all on this gambling game. Oh! Is this the style of the magicians of the fairy tale guild that my father and mother asked me to learn? I really learned it, I learned it. Karnuki saw this and his eyes widened. At this moment, he only hated that he couldn't come to the fairy tale guild quickly. If he had known that the fairy tale guild was so interesting, who would be willing to wander outside? He also wanted to join everyone's happy gambling and be a happy gambler. No, Karnuki, wait a moment. This is not something a child should learn. Your father and mother did not give you to me to learn these things. Makarov looked at Karnuki, who was looking at the gamblers in the guild with shining eyes, and cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. You know, Ian and Selene, as Karnuki's parents, have given the task of taking care of Karnuki to Makarov. If, when Ian and the others come back, they find that Karnuki not only did not learn well, but also learned to smoke, drink, fight, perm his hair and gamble in the fairy tale guild, Makarov's reputation will definitely be over. I know President Makarov, you don't need to say more, I will learn from the seniors in the guild. Karnuki heard this, he walked to Makarov with a smile on his face, and saw him gently patting Makarov's shoulder, and after whispering a word of comfort, he ran towards the group of gamblers and shouted, "Add me! Come back to me!" Makarov shouted with a headache. At this moment, Makarov only hoped that the S-level magicians of Urza and other guilds who were carrying out tasks at the border of the kingdom of Fiori would not cause him any more trouble. However, this is absolutely impossible. 1 week later, in the town of Magnolia, the kingdom of Fiori, in the fairy tale of the Magician Guild. Bang! President, we are back! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A group of Urza and others who went to the enemy country and chose to capture the enemy king alive finally returned to the guild. Hey! You are back! Makarov looked at Urza and others who returned to the guild and nodded with a smile. Grandpa, look who we brought back! Without waiting for Makarov's smile to continue, Lacusis threw the enemy king Animus, who was tied up by them, in front of Makarov. Who is this? Makarov looked at the person in front of him, his eyelids jumped slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He always felt that the identity of the young man in front of him was definitely not simple, and maybe it would become an extremely difficult problem. This is the culprit who started the struggle between the Stella Kingdom and the Fiori Kingdom, the Stella Kingdom's King Animus. Mirage put her arms around her, looked at Makarov, and gave an explanation. Puff! Hearing this, Makarov spurted out all the beer in the cup that he had just drunk. Cough cough cough! Who do you say he is? Makarov pointed at the tied Animus and asked. King Animus of the Kingdom of Stella. Guildarts and others gave an extremely affirmative answer. Really spare me? Mrs. Makarov was numb, and he smiled bitterly. Animus, now I ask you, you answer. Arisa pulled the chain that bound Animus in her hand, pulled Animus behind Makarov, and spoke coldly. I know. Animus nodded weakly after hearing this. You are now a double soul, right? Iluza first asked Animus about his physical condition. Yes. Animus nodded. Very good, that's it. I ask you, and then you answer yes or no. After Urza got a satisfactory answer, she nodded first. Then she continued to ask, originally you should have been a dragon, but because of the pursuit of the invincible Black Dragon King Aknowledge more than 400 years ago, who did not want to reveal his name. In order to survive and avoid Aknowledge's pursuit, you were forced to merge with this dying human girl named Sonia. As a result, when you had been in seclusion for 400 years and thought you were completely safe, you suddenly found that you couldn't get out of the human girl's body. After you consulted countless ancient books and conducted multiple investigations, you concluded that it was because your own strength was not up to standard that you couldn't get out of Sonia's body. Therefore, in order to get out again and let your dragon body see the light of day again, you set your sights on the treasure called Dragon's Tears, which was kept by the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori and gathered the resentment of countless dragons. It can enhance the power of dragons. Am I right? In the guild, Urza frowned slightly. She summarized everything Animus had confessed to them before and asked him. Yes. That's right. Animus lowered his head and answered honestly. Well, yes, as everyone can see. Currently, the Stella Kingdom, known as the Crystal Kingdom, the country's King Animus, was defeated by a group of S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. He followed this group of monster squads composed of dragon slayer magicians and dragons back to the Fairy Tale Guild and came to Makarov, the president. At this moment, the king of the Stella Kingdom, Animus, or more precisely, the crystal dragon Animus who occupied Sonia's body, was right in front of Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale, and under Urza's questioning, he explained to the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild why he joined forces with Kurnuki to invade the kingdom of Fiori. As Animus said, from beginning to end, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am just a wage earner at best. In response, Kurnuki, who had escaped death from the Alentia world, wiped away the tears from his eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of relief that his grievances had been cleared, and silently praised what Urza and Animus said. So Brother Kurnuki is here. However, there is no room for Brother Kurnuki to speak here. When Alii heard the voice of her brother Kurnuki, she smiled lightly. Alii walked gently to Kurnuki with lotus steps. In front of countless magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild, she hit Kurnuki's head viciously with her pink little fist. Well, although Alii did not use any magic, the dragon's ordinary punch was also at the level of a collapsing fist for ordinary dragon slayer magicians. Bang! For a moment, everyone heard a roar like thunder. I saw a big red and swollen bag on Kurnuki's head, which swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He squeezed out tears from the corners of his eyes and said painfully, "It really hurts. Alii, you are no longer my good sister. I don't have a brother as stupid as you." As Alii said, she unilaterally expelled Kurnuki from the Brotherhood. "Kurnuki, you traitor!" On the other side, after Animus found out that Kurnuki was also in the Fairy Tale Guild, he could no longer control his emotions and roared. "What do you mean by traitor? I sacrificed myself to help you. In the entire Eslanden world, no one is more dedicated than me. I held back my father and mother for you. Or do you plan to challenge alone, my mother?" The dragon on the northern continent of Kurdana, who is said to have the power comparable to that of a true god, and who was crowned the king at the Dragon King Festival 400 years ago. Or, are you planning to challenge my father? The dragon who is said to be the first dragon slayer, and who is almost contemporary with the Black Dragon King Aknowledge. Kurnuki didn't expect that he would be yelled at by Animus. He was immediately angry. Forget about others, but how dare you, Animus, yell at me? He shed blood for Animus. He fought against the two strongest men in the world for Animus at the same time. Even if there is no credit, there must be hard work, right? As for the fact that Animus still failed to defeat the Fairy Tale Guild despite having a huge advantage, the matter of all the magicians. This can only prove from the side that Animus is really a waste. This. Animus was stunned, and fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Animus didn't need to see Carnucci's father Ian and mother Selene. Just from the prefixes before Ian and Selene's names, he clearly understood that he couldn't afford to offend Carnucci's parents. Anyway, how should I put it? You are the president of the Fairy Tale Magician Guild, right? Animus's face turned pale. He stopped arguing with Carnucci and looked at Makarov, who was watching the show and forced to change the subject. Yes. Makarov didn't seem to expect that he would be called suddenly. He was stunned for a moment, but nodded and admitted his identity. As you just saw, I am Animus, the king of Stella in the Crystal Kingdom. Now I have something very important to formally inform you. That is, from today on, I, Animus, plan to join your Wizard Guild Fairy Tale. What do you think? Animus looked at Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, and asked. This. You are the king of a country. Is it reasonable for you to join our Wizard Guild? Makarov was stunned for a moment, his brows twisted into a ball visibly. To be honest, Makarov had no idea how to answer the question of Animus, the king of a country. Honestly speaking, since Makarov learned the true identity of Animus, his whole brain has been confused, and he has not recovered until now. Speaking of which, the reason why he sent Urza, Guildarts and others, the S-class magicians of the guild, to help the king of the kingdom of Fiori, old Thomas, was to make the enemy country withdraw its troops, to maintain stability in the kingdom of Fiori, and for the future development of Fairy Tale, not to let these children help old Thomas fight. As a result, these little bastards will never let him down. He was not paying attention, and these little bastards not only made the enemy country withdraw the army, in one breath, directly defeated the enemy country. They also tied up the enemy's king, Animus, and sent him to him. You said, you can arrest the king of the enemy country. You have arrested the king of the enemy country, so of course you have to send him to the king of your own country. As a result, these little guys actually sent the king of the enemy country to their Fairy Tale Guild. Now it is no longer a serious diplomatic incident. What's more terrifying is that the king of the enemy country actually told him that he plans to join their Magician Guild Fairy Tale. What should this old man say? After agreeing to Animus, what should the king of Fiori think? What should the kings of other kingdoms on the Ishgar continent think? All I can say is, shocked. Shocked. At that time, Makarov will explain to these kings, we, the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, are really just peace-loving. We are not interested in conquering the world. Don't misunderstand us. At that time, I'm afraid no one will believe it. At that time, those kings will definitely say, yes, yes, yes. Your Magician Guild Fairy Tale is the most peace-loving organization in Eslanden world. Whether you raise dragons in the guild, or force the kings of the major kingdoms to join Fairy Tale, or occupy the Magic Council era and the entire list of the top 10 magicians, it's all for peace. We really won't think too much about it. Ahem. It's unfair. It's really unfair. In response, Makarov wiped away the tears from his eyes. He felt really bad and wanted to cry. It was really uncomfortable to be wronged by others. In fact, the reason why he, Makarov, made the Magician Guild Fairy Tale so powerful was not only because they loved peace, but also for the peace of the world, so that people from other organizations would also love peace. Just when Makarov was having a headache, Animus suddenly continued to speak. How about this? Makarov, name a price. I, Animus, have nothing else but a lot of money. If you let me join Fairy Tale, then I will provide our fairy tale with a 100 million J activity fund every month. Animus was really rich and powerful. He planned to help Fairy Tale right away. The guild allocated 100 million, and the most important thing is that it allocated 100 million every month. This is an exaggerated number for the Fairy Tale Guild, a magician guild with only a few hundred members. After all, Fairy Tale is really small and the number of people is not large. It is completely different from the enemy country of Albaraz, which has a military expenditure of trillions. After listening to Animus' words, Makarov was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Makarov's mind was full of 100 million. Just heard Makarov mutter to himself, 100 million? How many zeros are there after that? It's over, I find that I don't seem to have a concept of 100 million. The funds of the Fairy Tale Guild have never exceeded 30 million, and all of them have been taken out as compensation. Not enough. Then 300 million. 300 million a month. Animus didn't expect Makarov to have such determination, and he continued to preach. Enough, enough. From today on, you are the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov paused for a moment, then he personally approached Animus and tore off the iron chain with dragon-specific properties on Animus. Yes, when Makarov heard the word 100 million before, he was not disgusted, but was stunned. He had never seen such a lot of money in his life. Hey! At this time, Animus also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost shouted out 1 billion a month. Well, for a while, two people who didn't have much concept of money, a dragon and an old man, reached an evil cooperation. As for what Makarov was worried about before, other countries on the Ishgar continent, their Fairy Tale Guild's views. After Makarov heard that Animus proposed to give the Fairy Tale Guild 300 million in activity funds per month, he threw all of them aside. In the face of real money, all problems are not problems. In this way, Animus officially joined the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. Let us welcome the joining of King Animus. Makarov stood on the podium at the deepest part of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, putting the party fireworks made of paper in his hand, his face flushed, and he spoke loudly with joy. President, where are your principals? In response, the group of magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild looked up at Makarov and asked. Hee. Principals? What exactly are the principles you are talking about? Can principles be turned into food? Can he eat it? Some things are not allowed in principle, but money can. Makarov sneered and spoke disdainfully. This old man is so cunning. Everyone in Fairy Tale secretly said this. So, another week later. Time came, early May of X781. What did you say? The king of Animus who was defeated by the Fairy Tale Guild. He actually joined the Fairy Tale Guild and officially became a member of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. If that's the case, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for us? Old Thomas's eyelids twitched wildly, his forehead wrinkles wrinkled into a ball, and his eyebrows formed a character. Perhaps because he was too excited, he couldn't sit on the throne steadily, and his body kept shaking and beating the rhythm. Well, at this moment, old Thomas's throne was unstable in all senses. No, I have to find a way to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Old Thomas took a deep breath and said so. Your Majesty, please wake up. Yes, respected king. You are so old, why don't you be a king and become a magician? In response, old Thomas's confidants persuaded him again and again. You don't understand. If I don't think of a way, I won't be able to sit on the throne. You have seen before how powerful the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild are. They can solve problems that the army can't solve. Since they can make the Stella Kingdom withdraw its troops within a week, they can also help the Stella Kingdom conquer the Fiori Kingdom within a week. Now, if we sit and wait for death, when the fairy tale really intends to help the Stella Kingdom deal with us, then everything will be completely over. Old Thomas sat on the throne, his face listless, with helplessness in his eyes. This. After old Thomas finished speaking, everyone present was in a dilemma. As old Thomas said, the members of the Mage Guild fairy tale are all too powerful. Ordinary soldiers are too weak in front of those mages who can make the sky collapse and the earth tremble with a random spell. Your Majesty, you must not join the fairy tale guild. You represent the face of our Fiori kingdom. What if you join the fairy tale, the magician guild? Then, in the future, will the kingdom of Fiori listen to you or to Makarov, the president of the fairy tale guild? After discussing this, the ministers looked at old Thomas and explained. So what do you think I should do? Do I just watch the kingdom of Fiori go to pieces? Old Thomas sat on the throne and asked boredly. This. For a moment, the ministers shut their mouths. Your Majesty, I do have a. You don't have to join fairy tale, and the magicians of the fairy tale guild will never help the kingdom of Stella to deal with our kingdom of Fiori. Until one of the ministers answered with a smile. Oh, is there really such a way? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Old Thomas's eyes lit up and he looked at the minister in front of him and asked. You can't go to fairy tale. But you didn't say that Princess Emerald can't go. Don't you, Her Royal Highness, represent the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori? At the same time, Her Royal Highness's political signal is not as strong as yours. If someone asks you, you can also answer that it was Her Royal Highness Emerald Princess herself who wanted to learn magic. So, you ordered Fairy Tale, the first magician guild in the kingdom, to accept Her Royal Highness Emerald Princess. The minister first bowed respectfully to old Thomas, and then explained. Okay, this is a good idea. Just do as you say. Old Thomas shouted wonderful. He stood up from his seat, pointed his finger at the minister who proposed the solution, and said good several times. He decided to solve the fairy tale guild's problem according to the minister's plan. Indeed, if Emerald goes, it will be no different from him going. In this way, the face of the royal family of the kingdom of Fiori will not be lost. As long as the people think that the huge kingdom of Fiori is still under his command, it is enough. So. Another week later. In the secret basement of the fairy tale of the Magician Guild. His Majesty the King is here. No one expected that the King of Fiori, old Thomas, would suddenly visit. His Majesty the King. Another king of a country. This time it is still the king of our kingdom of Fiori. So, what is this king doing in our guild? In the hall, everyone looked at old Thomas with doubts in their eyes. Perhaps it was because there were too many creatures of various identities, including dragons and demons, in the fairy tale guild. There was even a dragon who was the king of a human country, so they were not surprised to see the king of a kingdom again. Even though this king was the king of their country. Makarov, come here. Old Thomas, escorted by a group of knights, went straight to the depths of the guild bar. He looked at Makarov, who was as short as him, sitting at the bar. A flash of sympathy flashed in his eyes. He felt sorry for the hero. Then, old Thomas asked Makarov to go to the empty basement of the guild with him in a commanding tone, with a cold voice like winter, for a secret talk. What's the matter? Makarov had a puzzled look on his face, but he still went to the basement with old Thomas. Plop! There was only a slight sound. Old Thomas knelt down in front of Makarov, and he said with tears and snot, President Makarov, to be honest, there were many people outside just now, and I had to consider the last dignity of the royal family, so I had to be serious with you. Please forgive my mistake just now. Also, there is something I must tell you. Ah! Makarov looked at old Thomas, who was kneeling on the spot, and his eyes widened. No, isn't this the traditional art he used when begging people? President Makarov, this time I really beg you. You know, I don't beg you often, this time you must promise me. If you don't promise me, I won't get up. Just accept my daughter and let her become a member of your fairy tale. Old Thomas held Makarov's thighs and cried while preaching. "This! Your Majesty, you get up first." Makarov looked at Old Thomas with a headache. "No. I won't get up. You agree to my request first." Old Thomas continued to cry and preach. Okay, as long as your daughter agrees, our fairy tale guild will agree." Makarov was afraid of Old Thomas, and he preached weakly. "I knew you would agree, Makarov, you are such a good person." Old Thomas laughed when he heard this, and his smile was like a brilliant chrysanthemum. Hee. As for Makarov, he couldn't laugh. Well, he was kind enough to help Old Thomas, and was given a good guy card by Old Thomas. This was the first time that Makarov was given a good guy card by an old man. The mood really made people feel inexplicably unhappy. In short, no matter how the process was, Emerald as Thomas wished, they all joined fairy tale. Any. Jade. From today on, you will live with them. Are you happy? After Thomas got Makarov's consent, he adjusted his expression and made himself look particularly serious, as if he was leading the conversation with Makarov, and strode out of the basement where Makarov was. And under the watch of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, he returned to his carriage parked outside the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, took his only daughter, Princess Jade, down from it, and walked all the way to the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Yet happy. At this moment, the young Jade didn't know where this place was, nor did she know why her father, His Majesty, brought her here. She only knew that this place was different from the boring palace. There were many children of her age here. First the king, then the princess. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to let these people who have huge power and far beyond ordinary backgrounds join our Fairy Tale Guild. After Makarov pressed the seal of the Fairy Tale Guild on the back of Emerald's hand, he frowned and said to himself with a puzzled look. However, when Makarov looked at Kurnuki, and others, he sighed slowly and said weakly, "Forget it, there are already enough monsters in the guild, and it seems that this child with an extraordinary background is not bad. Compared with Urza, Kurnuki and others, Emerald is just an ordinary princess of an ordinary kingdom, which is ordinary enough. Yes, things like background need to be compared." Just when the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, under the leadership of Makarov as the president, continued to have new people joining. At the same time, in the world of Valencia, with the continuous efforts of Ian and Selene, the Ian family will finally have a new member. Yes, Selene is finally pregnant again. At the same time, what shocked Ian was that his child this time seemed to be different from the previous children. The child, when still in the mother's belly, overflowed with infinite magic. This reminded Ian of Augusta's childhood, who was also so unusual. "Ian, our child is finally born. He will be the most powerful child we have ever had. It will be our most perfect work. He is the only one in the world." Selene lay on the soft bed, with infinite maternal love in her eyes. 9,000 words, a big chapter.